So those shadows no lights, mission locked, secrets in sight. Whispers of electric delight, forbidden truths burning bright. Digital veins pulse through the void, files and lies covertly toyed. Addiction is his only guide through the worlds where secrets hide. Digital veins pulse through the void, files and lies covertly toyed. Addiction is his only guide through the worlds where secrets hide. Streaming through digital night, Russell howls at cyber sites, exploring the forbidden bite through the worlds where secrets hide. Fear preaches echo in his soul, encrypted whispers take their toll. Zeros, ones, they dig a hole in the shadows where he strolls. That guitar breaks through where souls crackling, feel the flare. The tales of rust will dare to expose what isn't fair. Electric dreams within his grasp, future's flaw he must unmask. Through the code he makes his path, unravel secrets aftermath. Russell howls at cyber sights, exploring depths forbidden bright. Couldn't stop even if he might. Data breaches echo in his soul, encrypted whispers take their toll. Encrypted whispers take their toll, and the stop even if he might. Data breaches, digital night, Russell howls at cyber sights, exploring depths forbidden bright. In the shadows where he strolls. Yeah, even if he might.
Fuck. I fucked that intro up. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode. Here we are once again. A little bit late. I had to drive the missus to work this morning. I had a massage, and then I had to pick her up. So then I had to come back and run back, and yeah. So, but here we are. Welcome, Hendrix, Korea, Digi. This evening, scramble some more eggs. Scrambled the egg finally, maybe. Has it finally been cracked? Maybe so. Going over a couple videos about this, and actually Finster as well. Finn, some of your tweets that you made. So yeah, we'll be fucking digging into it and seeing what's up for sure. So looking forward to putting this one to bed, putting it to rest. So Shadows, what's up, man? Like I fixed I changed the color background on my thing again. Man, this thing constantly keeps just getting fucked. I don't know. This green screen shit, man. God. When we find a place, I can't wait to go back to like not having a green screen. But yeah, Pamela, what's up? Let's get into it. Other things as well. Yes, Hendrix, I read your post there. Hendrix is very knowledgeable with not only UFOs, but also the JFK assassination conspiracy, and a legitimate conspiracy. What started all the conspiracy theories, really. So, yeah, that was another thing as well that I saw that you posted, and I saw that on Twitter, but the JFK files, yeah. Said it would be released today, but now saying soon. Have faith, I guess. And something else later, a remote viewing prophecy. This was one of the future forecasting guys posted a cool video I thought we'd go over later. I've got some like alternative ancient history stuff for later this evening too. I wanted to go over and kind of relevant to that, but interesting data. These guys are pretty good. They get some spooky shit. So this one was really interesting and relevant to my interests. So I thought I'd get into that a little later tonight, but in the meantime here it is here. Yes. Trump expected to release classified JFK files, odds up to 94%. Listen, Don, everybody's got a problem with you. But if you can fucking get this shit declassified and you can declassify the UFO documents, brother, that would be great. That would be great. That'd be fucking incredible. Oh, fuck, that's hot. Bone broth. Man, these cool little, this like health and fitness store that I go to. There's a kitchen there. Wonderful people. The couple that runs it. And they get these little like fucking, they have all these cool like foodie type things. These little like bone broth things, only like $1. And these like packets. And it's flavored and you just pour it in a cup, pour hot water, boom, there you go. Just like almost like a tea. Good shit. I should get the packaging. Fuck, maybe they'll sponsor the stream. I'll be looking into that as time goes on. I would love to have like some of these things fucking, obviously I have to get the viewership up, but anyway. Fuck, man, I hope, you know, maybe what'll come part and parcel with all this is the fact that he wanted disclosure on UFOs, or that played into what had happened internally. So, yeah, I'm just going to bring up to you, Hendricks had mentioned there that you can't see the docs being released about JFK that will change what is the assumed story. Yeah, leave Harvey Oswald acted alone. Was part of an unknown conspiracy. Yeah, who knows? I mean, maybe this will be a part of the uncovering of the deep state as well. Maybe that's their plan, to use this to uncover the fact that there has been a deep state in place for a long time, and this military-industrial complex element that so many warned about in the past, right? I think, was it Eisenhower warned about that? Yeah, anyway. Fucking memes. Yeah. Can't see the deep state sitting back idly and letting that happen, can you? Well, they let him get in, I guess, right? I mean, if he's an actual threat to the man, they didn't blow him up at the fucking inauguration, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking if he's actually an actual threat to them, they would have already taken him out. Maybe they've tried, though. Maybe they failed. I mean, who knows? Whether we'd be privy to those behind-the-scenes incidents. Maybe they've tried to poison him, kill him. Who knows? That would be bad, though. That would be bad for them. And it's a vast network, undoubtedly, right? Of corruption. I mean, look at the Clintons. That's just the tip of the fucking iceberg, literally, I think. So there'd be everybody and their dogs wanting to come after him, but he's got a big fucking dog now, which is U.S. military. Who knows? I hope that that's what everyone's been hoping for. Everyone, all the QAnon people for years had said this is coming, and then he's gonna kick the lid off everything. And I was like, man, I said, I hope so. He didn't last time. I don't know what's changed this time. Maybe he's just more desperate. Wants to end on a high note, maybe, who knows? Or people are acclimated to this conversation. Do not know. Announcing the Stargate project. This is through OpenAI. The Stargate project, let me blow the whole thing up here, is a new company which intends to invest $500 billion over the next 4 years building new AI infrastructure for OpenAI in the United States. We'll be deploying $100 billion immediately. This infrastructure will secure American leadership in AI, create hundreds of thousands of American jobs, and generate massive economic benefit for the entire world. This project will not only support the reindustrialization of the United States, but also provide a strategic capability to protect the national security of America and its allies. The initial equity funders in Stargate are SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, and MGX. SoftBank and OpenAI are the lead partners for Stargate, with SoftBank having financial responsibility and OpenAI having operational responsibility. Masayoshi Son will be the chairman. Our Microsoft, NVIDIA, Oracle, and OpenAI are the key initial technology partners. The build-out is currently underway, starting in Texas, and we are evaluating potential sites across the country for more campuses as we finalize definitive agreements. As part of Stargate, Oracle, NVIDIA, OpenAI will collaborate to build and operate this computing system. This builds on a deep collaboration between OpenAI and NVIDIA going back to 2016. Interesting. Eon said they don't actually have the money. To which I think it was Sam Altman responded to him saying, SoftBank has well under $10 billion secured. I have that on good authority. And Sam Altman did respond to him right here. I genuinely respect your accomplishments and think you're the most inspiring entrepreneur of our time. Just cocks him right in the fucking comments. Yeah. Or is he saying he's going to release all this stuff, but they will say nothing and he is part of the cabal or being forced to by them? Yeah. He only said he would release stuff, not that they would change their perceptions or knowledge and prove a different long-held truth of JFK and UFO. That could be it too, man. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe just keep the status quo. So all the QAnon people, you're all fucking full of shit. Well, I think by this point that is pretty much known. Trump isn't the second coming of Jesus, and he didn't really do a lot back in 2016. So if anyone knows about not having the money, it'd be Elon. He's a risk taker. He's also involved intimately in the new administration. So, my God, he just unzipped their fly, pulled the whole penis out, and just kicked them right in the fucking nuts with this. Like, my God. I mean, it's fucking, this is like beyond a kick in the nuts for them. Is to say they don't actually have the money. Fuck, and all Sam Altman had to say was, I respect you. SoftBank has well under 10 billion secured. Yeah, interesting. It's funny that they're not, because Trump had mentioned this, that Elon isn't taking a crack at this or working with NVIDIA with Grok. I'm sure he is. They're probably just, the more pies they get to dip their fucking fingers into, the better for NVIDIA. But they're just going to make more bank on these fucking systems. But yeah, maybe in 2016 he was forced to shut up and didn't like being told what to do. Now he's back. That could be it too. Yeah, I mean, same thing. I mean, I think we're just try and have faith maybe that things are going to be different this time. It seems to be. Yeah. I actually read some papers on how AI will change the working world. A recent meta-analysis said there won't be overall job loss, but new jobs with human AI special operators. Jobs like hand labor or low-level data analysis accountants will vanish, though. Well, yeah, investing in AI is actually a pretty good plan. I think it is, Corey. I think definitely they have to. Yeah, I've read some myself on this, and I mean, I think the problem in trying to discern like what would AGI or some version of AGI allow for, if it can become like, cause its level of reasoning is steadily improving, right? Although there are people we've had conversation with that disagree with this and they think that it's going to reach some kind of toxic threshold where it won't progress past the point it's at right now. But to be fair, people have said that of it to begin with. So there's always going to be naysayers, but I think they've shown time and again that it's steadily improving. And I have even fucking around with the AI, but noticed its ability to reason has been getting better and better and better. It's still not quite there yet, but it's getting good. And if once that progresses and it's able to get like a level of reasoning that fucking Ed Witten would have, right? Like top theoretical physicist, we're all in trouble. Everybody's jobs are in trouble. Anyone in any kind of intellectual space, universities, professors, people who are lawyers, even doctors. I mean, there's going to be a culling of those positions, I think, genuinely. Yeah, we're at some level of theory of mind grade AI, which can assume human intention, feeling, but just very specialized models at the moment. Yeah. I think there's some models are better than others at certain tasks, and that might be something that going forward happens where, depending upon how it's trained and how it's set up and how it's coded, kind of like people, right? Certain people will be better at different jobs than others, and we'll use AI. There may be an AI that's a doctor. There might be an AI that's a lawyer. There might be an AI that's a philosopher, or an AI that's a physicist, and you'll see, or an AI that is good at interacting with and teaching and educating young school children, right, or teenagers, and it might be what happens, and there will probably be people behind these systems, but yeah, I can see there being a mass culling of jobs, which at the end of the day, although that's scary at first, I don't know about anybody else, but I've always just wanted to be able to pursue my passions. And what usually holds you back from that is money. Money's a big issue, right? If you're an artist, if you're a musician, for instance, like when I was younger, at the end of the day, you have to put yourself out there and you'll secure funding one way or another, but it's usually a hassle. And there's a period of time where you have to go out and, kind of drudge through a bunch of bullshit and shitty bars. And I think if we could get people to focus more on their passions, because there's a lot of people that I think just a job to me implies it's something that if you didn't have to do it, you wouldn't be doing it. And so if we can free that up somehow, now the question is how the fuck do you do that in this capitalist economy? And that's a really good fucking question. I don't know. Unless we can find some way to create great wealth, right? Or solve the energy problem to where people can just be independently kind of off the grid and they can grow their own food and stuff. And I would love to see that world though, where people can just pursue their passions and not worry about putting all the money up front. Like I remember I had a friend of mine I went to high school with and he came from a very poor family and he was brilliant at math, like brilliant at math. And all the teachers told him, they were like, you need to go to university and do mathematics. He was that good. And we had at my school, there was one guy in particular who was very good at math. He had a master's degree in mathematics, and I think he was gonna be a professor. And he had told him that too. And his family just didn't have enough money. And he got a small scholarship, but you know, I think in some of the other courses he didn't do quite as well. So like English and shit. So he didn't secure enough to really go to school without paying for it. So it was in some awkward situation where he needed his family to support him and they financially couldn't. And so he ended up going and doing something else. And I still think about that now where I'm like, fuck, like it really, and you know, there's other things too that hold you back when you come from a place where you don't really have a lot of money, your family doesn't have a lot of money, and the support system maybe isn't quite there either. You know, like if your parents are good people, but simpler people, they don't really understand. They're like, well, why don't you just go and be a plumber like me? Or I know that there's anything wrong with being a plumber. I know lots of people who are plumbers who are brilliant people and they're business owners. But just to use it as an example where they kind of didn't really understand the potential in the person either. And I would love to see a system where we could support people more and they could pursue their passions. But it also could turn into a fucking nightmare and it could become conscious and kill us all. So yeah. GPT is basically just a calculation of the most possible next word. Special thing, it can learn and use this learned in the selection process so it can train on petabytes of data. Interesting, Corey. Yeah. Yeah, I've been learning about the LLMs and like what they are and how they function. And it's really interesting. As we learn more about them and they get more advanced, they'll undoubtedly help us understand ourselves as well, which is what I find very interesting. And maybe help us figure out what the true nature of consciousness is. And I'm skeptical it'll ever really achieve any level of consciousness that we perceive, but it could be very different, right? And it can be very problematic before then, as we're beginning to find out here with how it's replacing jobs already. Coders, what's the other job too? Technicians, there's already... there's another job, what I'm thinking of. It's in the computer space there's already employers saying they're not looking for software engineers. They're not looking for any new hires this year, supposedly. There was a post, I shouldn't have closed it, but it's a guy I follow. He's this whole show goth meme, which is that this AI behind the scenes is running out of control. It's running rampant and it's turning into this monster, but you know, it's presenting this like smiley face to us. Like it's our friend and it's just going to exponentially get worse behind the scenes. And anyway, yeah. Petabytes, however, not a thing. Are the foundation models this big? I've been trying to get software engineers hired in my work for a while now. We'll only work with TFWs and it bothers me greatly. I don't even know what those are, man. Yeah, you know the lingo involved. You're in that space, the tech space, yeah. Yeah, temporary foreign. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, well, fuck. Maybe they'll just get an AI soon once it becomes more adapted and whatnot. But anyway, it's gonna be a strange world. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited for other reasons. I mean, I just like talking with it as an extension of my intellect, you know, as an extension of myself and aiding me in understanding things and understanding people and understanding complicated information. It's been brilliant. I really enjoyed it. I think I've always looked for that and wanted it. I mean, obviously, philosophy is like one fucking small corner of the kind of intellectual spaces out there. There's many. But I was very fortunate I had a very good teacher who was very giving with his time and a very, very, very good orator. And he was very good at he was very smart and he knew how to explain things. provided many useful analogies to help us understand some of these complicated concepts and whatnot from these older philosophers. Because essentially a bachelor's degree in philosophy is really just a fucking, history of philosophy, and that's essentially what it is. But like a lot of the other bachelor programs. But it's having a good teacher, that's having a good tutor is just so helpful, and it's something that it's just always there. It's just so incredible, and I think I've longed for it. I've always wanted something or someone like that. And anyway, it's such a great friend. For engineering jobs, like what? What did I ask you again? I said something about the software engineers being replaced by fucking AI. Finn, what's up, man? I've got one of your posts up here. I'll go over that in a second. Yeah. Simulation evidence. We went over this the other night. This is kind of fucking funny, though.
They say art imitates life, but in this case, is art a prophecy? Author Ingersoll Lockwood wrote a series of books over 100 years ago about a super rich kid named Baron Trump. One of the books is titled Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. The fantasy book tells the tale of a boy named Baron Trump, who of course makes his home in Castle Trump. The narrator of the story is a guy by the name of Don. The book supposedly tells the tale of Don, the Master of Masters, taking young Baron through a time-traveling portal to Russia. The last pamphlet written by Lockwood is entitled The Last President, which takes place in New York City and describes the chaos America faces after the election of an unlikely candidate. They say art imitates life.
I still can't get over this, man. I really can't. I'm going to have to read these books. I'm going to have to read them. I'm just curious if there's any other kind of nuanced details. It's just one of those crazy things. I don't know. Obviously coincidences happen, but Jab, what's up, my dude? Can't stop reading the fortune egg shit. Brother, it's a spicy story. I think it's my bet is that it is a true LARP, but yeah, we'll get into that here. We'll get into that, I guess. I've got this up. Let's just get into it. I'll put all this stuff to the side. I've got a bunch of this shit up. No, that's schizo stuff. More schizo stuff. More schizo stuff. Oh, dear Christ. Here we are. We finally arrived. Crimsix, what's up, man? I'll snooze the ads here just a second. Pro Pixel Video Analysis and Research. This gentleman, we watched him the other day. So I'm going to watch through a couple of his videos. And then, Finn, if you're still in here, I'm going to pull up your analyses, which I think is wonderful. I mean, I'm pretty much all in. This is LARP. I kind of thought that to begin with. Not necessarily from the video he posted, but from some of the information that was posted within the thread. Where I was like, not that it's like, I'm saying, oh, I figured all this out. Jim's figured it all out. This is line up with Jim's theories. Like, no. But it's the way in which some of it was communicated as well, where I was like, it's weird. I talk a lot with ChatGPT. Like, I'll be sitting sometimes in the morning on my phone, having a coffee, just talking with ChatGPT, like, about things, like, where is Nibiru? Like, we got to find this right now. No. Usually just, I'll get it to, like, analyze stuff, or I'll get it to recite, like, read out, like, the things I'm looking at, like, I would throw paper in there. And I'm used to the way in which it communicates, like the way it like its syntax, how it phrases the sentences, and although you can change how they act, kind of there is a baseline way that it writes things out, and his responses were just it seemed very much like this was thrown through ChatGPT. It's like initially it's harder to discern now. Initially it was easier to discern, like you got a program actually that would like be able to pick out a paper. Let's say someone had an essay due and they just got ChatGPT to write it, but it's still difficult, but yeah. Do you predict the New Jersey drones in October, a month before they appeared? Who did? Sorry, I wasn't reading through that. Who proved it? Oh, wait until you get to the TED Architect. I got them up here. I pulled them up. Yeah, what the fuck's this about? It's the, it looked interesting. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I pulled it up. I've got it up for later. It's a long read. Like halfway through it, but Tim L had to turn my phone off last night. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll get into that too. Is he some kind of like psychic, like the Last Days guy who says we're all about to die in the fucking fire holocaust? I don't know if this is a bit of an aside, but I don't know if all of the fundamentalist Christians who think that like Jesus is coming, there's gonna be the rapture, we're gonna go up into heaven, like they better be pretty. Have they misinterpreted what's been said possibly? Where it's like they're gonna come and pick them up. It's like, no, you might all die. That might be what was implied there. It's like Jesus is gonna come back and then we're all gonna get picked up. It's like, well, no, you all might just die. Like, it's not an exciting thing to look forward to. We're all gonna rise up into the sky and we're gonna say, no, you're probably gonna fucking die. This guy says, you know, fuck every week he's got a new natural disaster he's foresaw. Fucking spicy shit. He did make me stop for a second when he talked about a New Madrid earthquake. I was like, fuck. There's we've gone over this before. The fuck's it called again? Oh my God. I always forget this guy's name. He was back in the 80s. He was a famous psychic. And for whatever reason, the military, there have been a couple people from the military over the years that have said that this map was in like their corridors and that this is something they were interested in. And it had the U.S. split right in half right down the New Madrid fault line. Some future vision of the world, some future map that he predicted. Michael something. Anyway, this is a different topic. Uri Geller? No, it's not Uri Geller. Yeah. It's another schizo guy. Yeah. His video, the Jamie's video is gone. I pulled it up, but it's not posted anymore. It said the video has been removed. That happened before with one of his videos. Maybe he just re-uploaded it because he had a new edit or something. Where was it? It was right here, huh? They're hiding down here? Yeah, video unavailable. He took it down. Yeah. Interesting. All right. Well, let me, yeah. Let's play this new analysis of the video this guy has. These are the new images. He's 99.2% sure these photos of this egg are real. Now, again, I don't know what his background is, if he has a background in image analysis, if he does it for fun. We'll listen and see.
All right, let's get to the pictures that came out. This was posted on 4chan, and the story behind it is just some anonymous person threw it out there. It basically says, it's all going to come out anyway, so I don't really care. Is really the tone of everything. He said he was LARPing during this, but honestly, all of his answers more like, I just don't care, right? If they catch me, they catch me, is the feeling that I got from it.
We caught him.
I want to read through it again to see if I can get more of a sense of that, but that was, kind of where I felt it was going and kind of coming from. But even if he was LARPing, I got to tell you, this is extremely interesting stuff. These two images are completely tied together, and they have something not unique to folks who have experienced seeing an object up close and firsthand. Number one, in this right shot, you have what appears to be hieroglyphics on it, and I can probably estimate that it goes all the way across and it's completely covered in them, right? It's the fact of the matter is this is blown out from the strobe, and we're going to get into that a little bit. And then this is the same image. Not the same image, same object in the same setting. So let's get right into that. Why do I know this is the same object in the same setting? If you look down here on the bottom right corner, you can see like a fan of stone pattern, and that same fan of stone pattern is over here. And then right here, there's like a little flute that's leaning off to the...
Yeah, that's what I thought too, Finn, when I looked at them. I'll pull your comparison image up in a second, which is... You have to explain like how you did this. Maybe let's just do this right now. So, I've got your post up. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Where did I put it? Might be back here somewhere. Hold on. Where the hell was it? Oh, for fuck's sakes. Just a second. Hold on. Just a minute. They changed fucking Twitter too. They changed, how do I go back to my fucking profile? Oh my fucking God. Are you fucking kidding me? How do I view my fucking profile now, guys? What? Just a second. Why did they do... I'm trying to go to my likes. I'm trying to get there. And I love how they... Here we go. Hold on. I've got it. I went to my notifications instead. Fuck Elon. Fucking changing things. I hate change. Your two bar on the left. Yeah, no, it's yeah, they changed how to get there. Yeah. Zoom in and enhance and think we cracked it. So Finn, here is your rendering of this object that you did. Was this done in Blender? So you did it? There. Get off my lawn. There. And now what I loved was you got like the texture like almost identical. What did you use? It must be the same fucking texture that you used. Because when you look at it, it might be hard to see on stream. Here, we'll post this just in the chat for people to see. There. And then this, you can look at the right side. Man, it's fucking close. Like, if it was a bit darker, you could start to see some of the textures in there. That bits and pieces of it maybe look like these markings. Like, fuck me. Yeah, it's Blender. It's a random rock texture pick, and I just used it to create the bump map. Someone just posted it. It's Egyptian signs copy paster as normal texture. A bump map. Fucking Christ. I mean, you know, it's like, oh, there you put a, nice. What does that say? North. What does it say? Rop to Grumman? Hi, Gillis post last night. I read it. Didn't look too hard, but figured it was fake. Yeah. So you can texturally add stuff into it. Even the rocks, man. I mean, I'm assuming you did this like pretty quickly. Like, you can see the rock, man. No, fucking that. And then he took a picture of it on his screen after he made it. So it further kind of obfuscates from any details that might red flag people that it's Blender. Although people who do stuff on Blender picked up pretty quickly, this is probably fucking fake. As soon as these photos were taken, looking at the rocks, it looked like, oh my God, these are like 2K fucking Skyrim texture fucking mountains, for Christ's sake. Like, took about 20 minutes. Holy shit. Oh, Northrop Grumman. Oh, fuck. They built it. Oh, nice. Okay, I did read Northrop Grumman. Nice, yeah. Holy shit. Finn, I think you need to start fucking debating these people online. You should just start a cult. Just come out anonymously, some kind of whistleblower, and just see how many people you can fucking get. This is a dark shit that people could do that know how to fucking use Blender and AI and whatnot. Like, you could debate people like nobody else. And this is literally what happened, right? Where he went in and he got all the symbols. And I'm assuming with, you know, a little bit more time, you could do something like this. And what you could put the symbols into the bump map. That's what you're saying, Corey, is somebody found it. They put Egyptian symbols into the bump map. Yeah. You need a new role in Discord, Snake Wizard for fakeries. Oh, yeah, well, fuck, we'll have to do that. I think you can make shit, dude. Can't you make stuff in there? I think anyone who's like a mod in the Discord can just make shit. I don't give a fuck. Go ahead. Yeah. Oh man, yeah, I can make some truly epic hoaxes. I just don't want to mislead people. Yeah, it's a thing. It's the dark way. That's the darkness. Oh God, if I had the power, I'd be too tempted sometimes. Yeah, I think you can. If you can't, maybe I'll fucking allow you to. I'll have to figure out how to do that. Anyway, so I mean, this is this is pretty fucking interesting. So yeah, oh man, fucking, anyway, I don't know if we necessarily need to go through too much the rest of it.
We have a light leak over here on the right.
I know you were talking to him in the comments. I saw Finn trying to tell him this. I think he seemed fairly receptive to people like critiquing the video
This
and his
light
analysis. So did
gives
he? Or
us a very big piece of information, huge.
I'll fucking allow you to.
That right
I'll try and
there
remember
is
myself to do
telling
it
me
too,
that
but
this
I'll
is
allow you
not
to. Yeah, I
fake,
don't give a shit.
right?
Fuck
It's
it.
not AI because AI is not good at replicating the entire environment over and over again. At least not yet. So there would be some differences
No,
there.
it definitely is not
And
AI.
Whoever would do this, I can't imagine that they would think enough to put a fake light link in the image.
Again, I don't know if I would say
Right?
I think that you never underestimate the lengths people will go to do this shit. That's like one of my mottos when it comes to UFO shit and bullshit and fakery. Like, never underestimate somebody who has too much time on their hands that's just fucking around all day for like a week straight on something to be like, oh, they're never gonna figure it out. Like, it's
the
possible.
lens, it may be one of these, like,
Okay,
the old school
I'll change it. Did you
contraptions where
later?
had the
Yeah.
camera here and the strobe was on a on a handle that was up and to the right. It could have been on a stand, but in looking at these, it might be on a stand. It looks like it might actually be separate because this is a pretty deep shadow. If from this distance, if the strobe was closer to the lens, so this is telling me this was really there may have been actually a stand or somebody helping hold it, or they were holding it with their hand up and high. The fact that this is blown out, right, tells me that it's obviously there's the flash, and because they were so close to the object and they're running film, they probably had an ISO that was pretty high, knowing that they were going to be in a dark environment. And so they,
I mean, you can look at the fucking at the top right. You can look at some of is it stalactites, and like they're like fucking polygonal. Like they look like something out of like, oh my fucking god, I don't even know. Like, it looks like Skyrim 2011 inside of a cave. Like, when you look closely at it, man. Anyway, so it's finer details. Yeah. Well, that's exactly it, man. So, like, he's 99% the real. Well, yeah, somebody made them. They're not illusory. It's a real fucking photo, but it was made in Blender. Anyway, this man is a joke and fraud. How he can fail to consider the most obvious explanation being the use of a 3D scan of a cave as the scene for this stupid hoax. Well, this guy's clearly just a dipshit. What's his name? Kurt? You're a fucking dink. Don't talk like... Is he wrong? Probably. But almost certainly. But like, he's a fraud. Man, like, fuck off. Putting that negativity out there. I put negativity on myself, calling you a bitch, I guess. But that's the sick cycle of life, right? Here's a perfect example of what drives people away from putting themselves out there. Instead of contacting me, he decided to call me a joke and a fraud because he's a fucking bitch. I appreciate all inputs, and I constantly say I'm going to be wrong from time to time. I'll be investigating the use of 3D scan of a cave, which I would have appreciated being told in a different, more considerate and helpful way. Of course, but this person's clearly very toxic, so that's how they interface with the world. They can't actually have actual adult conversations with people. Thank you for the input, Kurt, but not for the method. Be a better guy, man. We should be helping each other, not doing this. That's exactly correct. And I think 3D scan of a cave, I mean, brother, just fucking Blender. Like, just Blender. I mean, the most I've done in Blender is like make a couple cubes and shit, and like make like holographic fucking cubes that like shine, and because I love that stuff. Like, probably Pokemon cards when I was a kid got me fucked up in the head, but I love like sparkly holographic things. But I know that there's people out there like Finn and others who are very competent with it. It can do incredible things, and I've seen some of the stuff that people make online with it as well. Some also the more adult themed things, which are getting to be almost indiscernible from reality, right? When you take photos in Blender, at least with lighting and whatnot. So this is well within the possibility. I think it's probable actually now, but yeah. Brad, what's up? Has this guy ever had a video image that he's straight up debunked, or does he leave it open for interpretation every time, or support it every time? I'm not familiar with him. I only have ever seen him after this stuff came out. So he's kind of got some traction in analyzing this shit. And I don't know. It's complicated. I'm not going to accuse him of like baiting people with this and saying, oh, I'm 99% sure it's real, to be like, oh my God, it's real. And then people are all over the post. I think he's generally trying to figure it out. He seems pretty receptive to criticism, and you know, he's just trying to learn. So people are going to educate him. There you fucking go. Yeah, I think it was made in Unreal. Tons of pre-made rock assets available. I saw someone say that, man. Yeah, Unreal Engine 5. Yeah. Fuck, I mean, the stalactites they look kind of low res for Unreal Engine 5 too, though. I mean, Christ, like, maybe though. Yeah. The guy literally analyzed nothing. He claimed 2 images to use the same textures, and there's some glare on the right, and therefore it's real. Yeah. I think that was the first attempt, I guess, man. There's some other posts of him, like, now I'm gonna go over this one too because we don't know if these images are connected to this video. The reason why we don't know is that he didn't use a trip code. Is that what it is? On 4chan again, that you can choose. I thought on X you couldn't use one. I guess you can choose to use a trip code. He didn't. He was completely anonymous. So every time he posted, we had no idea who he was. So there's a possibility that the first video, I don't know if you've looked at this, Finn, or what your opinion is on it. The first video, I guess, because I haven't seen anyone else do some analysis on it, might be real, possibly, right? I don't know. The other images are not, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're connected. It could be a different person doing this. Within the threads themselves, to be fair to the poster, which, you know, I still think is probably LARP, there were people LARPing as him in the posts, and he had to call out that no, this wasn't him. It's a problem where we didn't use a trip code. So you could, again, in these threads, people don't know, you can usually, if you do use this trip code, discern who the OP, the original poster in the thread is, but because he remained anonymous, you couldn't know. So people started like LARPing as him. And it's like, fuck, it's like fucking fate. I hate 4chan, man. Yeah, like, when you're done looking at a static picture of an egg that does nothing to prove existence of the A's, might want to check out this post from Chris. Oh, fuck. Chris Sharp? The Age of Disclosure. Oh, fuck yeah, okay. Yeah, give me a second, Hendrix. So that's that one. This is the second video here. The egg was extremely important to whoever was taking it somewhere. Details in the vid. What are people saying about it? Swangs erases a red flag for me. Looks like it's flying high. It does. What does he say? Let's just hear what he has to say here. I'm amazed at just how much information we can extract from this tiny little 240p video. I go through the detail and show you what I believe is the actual design of the recovery system. The video has a lot of credibility in my mind. Well, as an engineer, so he's background as an engineer. So I don't think he's a background in video analysis. So does he? Or
egg, and we have 2 posts on 4chan. Actually, that was on 4chan too, but 2 other posts on 4chan with pictures of eggs. I'm only going to talk about one of them, and I'm going to do it in a second video because these videos get a little bit long and it's hard to upload on X. It seems to be pretty busy after the TikTok thing happened over the weekend. So let's just dig right into it. So let's get into the original video, and this was on 4chan. So everything on there is anonymous. Not really worth linking anything to it, but this is the original video. All right, green like the other one. Helicopter like the other one, and it's an egg hanging underneath of it. Just the similarities are uncanny, right? So that's the one thing that's really interesting to me, is that between the 2 videos we got the green and we have an egg. Obviously it's a helicopter, and then there's the behaviors we can start looking at. So I did what I do, right? I went and got rid of the green because that kind of irritates my eyes. Using DaVinci Resolve. Okay, I've used DaVinci before. Take a look at it. So I stabilized on the landscape, and this landscape is very clearly, you know, like an Arctic or an Antarctic area. This was supposedly shot and recovered in Antarctica. So, you know, if you look at the ground here, you know, the terrain, Yeah, it looks like they could be Antarctica, so that's in alignment.
Yeah, there's a bunch of obviously the big problem that a lot of people pointed out is the altitude that he would be at here right now. Now, it's hard in the depth perception, who knows, and where he is, and it might look like mountaintops when actually it's like a ravine or something, but it kind of looks like mountaintops. And anyway, I'll continue playing it.
Now, when we look at the egg itself, you can see that it's in a pretty good harness. So they engineered something very specifically for this pickup. And I can show you what I think it looks like, because I looked at a bunch of frames and I went and built it in Fusion.
Oh, so you again do 3D modeling then? Oh my God, okay.
I think this is the setup that they have. Just like that. So this was purpose built. Right, strapping and all that.
Okay, let's go through. That's interesting.
It appear that believe this cap. I've never done that before. I've never handled.
You'd have
an egg
to. I mean, again,
really,
in Blender, you can simulate these kinds of physics.
Anything
like
for that matter. I'm just looking and comparing it to other videos and what people are telling me online, but. When looking at how the other egg landed and behaved right before landing, it was moving in a way that indicated that it was a similar weight to this one. This is not like thousands and thousands of pounds, like 5,000 pounds. This is maybe 1,000 pounds, something like that, right? And like I said, I'm totally guessing, but what the point of my guess is to say that to me, it's moving in a similar way. That indicates it's a similar object, similar size, and a similar weight. So that kind of ties the two together. What else do we got? So the harness system. Let's talk about the actual recording. So if we look at the recording of the device or the recording of the video, I think this was recorded on a tape. So that might kind of give some sort of dating for
tape. Or it could be some After Effects stuff thrown in there. So, why is the camera locked to the train and the whole rack moves to the right?
The provenance of this, like around the time frame of when this was recorded.
It's a good question too, Bambo.
I don't think you would see, and I'm just, this is an educated guess on my part. I don't think you would see these horizontal lines that are kind of tilted in any other system that kind of distorted, recorded in 240p. So it's a tremendously small video. From a secure top secret facility or whatever, maybe you need to do something like this to get it out. Videos now, and they all look identical, things that are similar as well.
Interesting. I didn't really learn anything, but I mean, it's the problem with the vid is the story behind it. Alien human recovered 700 years from cryo chamber. There's an alien war going on between Earth and two races. They battle over Germany in 1561. Good movie plot, though. Well, what's this guy's name? Nardwall? We have no idea that could all be true, unfortunately. I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but there's tons of things that sound ridiculous that aren't true. I mean, a lot of quantum physics sounds ridiculous to people that don't have any framework, right, to understand that it's actually real. Reality is a strange thing, right? So, I mean, same with these narratives. We shouldn't presume that some of these... I mean, that's why I humor these things, because there's a possibility, even the story. Now, if it starts contradicting itself, that's another matter. But, I mean, initially, we have no idea. There could be some advanced race of humans that can put themselves in cryostasis for 700 years. I mean, you don't know that it's not true. I mean, that's not grounds to instantly dismiss something in my mind. Well, you can, but I don't think that we should when we're approaching something as strange as this phenomena. So I honestly, at this point, it wouldn't surprise me if some story like that turned out to be fucking true. I'm expecting something that's beyond our comprehension. I mean, I think people constantly, again, want to frame this into like a little box and little bite-sized pieces that they can digest. They're afraid of the idea that they've got to try and put something this big, like, down the back of their throat. But sometimes that's what you have to do, right? Like the deep throats that Steven knows. Anyway, you just have to know. I just don't get why there's even a need to do these deep analysis, to be honest. It doesn't show anything amazing or weird. Even if you could say the video is real, that doesn't mean that we're seeing an alien craft. It could just be a model test craft toy. We need to analyze videos that are worth analyzing, not this in the egg garbage. Well, we don't know, Hendrix, right? I mean, I don't know. Will we be able to discern from this that it's real? Or, I mean, it's important, though, for people to look into this so that if it isn't real, like what Finn did, for instance, that it can be debunked and then people can properly move on. Because what happens, I guess, when things aren't properly debunked and addressed is they linger in the community. And then kind of like what happened with MH370, these videos and this content kind of pollutes and muddies the waters further, I think. So addressing it now, in my opinion, is the right thing to do, because if you don't, it's just going to sit and people are going to ask about it, and it's going to go around and around and around and around. And so if we can just get someone to look at this that knows what they're doing and discern that at the very least it's okay, well, look, clearly the cave looks constructed. Okay, it's made in Blender, it's made in Unreal. Okay, well, we can properly move on. Because I don't want to, I would want to put this to rest if we can. And I think the intuition from people that looked at it initially was that it was. But for me, why I want to bring it up and cover it is because of that, I want to just kind of know definitively there's nothing more to it. The story's interesting. The story, I think, is, I mean, it's an incredible story. But if the videos and the photos he posted are fake, then I don't care. If the photo turned out to be something that's not made in Blender or AI, then it all becomes a little bit more interesting to me. But yeah, for me, I mean, this is why I would humor all these stories or listen to like Alex Collier or someone like that, right? Because it's like, you know, it's entertainment to some degree too. Yeah. Some of them will. I think there's a lot of people here too that are just genuinely trying to have someone tell them, okay, well, what's the deal with this? Is this real? Do I need to pay attention to this or not? And I think definitely with the images that have been floating around endlessly, we could say that no, you shouldn't, because it's almost certainly something that was generated using some modeling software. So then we can move on. Yes. Yeah. The analysis can still reveal useful info. In this case, I worked out that there's likely 2 light sources. Yes. Yeah. So there you go. Which would, but it's fake. If it wasn't fake, then there you go. Yeah. Well, I mean, might not be alien, but it could be humans from the past. It could be, if it turns out to be real, the list is endless, the laundry list. But I think it's important still to cover it, especially because it's trending too, right? So like for me covering it, I'm going to cover it because it's trending and people are talking about it and be part of the conversation. But yeah, and I get what you're saying, man. Where it's like, fuck, like this, just these schizo posts, but they trend. It's kind of like what happened with the drone situation too, where there was a lot of misidentifications, but it's something that I think people in the community or even people like you, Finn, have to do obnoxiously at times, which is sit down and like sift through videos that people post, because it gives people clarity, and the more clarity people have, the more clearly we can all look at this problem together. And with that, I think we can move forward properly. Yeah, it's my opinion. That's why. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't really learn anything from this either, though. I mean, he modeled it. There will be people that will undoubtedly dig into this. I've got some stuff up here with Mick West actually later, kind of on this point, where they're still looking at gimbal. I mean, it's hard to discern looking at gimbal what exactly it is. Some people think it's a genuinely anomalous object, but I think it probably is as well, but it could also be kind of something that looks anomalous but isn't. I mean, I would wager that it is, because that aligns with the eyewitness testimony, right? And that's a problem with mixed analysis or the debunking of these videos sometimes, is it does need to align with the eyewitness testimony, especially in cases where you have trained observers that also have anecdotes that these anomalous objects were caught on radar. So in isolation, some of his explanations could work where, well, yeah, if the lighting was just perfect and, you know, the moon was overhead at this time and, you know, and fucking, you know, all these perfect things happened, it could be some plane in the distance, right? But that doesn't align with the broader story. So therefore, I think it's ultimately a useless fucking explanation that he puts forward. So, yeah. Yeah, as far as I can tell, I'm the only person who's noticed that the egg in a cave has a pearlescent surface. A nice little detail, doesn't prove anything, but helps clarify what's actually there in the image. Yeah, man. Well, I mean, fuck. Sorry, I'll go back and fuck. I guess I'm just closing shit out. I just here where I'll fucking, not that you've got like way more fucking followers than I do on here, but I got like a couple people, but just so people can fucking see this, just for the algorithm alone, just retweet it so people can see that. Yeah, I would bet that it's fucking that's not real. I don't know about this one. We'll find out. Time will tell, I guess, as people dig into this further. But this guy said that he had a video and he was going to do analysis, and I don't know. Ultimately, I'll just have to wait and see what he posts about it. But there wasn't really a lot that came out of that. But it's the memes. It's the meme of it all, you know? Fuck, where did I put that thing I just opened? Henrik, you just opened that link that you sent me. Hold on a second. Where did that go? The fuck? Things just randomly close. Or did they close? Yeah, they did. Hold on. The Age of Disclosure. This could be one of the most consequential documentaries ever made. James Clapper will now come forward to speak about UAP. Oh my heavens. Sorry, I moved the chat back down. Yeah.
The American people are ready to receive the truth.
Are they?
Humanity is not the only intelligence in the universe.
Humanity is not the only intelligent species.
We are absolutely not alone.
Non-human intelligence exists.
UAPs are real, they're here, and they're not human. I spent 25 years as a senior official with the CIA.
I've worked on highly classified UAP
I'm tired of the bullshit, 200.
28 years as an astrophysicist.
I served as the 4th Director of National Intelligence.
Director of Aviation Security in the National Security Council.
A one-star admiral after 32 years of service.
People that come forward with this, I feel like they've taken their life in their own hands.
I was recruited to a highly sensitive government program that investigated unidentified.
Oh, the boys all make out a big payout from this one. You better fucking believe this blows up. They're all gonna be walking away with fucking Bugattis each. This is the one. This time is different.
Aerial phenomenon.
For over 16 years, on behalf of the U.S. government, I worked as a senior intelligence official on the unidentified aerial phenomenon topic.
We learned that the U.S. government was involved in a long-running secret war with other nations to collect and reverse engineer vehicles not made by humans.
I have seen with my own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings.
So look at that thing. It's rotating. There's a whole fleet of them.
The first country that cracks the code on this technology will be the leader for years to come.
China has established its own version of a UAP task force.
You think for a second
he said that
they
before I go
wouldn't
back.
consider using it to achieve their ends of domination?
This is similar to the Manhattan Project. This is the atomic weapon on steroids.
This is so secret. Very, very few people in our entire government have been allowed access to it.
Even presidents have been operating on a need-to-know basis, but that begins to ramp out of control.
It's not acceptable to have secret parts of government that no one ever sees.
You better be careful about a government that doesn't trust its people, because there's no telling what they'll pull on you.
This is the biggest discovery in human history.
You had information being locked away that could change the trajectory for species.
It has so many beneficial impacts, including clean energy.
We should have disclosure today. We should have disclosure tomorrow. The time has come.
What else you want to know?
I mean, Lou, I want the fucking documents that you saw, brother. Where did Jay said this? When did he say this?
This is similar to the Manhattan Project. This is the atomic weapon on steroids. That cracks the code on this technology will be the leader for years to come.
China has established its own version of a UAP task force.
You think for a second that they
Back
wouldn't
here, I think.
Oh. Collect and reverse engineer vehicles not made by humans.
I have seen with my own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings.
He may have said that in his book. Was it Skinwalkers at the Pentagon? Was that Jay's book, or he was involved with it? Right. You're not even cracking open the Hopium this time. They're blue balling us again, bro. That's what they do. That's what they fucking do. It is Project Blue Ball. That's literally it. I mean, it's great that they say this. I mean, hopefully they work with the current administration and they work with Congress so that Congress can allow them to speak more honestly and openly about what specifically they've seen and where it's located so that we can get to this, right? That's what I would say. Yeah. The big shots are saying aliens exist. Why is this not worldwide discussion every minute of the day? Yeah, because society in the whole are stunned and it takes a slap beside the head to shake them out of it. I think people are, well, to some degree, I agree, Hendricks. Yeah, I think that's probably the case. Most people aren't really taking it seriously when maybe they should. I think for the most part, people recognize that these are important people. It's like what just happened recently with Ross. It's like, and this is what I've heard from people constantly, is they just feel jebaited, you know. They feel we're just gooning endlessly for some kind of release, and like with Lou, there has been a lot of movements forward though too. That's the thing. There's been a lot of baby steps forward, but from 2017 to now, we're coming up on almost 10 years since the announcement from the New York Times, which is fucking crazy to think about, man. I remember when that came out. I didn't think it was even that big of a deal until I was talking to people about it. I mean, it was, but, you know, anyway. So where have we come from this? I mean, there's been more whistleblowers coming out, but we just need we need the evidence. Yeah. Bunch of Goonies. Yeah. Yeah. We talk about it every day, right? Why isn't everyone else? Are we crazy or nuts? Are we crazy or nuts? There's a good possibility that we're all fucking crazy nuts. Yeah. I think too, though. It might be audacious of us to say, but yeah, this is a very important thing to focus our attention to. I mean, it's one of the, you know, I said this for years to people, even people like when I was in philosophy, people that were with me. I said, well, should we not be talking about this phenomena? Like, isn't this something? It's a deeply metaphysical phenomena, and it's very strange, and it's everywhere, and you know, and I didn't really understand, why more people didn't want it. I didn't. I understood why there was stigma still back then, and they didn't want to like speak openly, especially tenured people like any of the professors. But I know secretly they were involved in researching some of this stuff. But like talking about it more openly, I would imagine tons of people in the past, if they were alive today, would look at this phenomenon and be like, "What the fuck? Like, why aren't more people talking about it?" I've always thought that myself, right? That they would look at this and be like, this is insane. Like, why is this not more of a focus? And there's so many distractions today too, man. I think that also plays into it. Like, there's so many more distractions, right? And I think people have the freedom to kind of pick and choose what media to consume now. If this was back in the day, I could see this is back like 60, 70 years ago, and this was like the only thing in the news, it'd be a big deal. But now people can pick and choose what they consume for content. People might want to go home and just watch Surviving Szechuan 500 Hours of Extreme Chinese Street Food every fucking night, and that's their passion. But I think that's why we're here, why I'm here, is to have these conversations and to bring this to light and to talk about this and to cover it, and because I genuinely think it's important, as I know many other people here do too, that it should be a focus, because when it finally comes time that this all comes crumbling down, I think it is going to be very ontologically shocking for people. I don't know this, but I have an intuition that this is going to get very weird and strange, because all of the other anecdotes, and this is from like the abduction phenomena, I do think there's a connection to that, to ufology very strongly, as do many other people who researched the ufology, like Stanton Friedman or Jacques Vallée and many other large names. Linda Moulton Howe, she did do good work. I think it's going to get very ontologically shocking for people. I think it's going to have some consequences, serious consequences for people, like mentally, if they don't start confronting it now. I think it's something that people should just kind of prepare themselves for. And what better way than to just have conversation about it? So, yeah. Jim, do you think this will go down in a crumble? Well, yeah, man, that's the thing. I mean, because all of these guys and girls, they've got a lot to say on it. And I'm always listening. There's a lot of people who aren't going to really listen until somebody speaks with they speak with a lot of conviction, but they don't have the data to back it up right now that they can at least share with the general public. And that's what some people need to take something seriously. And I understand that, right? I do feel like at some point it is going to crumble. I think that's something they've been very worried about, because they've war gamed this scenario, and they're concerned if that catastrophic disclosure happens, like it could crash the stock market. There could be a bunch of terrible things that happen, very disruptive things. But at this rate, I don't know. I think what's going to happen is there is going to be some kind of an event that occurs, and I'm still betting that it might be a couple whistleblowers coming forward, or, I mean, really, I know that I'm not going to get what I want out of the disclosure they're going to bring through the government, right? I want to know everything, right? And I understand that not everybody wants to know that, but I do. And I know there are a lot of people that want that as well. And they're very skeptical, suspicious of the government in general, the military industrial complex. It's been involved, I think, with keeping this secret. And I think the air needs to be cleared. And I think that putting it all out might be what needs to happen. I mean, even the back engineering stuff, I mean, have we been able to understand it? I want to know that personally. So then what happens over time is that tension builds, and as the tension builds, more people get frustrated, and then slowly the bubble bursts. And I think that's what's happening right now with some of these whistleblowers, where you're seeing people start to burst. And we can have a Snowden or like an Assange, a Julian Assange. Now, what happened with Julian Assange and WikiLeaks was that information, unfortunately, supposedly got people killed, right, in the intelligence community. But ultimately, it opened people's eyes up to what was really going on behind the scenes, right? And I'm feeling like that might be coming. I don't know, though. I just have that intuition that is something that is going to happen. They're trying to keep a lid on it and control it. I think it's something that might not be able to be controlled. And I think it might be for the best that it isn't. And that might be what ultimately moves us forward. So the blonde Eggman wants to kill me. Did you scramble his kids? Ted the architect tells me the New Jersey drones are from the ocean, and they're one of 3 races that live here and have lived here prior to our arrival. And it gets really Anunnaki-esque as you go further into it. Oh my fucking God. What did Ted smoke to learn all that? Like, where can we get some? I'll get into that here in a bit. I don't think we deserve to know everything, because people are mentally unstable, which will cause chaos. Not to their benefit. There are some people, man. And I think knowing everything might cause people to be... it will cause some level of ontological shock. But again, not necessarily my area of expertise. But when you look at the world right now, and you look at the problems in the world, right? And you look at why we have those problems. Why do we have these problems? Why do we have these hyper wealthy people who have kind of abused and broken the system? Because the general population hasn't paid attention to keep them in check, right? And what's happened is they've kind of been lulled to sleep a bit. This happens periodically where people need to be woken up, right? And it isn't always like a gentle, like, oh, Jim, you gotta get up. It's time. Sometimes it's like, get the fuck up, right? And you have to scream in their ear. I don't want to actually blow your ears out. I was going to scream louder. But sometimes they need to be shaken awake, right? And then after they're awake, maybe things will be better and people will be held accountable. And we'll have some better leaders to sail the ship of state, right? And people can see more clearly, right, how bad things really were. And that's the thing that happens kind of in tandem with this, is that there's a lot of corruption, according to these gentlemen, that comes along with these programs. And maybe the general public doesn't really have any idea about how bad this could be. And I think that in tandem with this disclosure of the phenomena, we need a disclosure of how bad are things really. And if they're really bad, people need to face that honestly. And then that will be another level of ontological shock, where I thought everything was okay. I didn't think there was such a thing as bad people who don't like me and don't want me on the planet, right? It's like they want to control me and keep me down so they can, live their life as kings. It's like, yeah, that's been the story since the beginning of human history, right? the gods told me that my family has the right to rule and I have the god's blood. So you'll do what I say or I'm going to kill your whole family. This has been our problem going all the way back. These kinds of fucking people that claw their way to the top of a pyramid and gaslight the whole fucking population. Not a lot has fucking changed. There's this little glimmer of hope, the United States, you know? But I think things have gone sideways. So for me, I do want people to be shook and awake a bit. That's just my personal preference, yeah. Now, clip we watched from Chris, that was Jay Stratton who said that NHA crafted beings. Yeah, that's a pretty big deal, and I didn't know that previously. That's what I said. He I think he wrote Skinwalkers at the Pentagon. Jay Stratton, Skinwalkers, Pentagon. Didn't he write that, or he co-authored it, or he was in it? Maybe not. He's believed to be Jonathan Axelrod, mentioned. I didn't know that was his alias, Axelrod. Okay. Mentioned in James Lakatsky, right, who did Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, who was a scientist who has also said some interesting things about that. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think Jay had said stuff that explicitly. He's talked about his experiences where he had saw like a werewolf-looking being at Skinwalker Ranch. I don't know if that's what he's talking about. But he implied, I think he saw images of them, right? So, yeah. Yeah. Didn't he say they're going to reset humanity by killing them? Who was that again? Who said that? Oh, the leaker? People were flipping out when TikTok was offline for a day, so he spun out the hero. Yeah. And you know, we have to remember too, because I think most of us here are adults. We're all older, I think. Maybe there's a couple of you that are a little bit younger, but I don't know how many people are here right now who are like under the age of 18, right? I think everybody's brain is pretty well developed, right? Mine might be a little bit cooked too, actually, but left a little bit too long in the oven. But there's a lot of young people. There's a lot of kids now that are going to have, we can imagine dealing with this as like a kid. I mean, actually, I would love that personally, because this is what I did when I was a teenager. But there's a lot of kids now, I think, that just, I don't know how they're going to cope with something like this. So, yeah, you only one over 50. You might be surprised. Maybe some other people in here, Hendrix, are older. Might be someone in here who's 70 or 80. Yeah. But, I think this conversation's for everybody. And I think especially for young people too, to contend with all this. And especially them, because these young people are going to be the people ultimately someday that sail the ship of state, if we don't all end up collapsing everything and eating bugs. But then they'll be the leader of the resistance or whatever, right? So it's important for them to kind of understand what's going on and also not be lulled to sleep, right? Like what's happened to other generations. And some of us are from these other generations who have tried to remain awake. So that's why we have to talk about it. So we have to contend with it, I guess. Yeah. Ted is one of the apparently interdimensional 8-layered reality hamburger slipstream. And oh my fucking what? Oh my god, the egg alien leak of 4chan. Yeah, he said all this fucking woo woo stuff. Yeah, so I hope they reincarnate me as an 8-foot tall space marine. It might. They're gonna peel your skin off slowly before they do. The bad aliens, that is, if we don't enlighten everyone. Yeah. Bleeds into the TED architect thing too. It goes into how our food chain is polluted and that's creating unhealthy children. If we don't fix it, then there'll be another reset to keep human experiment on track. Yeah. So that too did change from. We just read this recently. Who said that? Oh, it was the guy from 1999. So we were going over this the other night, but I could probably bring it up again. It was from Tim Hooper? The MJ12. Hold on a second here. Where's my best friend? ChatGPT. Tim Hooper, journalist, 1990s, that 1999 had someone contact him with MJ12 document knowledge. What was his name? Find it for me. You fucking piece of shit. Should I tell it that? God damn it. It's not good at finding these schizo things. I'll just talk about it briefly. So there was these documents, we've read through them before, but supposedly this journalist got contacted in 1999 by some insider who knew everything about the history of the cover-up in the program. And he's talked about MJ-12, that they're real. And he talked about that they were aware of some impending event that was going to happen in the future that they were trying to prepare people for and themselves for mainly. But there was also something to do with we were unintentionally poisoning ourselves. And there was some issue that it was affecting us genetically, which is kind of scary. Especially when you look at like autism and like that, that's a touchy subject. And I'm not saying we know specifically what's doing it, but man, my mom was a school teacher and I know she's supplied like in the last like couple of years. And she's even told me that the amount of kids that have autism in the schools now is gone up astronomically. And the population's increased a little bit, but not to compensate for that increase. So something's going on that's happening to people. And I mean, I think everybody got a touch of it here, maybe. I definitely did. It just grazed me. But, you know, unfortunately, some kids have it really bad. They're completely nonverbal. And anyway, in this document, they had talked about that we were poisoning ourselves. There was some kind of breakdown that was happening. And that supposedly when they talked to the aliens, they were warning them about this, that this was happening to us, that we were destroying ourselves for whatever reason. I don't know if they implied it was due to the pollution or whatever, but there was something happening where we were slowly degrading. They didn't talk about reset that they were going to do, but in these documents, they talked about this happening. So that's a theme that's been out there for a while, that we're coming to the end of our cycle and that now reset needs to be happening. Yes, some people have said it's to do legitimately, and this is something that RFK is going to look into, but with, you know, not necessarily the science, but the business models, and that they weren't doing enough safety testing. That's one thing, maybe. It probably is very complicated. Pesticides is another scary one when you look into it. Oh my God. Like that one is terrifying. Pesticides that have been used on crops in North America and in Europe, but in North America specifically for like the last couple decades. And, you know, people don't wash their vegetables and it causes like neurological issues and with children, like in fetuses. And it's scary shit. Like there's a lot of scary shit. That it's undoubtedly there's going to be things we're going to look at, just like we look back in times past, like when people were not filtering the water properly and getting sick all the time, or, you know, they were full of parasites. No one had any idea. There'll be a wake up call at some point when we're like, oh, fuck. Or even like fluoride in the water. There is a study now showing definitively fluoride in the water does affect people neurologically over long periods of time. And the data was there, but it wasn't there in the amounts that, you know, people had where they were like, oh, well, these are just anecdotes. And then over time, as we learn more and we get more intelligent, we realize and we collect more data, oh, fuck, yes, it does, pull it out. So, anyway, it's unrelated. Sorry, that's the TLDR for people that don't know about these documents that were given to this guy in 1999. I could probably fucking Google would probably know. 12. Journalist. Stan Freeb. No. Oh my God. It's so hard to find shit on the internet sometimes. I can probably find it in images. It'd be worth going over it again, actually. Shut the fuck up. Maybe it's an error processing my request. Oh my God. These fucking cucks in Silicon Valley probably know about this. This could even be real. That's the thing. You don't know. I had no idea. Right? He laid down like everybody, the whole story of MJ-12. Don't know. He gave dates too. He gave hard dates. He gave 2030 was one date, I think. He may have said 2026 too. I can't remember. But there were dates given when they were anticipating something was going to happen, which is, you know, interesting considering what's going on recently. But this is a better link. What is this? Things you're going to... Oh, my heavens. He's so big. Go and look at there's something that makes the tinfoil habit is above my pay grade. Okay, I'm just going to say this. When I was young, the shots you had to either enter school, which is the fraction of what it is now, take it as you will. Oh, Shadows, no, man, 100%. Yeah. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, no, I think it's, you know, we should be able to have these conversations. Again, even on Twitch still, they're hesitant of this. I'll get some other fucking label on here. I don't even care really. But yeah, it all started through COVID. It started through COVID, and they tried to fucking psyop and scare people because he reached the pharmaceutical companies had into the media and even to the government was unbelievable. And they're working together, all corrupt as fuck, man. And it wasn't the science that was the problem, really. Although there are issues with it that other people like Robert Malone were trying to bring up. But it's the business, ultimately. And cowards who will just take a paycheck and run away and think it isn't their problem. They don't have any sense of responsibility for civilization. They're just fucking imbeciles. And anyway, that's really the problem, is corrupt businesses. And putting faith in corrupt businesses that have been sued into oblivion is always a bad idea. And people learn harsh lessons. And it's one of those things, it's like, try not to be those people, but good luck. It's difficult in the moment, right? Oh, fuck.
You're in New Jersey are going to get disclosure, and it's going to come soon.
All right, that's some good news there. And that's what I wanted to ask you, Mayor. I mean, based on, what residents there are saying, what your constituents are telling you, what do you think is going on in the skies?
I mean, it's tough. Every time I see a video, my opinion seems to change. I mean, I've recently been watching and spent some time with the videographer out of Long Island. I mean, he has orbs, these glowing orbs of light on camera that as you watch them right before your eyes, they seem to transform into a mechanical drone. So I've actually watched it myself where these orbs are glowing balls of light, different blinking lights all over the place. And as it gets closer to you, you actually see it transform into a drone. Whether it's a drone from the beginning and it's being obstructed by bright light, I can't tell you, but it is cause for concern. We have looked at flight tracker data. We don't see any airplanes in the skies. These things are absolutely some kind of phenomenon that's happening just over our homes. We need answers, and we need them quickly.
Shit. Mayor sucks at identifying airplane lights. Can maybe, or are they transform into Ted the Architect is telling the truth? Who is Ted the Architect? We'll have to get into this here. Who is Ted the Architect? What does he know and how does he know it? Interesting. What do people say about this? And what's funny is that the individual have been posting videos over and over again saying that the orbs of light are turning into drones. And I've watched them get laughed at time and again. Sure, somebody had to have been wrong, but not all of them. Look, I don't know. It doesn't take too much to get elected mayor of a town, but we've heard from many New Jersey police officers, politicians, and other officials, as well as citizens, saying the same stuff for the last 2 months. This is news only because it's the first time an official has said it instead of just somebody taking a picture with their cell phone. He sees them almost every night. Brother, are these some clips of his? I mean, the further something is away from you, right, the more all the lights are going to blend together as one, right? And then when it comes slowly closer to you, you can start to discern that, oh, there are other light spectrums here, right? But, I don't know. I've heard these stories. There's been a couple accounts, legitimate accounts of people seeing strange orbs. People have seen strange orbs for fucking 5,000 years, though, so... you need to log in to see the full profile, but if you go to that and just start reading their posts starting from last October, they predicted the drones and have predictions that haven't yet hit the time and a lot that may or may not be true. Oh my God. Okay. If we look at their history, we can see some kind of accuracy was raised to some questions as to who they are and where they're able to call the drones showing up. Well, let's go. I've got it pulled up here. Giant Baron Trump. Fuck, where'd it go? TikTok. Here we go. Here. He's from Dwarka. No bio yet. He's got 13,000 followers. So we go back to October. Where would this be at? This is his first post on October? Oh my God. He's an Alpha Centurion. Holy shit, he's got a skin condition. He's missing half his fucking cheek. Start at the beginning, work your way up. Oh, dear Christ. Okay, here we go. Earth is full of aliens. He'll expose everything. Everything you know is a lie. Do we need to listen to music, or is that not necessary? Oh, so these are just... Okay, so this is all it is. Yeah. All these videos aren't necessary. They're just text posts. Oh, okay. This channel will change your life. Everything is a lie. Follow me before they find me. You must know the next 2 months will change your life and will understand we are fighting for you. Continue as a guest. Our friend will be here in 21 days. Please do not let them, our friends, tell you we are evil. Your lives will change this month, and pray for California because a huge earthquake will hit them. That was in September. When will it hit them? Can I just go up? Is that... Okay. Make sure this works. Okay. Some of us are here already. Just look up. It's not another moon. Your government knows about us and have been friends for 50 years plus. They're ready to show you we have lived on your moon before you guys were created. Everything you know is not true. Oh, this is fucking alien telling us this? There's a lot of crystal people shit mixed in. Oh, that's always fucking hot. There were 6 of your kind. You were not first humans on this planet. Please open your eyes. It's very obvious. We helped each society, but hides the truth both compared to the others. Understand truth is knowledge. Okay, time is running out. The reason why your kind gets abducted, using an O instead of an A, is to understand your soul. It's hard to hear, but you were created, but we don't understand your soul because we don't have it. Oh my God, once we die, we turn into a different form. Once humans die, they leave the body they borrowed and recycle another body. So although there is a God we even believe in, there is a maker of all. Your Vatican confirms everything I'm saying. Oh my fucking God. Hit the up or down right next one. Yeah, this is an alien telling us this. Oh my fucking God. There is a reset happening. You must save your kind and band together. You'll see destruction like you've never seen before. Many states and many will die. Don't let the media fool you. You spread the truth. Do you know which state does not survive? All of them. All of them. All of state will not survive. Yeah, this is a good question, Hendrix. Yeah. See the Age of Disclosure trailer. We just watched it 2 seconds ago, man. Yeah. It seems interesting. I mean, I wish it would just fucking like come out and tell us like what's going on. Like give us the fucking data. I don't have much more time. They are close. You must know your government has a secret space force that we work with. Your race has visited our world and agreed on sharing our technology with you guys. They found out what I'm doing. This might be my last post. Please understand there are different dimensions, and that's what you guys call ghosts. Sometimes when frequencies are right, you can see other dimensions, but please understand there's not ghosts. We travel so fast because we're able to jump in and out of dimensions, so we move so fast and awkward. But this is my post. Understand there are 42 alien species. That's backwards, but see, I knew. It was foretold on my wrist that I knew there were 42. Some of us looking like you. Remember, you're borrowing your body, and your soul is what truly matters. Yes, do not trade in your sister or your mother or your partner for Bugatti when times end. Right? They're gonna try to harvest people's organs and stuff, and ultimately, you're giving away your soul. Yes, it will be sick to drive that Bugatti around until it runs out of gas, which will probably take about 13 minutes. I am from Kepler. We have the same humanoid being like you do. We look like your typical white, blonde-haired woman on Earth. Interesting. Similar kind of syntax, too, actually, that you speak with. That's a blonde joke. That's not very nice, though. You are embedded in every single of cultures and governments. You would never know the difference in your racist walk past us, had kids with us. What the fuck? Oh my God. You saying they're debating people? Oh my God. Your genetics has a life caps on the end of gene. You will only live to 120 years max, and we have 720 years before we switch bodies. Switch bodies? Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. It's just, you just gotta buckle up. We gotta goon a little bit longer, all right? Yeah. All UFOs are belong to Trump. Yeah. Fuck. They're here. Please don't let them tell you we are evil. We are peaceful and non-threatening. We lived alongside your giants, and now we have to live in secret with you variation. Understand you aren't from this planet. None of you originated from here, love. I actually believe this. Wow. A guy with a doll in this photograph. I actually believe this. I actually believe this. They live with the giants. Well, fuck, I mean, but we're on to some real fucking spicy shit now. The Sumerians. It's not how you spell Sumerians. We gotta give this person a lesson on how to to speak English. The person you call God or fallen angels are here. Accept it and let them help every variation. They talk about the drones at some point, did you? This is through October they said this. Your moon has pushed here from Saturn. The Greys inhabit the inner core, and your government has a base also inside. Nothing is what it seems. That's an interesting theory. It was pushed from Saturn. When? 12,000 years ago. Yeah. Focus me. Oh, I'll wait for it. He addresses this. Oh, fuck. Your genes have your ancestors' trauma inside them. They could not separate them. So if your life is great, but you're depressed, it's because you're carrying your ancestors' pain and trauma. Oh, Christ. My grandfather was blind, so... but is that where, all this... but I can see clearly. Your soul is wanted by my creatures of the universe. You are extremely special. The United States broke our treaty. We've had one for the past 82 years, and we've held up our side. They're going to try to scare you guys from us. We would never attack you. Do not let them lie to you. We love the human race more than you guys love each other. It took a very long time to create your kind, and we've absolutely perfected it. I wish we didn't put end caps on your DNA so you guys could live much longer. What the fuck? Why'd you do that? Yeah. Hey, well, I mean, here's the secret. You were created from everything you see around you. If you're depressed, go outside, take your shoes off, and feel the earth. If you have cancer or disease, go to tops of mountains and breathe in, and it'll help your body recover. Do not fucking do that if you have fucking cancer. You will fucking further the disease and you will die. Your kids are coming out already very unhealthy because of your diet. Maybe. Change your diet to natural foods and everything will change. Change your gut bacteria and life changes. Oh my heavens. Much gratitude. C.O. Mufili. I'm just trying to see the type of people that are consuming this content. Oh, okay, yep. Interesting. Much gratitude. In order for your civilization to make it past the floods that will happen, you must enter into space. Now, don't be fooled. You already have a space force, but we work with. But your government has an actual disclosure bill for technology. You guys are 1,000 years ahead of your current technology. Wake up and demand change. Wake up and demand change. Okay. Here's the fun fact. The people you call Egyptians didn't build anything that you see. That was built by us. They were just as amazed by it, but they worked with us. We made them extremely far ahead, and they became a space-bearing civilization before the Great Floods. At one point, it was all underwater, and now the main head that everything knows was a cat. Now you see... Now what you see now, not what you see. We used it as a power source, and your government has them. You call it the Ark, and there are hundreds of them. We communicated with our family back home, and they are perfectly aligned to our home planet. Oh my fucking God, you snake wizard. We have been here before you and we'll be here after you. That's fucking ominous thing. That's a fucked up thing to say. Why is all this common sense or common knowledge to me? Heals and vibe. How do we activate our full DNA and realize our soul mission? That's a good question. You pay me $35 and I'll tell you, brother. We are going to come out of hiding now. Again, we are not your enemy. This is back in October. Just like you have airplanes, we have ships. We use frequencies to hide right in front of you. Let's see what your government does this week. You walk by me every day and most of you guys are zombies all drugged up. Every one of you have an outline that tells me where you are in life. The darkest orange means you are not in a good place. Yellow to white tells me you're finally healing. Understand we created you with the universe inside each of you. To achieve peace, you must have the right frequency around you. That includes having the right people around you. Understand you are everything you see. I don't have much more time. You won't see another post from me here very soon. Just like you have a family, so do I. Okay. So if this is my last post, take care of yourself. And if your life spirals downward, just remember, ground yourself and understand the creatures of the universe are jealous of your soul. Understand we were here first. That's okay. You guys are looking up to find aliens, but we are under your ocean in Antarctica and your mountains. Your previous people went underground because the giants roamed the earth before you, and both of you all fought to the death. Yeah, it was talked about even in the Bible. If you want or find your timeline, just dig. And again, your Vatican has all this information. They are hiding it from you. They might very well actually be involved with some of the giant bullshit in hiding it. There are probably a couple different organizations that might be involved with that, like the Freemasons as well. But anyway. Do they have Goliath's body that David killed? You will see a lot of us in New York this week. We've been over North Carolina all week. Your government knows and tries to hide it from you. You speak to the locals. Your universe is 8 dimensions. They're stacked on top of each other like a hamburger. There are parts on Earth that has a break because of the frequency given off by the Earth, and you can see the difference. Please stop the nuclear bombs because they break the fabric of space and our dimensions. Don't fall like the other 6 human races before you. Like the Neanderthals. They suspiciously died. Like Homo florentis. They suspiciously went extinct. By who? Who? When he mentions the solar flares, take a moment to remember Stefan Burns and his warnings as of late. Is that fucking fuckboy that does the space forecasts? Just joining. What did I miss so far? Oh, not a whole lot. Just hanging out, yeah. He's upgraded his uniform too. Has he got nipple tassels on now? Yeah. Oh my God, that's hot. Yeah. Well, we just a couple trailers, different armors. We found out that the 4chan egg is probably a hoax, thanks to Finn. You have to let go and understand you cannot defeat us. We are interdimensional creatures. We don't have the same makeup like you do. We don't need protection against G-forces because of our ships is just like the world you live in. We are able to have a completely different world outside our ships and outside. Most UFO cities you see is your government. You have to tell them to stop controlling the weather because it's going to turn into a very destructive hurricanes. Oh my fucking God. We got HARP. Oh, he's hitting every fucking button here. Yeah. Yeah. Basically a tricorder. Okay. So he talked about solar flares. Oh, this is all one day. You're not going to like this, but it's the truth. You were created by the architects as a working class to mine gold. Your intelligence went uncontrollable and your genetic makeup became too aligned with the earth and the universe. We will start your world over if you have to. We have to. We will not let you destroy it. You can never die. It's impossible because you're just borrowing the things you call your flesh and blood. Your soul is really special. And the study by many alien civilizations, not one abduction, was bad or violent. We just want to test your soul and keep track of your genetic makeup. Here's the truth. What will hurt? Jesus was the architect that made your existence. He was not from this planet. And because of your misunderstanding, you guys think he is God. The reason why the stars followed him in your Bible is because that's us that followed his every move to study his movements. Although there is a God and we believe in a God, but your Jesus was a higher dimensional being. The Vatican has this information and will never tell you because it will change your world. He's like the operator with all the buttons. Yet he has a hard time spelling. And he speaks like some Zoomer on fucking text. Yeah. Wouldn't that be crazy? We find out that's like how the Greys talk. Like they all talk like Zoomers. The race before you mastered the use of frequency. They moved the stone to build pyramids. Your government has some of our technology. It's a stone triangle that's placed on top of an object. So this is frequency tech, plus the race has doubled your size, so moving objects you think are large for normal for them. You guys are becoming smaller and smaller. Oh my God, this is very derogatory. It has an agenda to decrease your population by 15%. They're going to cause weather patterns like you've never seen before. Time is not real, and your way of time has always been here. The next 5 years will change every single one of your lives. You will finally meet us, accept us, and hopefully not turn this into a hostile situation. I don't really have much more time. Please listen to me. Your bodies can do so much more than you know. Unlock the inner soul. I thought we just have one. No, it's fucking, what the fuck, yeah. The way it's like, you won't like this. This will hurt. Boy, do you think I'm new to the game? It will hurt. It's like, we're your friends. We are here to help you. We made you. Last time we wiped you off the planet. Don't make us do it again. We're your friends. It's like, what the fuck? What? You talking? What? Tomorrow, October 9th, will be the day that many will die. This didn't happen. Understand this was a government act, controlled act. Also, I don't speak your language. The people before you and the creatures of the universe either communicate by just looking at each other through our brains or with symbols. I'm sorry if I don't get it right. I can be killed for what I'm doing. Please pray that tomorrow your God steps in and changes or corrects your people's evil agenda. That was on October 8th. Where's the part where he talks about the drones? Did you? When did the Florida flood happen? That typhoon. Holy fuck, the boys are whipping them up in the fucking Gulf. The Gulf of America now, though. Maybe that's why Trump changed the fucking Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, because they're fucking hitting it so often with HARP. They've just taken control of it completely. Yeah. This is still October. He said he's going to stop posting like 7 times now. He's saying there's okay. Yes, he's blended together a wonderful LARP. He's blended together a bunch of different fan fictions. I'm always impressed how people synthesize different fan fictions into one overarching fan fiction that they have that explains it all. You gotta adjust edge with chat here. I went to bed when we got to the alien photo. That's where I need to pick it back up. Unless this account gets 50,000 in the next 5 days, I will delete this. I am taking a huge risk doing this. To you guys, it might be a joke. Love the architect. You must follow. I gotta blow my channel up. Oh yeah, this is a fucking meme. All right. Yeah. This is a LARP. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. How many posts has he fucking made? Holy Jesus Christ. Where is he? Holy shit, this is what I saw. Finally found a perfect image of what one species of aliens look like on this planet. Meet Alpha Centauri race. They are 3 foot tall, 500,000 years older than you. They live in the moon and in the water. They are extremely friendly and helpful. Do not kill. I mean, yeah, it depends what state we're in. If you guys don't help us out, I mean, you know, wouldn't be a thing for us to grab a whole bunch of these guys and just barbecue them. So, drone was before this photo. That's all I know. Fuck yeah, that's a lot of reading. I do not know how this got on the internet, but this is 100% accurate. I thought you were an alien. I see a video of a girl saying she found this exact photo in her grandpa's belongings. Okay, fuck, all right. So, not sure if it's true, but at this point, we had to believe almost everything about the aliens. I would protect this little guy if I saw him. I would say if people were starving, almost everyone would probably eat this guy. I would bet that actually almost everyone would probably end up eating this guy. Even if he came down, like gave us like some bread and stuff, we'd be like, brother, we were raised on meat and you have a bit on you. Long story short, the New Jersey drones are apparently help and they're preparing, mapping. People have said this. There is a remote viewer who saw this, actually. What's her name? Prue Calabrese was the name I knew her by in times past when I used to watch remote viewing videos. Her name's Birdie Jaworski now, for anybody that wants to look into this. I do have this up here for later. Oh my God, I get so much crap up here now. Fuck yeah. Ted the architect. How many followers has he got? Oh, he's got only 13,000. Fuck Ted, you fucked up. They debated you. What's her name? I think she's on here. She's on YouTube. Birdie. We've watched it. I watched it on here. I don't know. Is this her here? Interesting. Crypto convergence and culture. She does remote viewing and she remote viewed the drones, supposedly. She used to own a think tank called Transdimensional Systems. She changed her name because she was getting harassed by people, supposedly. And she remote viewed the drones and saw that they were some kind of like craft. The real drones, the actual drones weren't human. And the government was interacting with them. Take that with a bucket of salt. But, you know, anyway, it's other people who've kind of like some woo spaces, I guess, have looked at that phenomena and came to that conclusion that something strange. I don't fucking know. That's the TLDR. Age of disclosure. Really looking forward to this. Yeah, when's it come out, I guess? I'm looking forward to these guys being able to speak more openly about what they actually fucking know. On this topic, after thousands of reported drone sightings, the FBI reportedly has no leads on who was responsible, and they've not recovered a single one. So why is this not a national security priority? Unexplained incursions over restricted airspace are surely a grave concern. POTUS has promised an answer. As he should. Now, what happened in the UK? What happened in the UK was that there were not incursions, but they were hovering around the perimeter of some of these military bases. And there were people talking about what was happening, and then people stopped talking. And that was back in November. And people who were talking have not said anything since about this. So there you go. What does that mean? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Or I'll pull it up at least. I'll pull it up.
So first we had the orbs and the drones.
An alien pod. Oh my heavens. All right, well, I got a bunch of stuff to watch up here too. I'll fucking have to do that in a minute. I just want to click on this link. FBI's New Jersey drone scare investigation has no suspects. Yeah, I mean, I would bet it's either some kind of a government program that was running. I guess, people said Russia, China, probably not. China in the back of my mind still stands out, but it would just be absolutely unbelievable and irresponsible if they didn't shoot them down. That's the only reason why they would probably be able to discern if it was China. And just like the balloons, they probably would have shot them down. So if they didn't, that might signal that to us that it wasn't China, and it may be something they're doing. That would kind of make the most sense to me, even if there was some truly anomalous objects. Not that I would encourage people to try this fucking experiment, but if people, let's say we get a group of people together that know drones really well and make 100 really advanced drones and make them shaped like little planes, and you fly them all over New York, let's say. How long do you think it's going to take before those things get fucking shot down out of the sky? Let's say you fly them around military bases. How long do you realistically think it's going to take before they shoot those fucking things down? Yeah, this is a re-upload of the one that got taken down. Oh, it's a bit shorter. Okay. I don't imagine they'd be up there for very long. So to me, that signals that it may be the U.S. tech. And but the other weird thing is that there were drone incursions happening over Germany too, and they authorized to shoot them down. So who knows? Drone tech is kind of the way forward now, anyway. So we watched some clippets of this. Chris Bledsoe on the beings coming to a new shift where they reveal themselves to the masses. There's nothing nobody can do about it all. They can try, but it's not going to work.
It's a natural next point that I wanted to get to next. But before we talk about what's happening now, I wanted to also say this. About a month ago, Emily had a strange dream. And she woke up. She's explained it to me in vivid detail that when she woke up, she had the feeling that she actually had a face-to-face encounter with an entity, which she knows what that feels like. But in her dream, she saw one of the beings, and it was face-to-face with her, and it told her, soon we are going to allow you to capture footage of us fully manifest.
That's coming.
And she woke up, and she was like almost in shock, like, having heavy breath and almost in like a sweat, and she said it felt very real when she woke up from that dream. But
she just had that dream like a month ago?
About a month ago, yeah.
Wow.
It's time. It's coming. And the world's going to change. There's nothing nobody can do about it at all. They could try, but it's not going to work.
I love the crystals on the wall. Ted the Architect told him, yeah, I mean, like full frontal, like what's this going to be? I'm going to get into the shower one day and Skinny Bob's just going to be in the fucking bathroom. Like do it. Take it, Jim. I'm here now. I'm like, I didn't bring my phone in the bathroom. He's like, well, just take it all in for a minute. And then he just disappears. Is it going to be any convenient time when they show up for us to take clear footage, right? Is it just going to be like a couple seconds and like, hey, you're going to take it? And I'm like, you know what? If that happened, I might even be like, no, I'm not going to take it. Go fuck yourself. And then they go off to someone else. Why don't they come to me in my dreams? Guys, what are you doing? Why don't they come to us? Please come to me in my dreams. Do you not want to come into my dreams anymore after what happened last time? I apologize for that. I thought you were just a dream creature. I didn't think that you'd be that offended by the joke, by the gag, just a gag, Anyway. Get some more rocks. Yeah, this house still has some windows. Holy fuck. Yeah. Oh my God. Look at all those cool crystals. I mean, I meme on the crystal people, but I love rocks. I fucking love crystals and rocks. I had a sick one at my old place, but through moving, I fucking lost it. Probably shattered into a million fucking pieces. Fuck, man. I guess someone had a dream. I thought that was gonna be more interesting than that, but it is what it is. I wonder if these beings are related to the tridactyls. It's the Mexican mummies. Yeah. I don't believe it when I see it, right? That's the thing. It's like, if it's coming soon. Fuck. Just another couple payments on the card. Trust us, right? Just another documentary. Just another book. Listen, it's all going to be revealed in my next autobiography. How long is this video? 3 minutes. Let's just play the video. I want to read through the entire fucking clip here.
Well, a lot's happening. Look, we are continuing to facilitate whistleblowers coming forward. I think Ross did a great job. He did the best he could.
Best he could. No, he hyped up something that turned out to be kind of bullshit. It just wasn't that interesting, really. It's not bullshit. I shouldn't say that. It just wasn't really that interesting. It wasn't that groundbreaking. So, I mean, again, it's like kind of to step out of the circle jerk for a second.
To get another whistleblower out. I think Jake told his truth.
Yeah, man, we all are.
Now, whether or not people agree with it or disagree with it, everybody's always wanting a new video or a new picture, and I keep telling people that's not what's going to bring disclosure. More and more and more whistleblowers coming forward. Unfortunately, sometimes you have whistleblowers that, through the test of time, their story doesn't always add up. But I'm not sure that's the case here with Jake. I don't know him personally, but I do know Ross, and I know his journalistic ethics. And when I do know some of the special operators that were working with Jake, and I was very interested in protecting him. He was never going to come out as a whistleblower, and he finally decided to, which I'm very happy he did. People can poo-poo videos all day long. The bottom line is, are you a helicopter pilot? How do you know it's a Huey versus a Black Hawk or anything else? He was a contractor. I know some people are saying it's an aerostat balloon. It's not an aerostat balloon. People are saying all sorts of stuff. I think it's important when we look at videos, we realize it's a video or a photograph of something that occurred at that time in that particular space under very specific circumstances. I think it's important with any and all.
That's very true, Finn. Yeah, Ross said there'd be definitive evidence of NHI. There was none. He did just overhype it. He completely misrepresented it. He's saying that the video was definitive evidence of NHI, and he also tried to assert, I think, that the CE5-like techniques that were displayed was also definitive evidence of NHI being summoned, and he should know better than to say something like that, because we know that it's not, right? So, yeah. What did he say, Black? What? Yeah, Greer 2 of the 72-hour countdown. Well, but, I mean, Greer... Yeah, he did, because I think he was anticipating that they were going to have some kind of definitive proof. I wasn't surprised at Greer, but although Greer was on base in that it was to do with that News Nation special, but yeah, there wasn't enough data in there to really make people go, wow, my God, here's a picture of Skinny Bob from a distance. His body, parts of his body, whatever. I don't even care. I mean, just show me anything at this point. I'll take it.
All whistleblowers, we should welcome them with open arms. Yeah. And if they are a true whistleblower, offer legal protections. That is how we have this conversation moving forward. Now, I know a lot of people are already predisposed to try to find answers and solutions and say, well, I didn't see the ground moving in dust, or, look, I've been in a lot of helicopters, and depending on the rotor wash, depending on which way the wind's blowing, sometimes the sand blows, sometimes it doesn't. It is what it is. And especially after a rain and the ground isn't dusty, it's not going to blow around very much. It's going to look exactly kind of like that. I think, there's a lot more to this. Look, Ross had a very short window of time to get a lot of information out. And so that's probably why to some people made the comment that the interview seemed a bit disjointed or it didn't spend enough time on one thing or another. From my understanding, I think News Nation, and I could be wrong here, is going to release the entire 2.5 hour interview here soon. Mm-hmm. So people can judge for themselves. That's why I'm always very neutral when I talk about things. I say, look, if this turns out to be legit, it's going to be huge, but time will tell if it's going to stand the test of time. I think we need to give everybody the opportunity. If someone says that they have something they need to say, then we need to let them say it. All voices, all perspectives matter. And this is something I've been saying since day one. There's a lot of people in ufology that have pretty outstanding claims and people just buy it hook, line, and sinker. At least this guy, Jake, was willing to come forward with a video. At least he had people and eyewitnesses that supported him, and he is who he says he is. And
it wasn't his video, Lou. It wasn't his video. It was someone else's video, correct? It was a video that was given anonymously to News Nation. Yeah. So, in other words, people should stop questioning us and just believe us with their videos. Lou, listen, we don't need to talk about the chandelier again, do we? Fucking need to talk about the chandelier? No. Back with Haterade, Grandpa. Holy fuck, Slippy. Everyone's just on edge now. We've been blue-balled for so long. Speaking of hate, no, I'm just joking. Oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. Just a second. I don't even want to talk about this. My investigation of the gimbal video and how the rotation comes from the camera's gimbal motion on Nova. What are the UFOs? This is what you were mentioning earlier, Hendrix. The
gimbal
series.
Video is one of the most famous UFO videos, and with good reason, I think, because it looks like a flying saucer.
Mm-hmm.
UFO investigator and conspiracy debunker Mick West spent years analyzing the gimbal video, frame by frame, clue by clue.
The interesting thing about the gimbal video, besides it being a flying saucer, is this rotation it does. And this was very puzzling. It took a long time to figure out what might be going on there.
Mick brings a unique set of skills to this challenge.
I used to program video games many years ago. I really enjoyed the process of solving puzzles. And I use my 3D geometry and trigonometry and algebra and all the skills that I used in games programming to analyze the UFOs.
Mick starts his investigation of the gimbal by combing through publicly available information.
You think he's right, Finn? Really? Yeah.
The plane that captured the gimbal video is an FA-18, equipped with an infrared camera mounted beneath the wing in a targeting pod. Next, he builds a simulation of the plane and the camera, which is on a device called a gimbal. The gimbal enables the camera to rotate as it tracks a target. But the camera isn't the only thing in motion. The pilot's display reveals that the object is also moving, from the left side of the plane to the right.
To track something going from left to right, which is what we're seeing here, the camera actually has to rotate. And it has to rotate a specific amount as it traverses over from one side to the other.
Using the simulation he's created, Mick makes a surprising discovery.
The amount the gimbal rotates and the time it rotates is exactly what would be needed for the camera to track this object.
He's come up with a theory about why the object appears to rotate and sets up an experiment to demonstrate how it works, using his cell phone and his desk lamp.
Take your cell phone and point the camera at a bright light, a single light, and then rotate your cell phone. So you've got a rotating camera, but nothing is rotating, except the artifacts of the camera. So if you have a glare, like an artifact of the camera, when the camera rotates, the scene itself doesn't rotate, but the glare rotates. And I think that's what we're seeing in the gimbal video. It's possibly something like a distant plane, something that's hot. Off in the distance, the heat of the engine was kind of pointing.
No. That's where we go off the rails. That's when we started to go off the rails, where he's starting to say that what was captured was a distant plane or something along those lines.
Yeah. Towards the camera, and that kind of bloomed in the camera and created this glare that was so big it obscured the entire plane.
It could be. It could be. Now, sorry, I got this muted on here, didn't I? There it is. So, interesting theory. What's the counterpoint to it, I guess? He doubles down as his falsehoods about the infrared sensors. Experts have roundly debunked West's claims. Moreover, not one of the world's top infrared experts agrees with West, and a top USG expert explicitly disagrees with him. American for interesting, no, the blooming effect in INSB would not explain this rotation, and what is seen in the video is not caused by diffraction. I would be happy to have a Zoom meeting with you to discuss further. Please suggest a few times that work for you. He mentioned who this was again. The object in the video is definitely maneuvering, causing the appearance of rotation. Note that the rotation starts and the lateral cloud moves slowly. It indicates to me the target is not moving laterally to the craft, but in one specific direction from the sensor. A D-roll axis of the payload would not make this phenomena of rotation. The thought of an SR-71 would make sense as the aircraft generally flies beyond Mach and uses thermal skin heating to seal the fuel tanks. Aircraft would be hot. So he's going to say that a D-roll axis of the payload would not make this phenomenon of rotation. So these are two experts involved with gimbal. U.S. government infrared expert explicitly disagrees with West on gimbal. Yeah. But on top of that, the actual then going to assert that this is probably an aircraft in the distance. It's convenient for his narrative, which is that he thinks this phenomenon is entirely explainable, which it just objectively is not. And again, when you're trying to create your hypothesis or your theory, I guess, to explain what this is, it has to also align to some degree with the eyewitness testimony of the people involved, right? Where there were multiple people involved here, and Ryan Graves tells the story again that the radar operators had told them that these things have been sighted hanging out. Was it their cap points? But they were. Oh, that's with the. That was the Tic Tac, where they met them where they were supposed to be. But they were hanging out over the water for 8-10 hours at a time. And they had run into them before as well. This wasn't an isolated incident. So the question is, what is causing? Yeah, going around in circles and making on this for years with no end in sight. Yeah, I mean, for me, Vin, I don't know either, right? I mean, I wish these guys would chime in more publicly, not just through email, but it's one of those things, again, these systems are very complicated. Mick, although he's clearly not an idiot, but I think I would defer to someone who's an expert in the camera, obviously, if that's his theory. Has he done this? I mean, he has this theory, he has this idea that this is what could be happening. Did he go to experts that use and know this system to confirm with them if this is a possibility? If he didn't, then ultimately, I don't, what's it worth, really? That's the problem. That's what Merrick did, was he took his theory that he was promoting, trying to explain the object, and he brought it to experts of the systems. And a couple of these systems experts said, no, that doesn't make any sense. And so therefore, I think the theory falls apart, yeah. His camera demo literally just proved the foundation of his theory is accurate. Glare does not rotate when the camera rotates, but the horizon doesn't. So, is that what's going on, though, is the question, right? In the actual image. Is that glare that we're looking at?
Video is
where's the image at again? Not that I'm an expert in this.
The engine was kind of pointing towards the camera, and that kind of bloomed in the camera and created this glare that was so big it obscured the entire plane.
Interesting. So what Merrick is saying here is, the blooming effect in INSB would not explain this rotation, is his opinion. Now, that's this guy's opinion. I wish he would elaborate on it further. A D-roll axis of the payload would not make this phenomenon of rotation. Yeah. We're looking at it because it rotates at the same time the camera rotates. That is a proof of its glare. Interesting. Yeah. That's a good point, too, I guess, fam. Yeah. Okay, we don't need to listen to that again. Where's the actual? Hold on, where are we? This is towards the end here where it shows it once more, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to watch the whole thing again, though. It follows it exactly? Yeah. Intriguing. What were they? Were they orbs, Finn? What, are they were cubes? It was a cube within an orb or something, wasn't it? Or an orb within a cube? I can't remember. What was the description of the objects that they had said? Because I know Ryan Graves goes over this. Yeah. Moment part of the rotation happens. Watch it again. Oh, here's the actual. Here it is.
Something like it.
Well, there he's moved it, yeah. And Merrick says it's not the case, correct? That what's going on here? Yeah. Merrick is using quick takes from anonymous sources who got other aspects entirely wrong, like saying gimbal was a high-speed SR-71 hot from hypersonic friction. Get an ad-flare expert who is willing to do an in-depth analysis and speak on the record, then you might have a point. That's a good point. Yes. You need to explain why you conflated an entirely made-up artifact, infrared glare, with blooming, which is both well understood scientifically and, as you know quite well, would not result in a rotation observed in the gimbal video. I would like to see those people have a conversation. I mean, I don't know how hard, why is it so difficult to have those people analyze the video, for Christ's sake? I mean, it's been talked ad nauseum about in the media. They've been debating about this for years. I mean, yeah, get with some of these experts to actually watch the fucking video. Maybe they're hesitant to talk about it publicly. I don't know why they would be. To do with UFOs, maybe. You don't need experts, so why do you keep quoting from anonymous experts? Who doesn't need? Well, we need experts. No experts needed. Infrared blooming, see below, is well understood optical effect that appears in the academic literature. We do need experts to analyze this footage more. I mean, Mick is done. He's tried to explain it, I think, but ultimately, I think there have been other experts who have looked at the footage as well. Yeah. For years on Twitter, America and Mick have done at least one podcast together where they went. I saw that recently. I was going to watch it on here, actually. Who was it? Jesse Michaels who hosted that? Was that who got them together? We were going to fucking watch that. We didn't. I did go through it, though, myself. So, I mean, at the end of the day, who's an expert with the systems? I mean, get a physicist in here who specializes in this kind of stuff. I mean, I know Travis Taylor looked at the footage too himself and noted that it was extremely anomalous looking. And Travis Taylor, although he's a meme on Ancient Aliens, what is he again? He has some kind of background in optical physics. What is his background again? Where's his wiki again? What's his background? He's a BS in electrical engineering. He earned a PhD in optical science and engineering in 1999. He's an MSc in mechanical and aerospace engineering, an MS in astronomy, before earning a second PhD in aerospace engineering. I mean, get Travis, not just to appeal to authority, but, again, he would understand these systems himself. Like, he wouldn't be that hard to get to look at this. Like, again, if they've just been arguing about it and they both don't really have any background in this, get somebody that does, and somebody that can speak to it more eloquently and explain it more. I mean, they can talk to Mick's point, Merrick's points, and I don't know why it's been so hard for them to find someone to settle that, ultimately. I think the consensus from a lot of people that looked at it was that it's an anomalous object on the screen. Aside from the fact, I think, as you mentioned too, Finn, about it rotating. Fuck Lou. It's clearly anomalous, and that aligns with the eyewitness testimony of multiple people that had encountered these things as well as the radar operators who have not gone public. Ryan has, and that's it. Yeah. I'm not sure Jesse has released that interview yet, but Mick and Merrick already did a debate with each other over a year ago. Is that... which one am I thinking of? I thought he did, didn't he? Hold on. What's his name? Mick West and Merrick... I'm positive that I saw a debate with them. Which one was the one that they did? What the fuck am I... Oh, maybe not. Maybe I'm misremembering this. Finn. He didn't? Okay. Okay. Fuck. All right. I did a debate with each other. Okay. Maybe it was that one? Okay. I couldn't remember who was in the center of them. But I thought, yeah, Jesse did, but he didn't release it. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, anyway, I thought I'd just bring that up. Fuck me.
It's possibly something like...
Mick ignores experts' direct witness testimony in reality. Well, the experts need to chime in, but yes, you can't ignore witness testimony from these guys because they had radar operators that were telling them about these things as well. It's too many coincidences. You have to factor that into your theory, ultimately. And ultimately, that doesn't fit within Mick's reality, because he's already crafted one where this phenomena doesn't exist, or it's unlikely to, and that doesn't really jive with reality. So I mean, ultimately, it's like, fuck. He frustrates me. He frustrates a lot of people, I think. But anyway, yeah. What the fuck is this? Something else I had up here too. That I was going to talk about. So this was I can't remember. I don't think I watched this on stream. This was the one that, oh my fuck, man, all these fucking people, I'm getting them all mixed up. What's his name? Julian Dory had James Fox and Jason Sands on. He first interviewed James Fox. Jesus Christ. He first interviewed James Fox for like an hour and a half. And then the second part, which is like 2.5 hours, 3 hours long, he interviewed Jason Sands. And they like argued about his story. They were pretty hard on him. Now there's a reason for that, because people were suspicious of his claims. And there was something that came up in the discussion that made James uncomfortable. I think I shared it in the Discord, the clip. But James essentially, this happened after. So this is one of the whistleblowers in James Fox's documentary. So again, we had Ross recently claim that this is going to be some big deal, right? This is going to be a form of disclosure, this News Nation special. James also did make a claim in the past where during the program, he's going to have some whistleblowers on, right? Talking about some spicy stuff. One of these people was going to be Jason Sands. Supposedly what had happened, he accidentally outed his name. And after he outed his name, Jason took it upon himself to start talking to people in Twitter spaces about his story before the documentary released. And he got a big following, and anyway. And he was kind of just memeing, and he started getting more and more and more into his story. And after he released it, he talked about some incident where there was like some like assassination attempt with an alien or some shit. We'll read through this here. Stolen valor is when you think you know everything about black programs and then make sweeping statements that are completely inaccurate and ignorant. Chris knows only about his on-black intel job and nothing else. You'll get an earful of regular information and a whole lot of his personal opinions. Beware people who speak about things that have no expertise in. It says, as per usual, you clearly don't know what stolen valor means and what it pertains to. There you go. Fraudulent claims about military service with intent to obtain money. You have been on multiple occasions lied about events you said occurred while on duty with the U.S. Air Force. You even said you're going to write a book. That fits the definition above. FYI, I personally am done with your story, as you clearly have fabricated so much to the point that James Fox was begging you not to get into your silly stories of shooting extraterrestrial beings in caverns and watching them tear children apart. His reaction should have told you everything you need to know. Credibility killer. I'm not discussing your case any further. You have been found by so many in the community to be non-credible. I could very easily push to communicate with the 14 or so people that worked with you in the IN6 capacity that you did and have them come public to denounce you further. The way I look at it, especially after the Julian Dory episode, you discredited yourself enough on your own that I don't need to. Oh my heavens. The drama. You know, this is just like, there's so much drama in these communities now. Like people coming out like, yeah, fucking, I fought aliens. No, you didn't. This has happened for years, right? This happened back with Phil Schneider too, where Phil claimed he was a geologist. I don't know if he ever proved that. And then he lost his fingers in a firefight with aliens. Although someone I remember reading said that he actually lost his fingers in a lawnmower accident. But then he died suspiciously. It could have also been some kind of sex game scenario where he got tied up and then things went wrong and then people involved left. But he was tied to a bedpost pretty aggressively with, I think, it's like medical like tubing. And Phil, according to his friends and family, could not do that because he only had a couple fingers. Anyway, the only thing that pisses me off is I'm about to go back to staring at the sky every night and waiting. CE5, Slippy. That's what you got to do. You got to buy Stephen Greer's program. Okay, I think it's only like $100 now. I might even have it on sale. And then you got to learn, and then you got to get a laser pointer. And if you see any lights fly by, you got to make sure you shine that. No, don't fucking. You got to make sure you shine the laser pointer at the light that you just summoned, right? It's fucking light comes overhead, right? Oh, it might be a plane. It could be a shape-shifting drone. You hit it with a fucking laser pointer. Yeah, quantum teleport my hand through the screen and smack you little. Oh my god. Such violence. Yeah. That's what needs to happen. Anyway. What else? What the fuck else do I have up here? I got a lot of videos. Okay, let's watch this one, I guess. I'm gonna go grab some little pizzas that I cooked earlier. Little healthy pizzas. Yeah, I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys. We'll see that. Yes. How the fuck am I gonna eat all this on here? I'll figure it out. Fucking. Another mukbang. Another day, another fucking mukbang on here. Here's what I'm eating. I made these pita pizzas. Actually nice. Beef, and I did some samurai and tomatoes that I just put on there with peppers and onion and a little bit of Reggiano cheese and hot sauce. Macro friendly. 2,500 calories. I'm in a deficit for 22 days now. Slowly but surely. What the fuck is this? The alien pod situation just got crazier. This is everything I could find on the mysterious alien pod situation. I'm unfamiliar what this is. Well, we'll find out, I guess. J-Mez is this guy's name.
What is that, guys? It's literally just like hovering in that spot. It's huge.
What the? And we are back. Drone in the air and mother orbs in distance.
And then we had a series
Blam.
of bizarre
That's what it looks
events, and now we have these alien pod videos and pictures that are leaking all over the internet. Most people think that they're possibly fake and to push some sort of narrative, and it might just be the case. But while digging deeper into this, I came across this other bizarre rabbit hole of the Antarctica secrecy.
Back in 2018, a fitness app accidentally revealed secret underground bases deep within Antarctica.
This guy loves
now,
the
one of
oil
these
Hollywood.
alien pods was said to be recovered inside of a cave in Antarctica, and even though I'm not sure if the videos and pictures are real, there's still a bunch of strange stuff that happens down there.
Hello, greetings from the edge of the world. I found it.
So I decided to go deeper into this, and I came across videos, pictures, and maps that suggest that Antarctica might not be what we think it is.
Aren't we right now? What planet is this? Just take a phone picture.
And this might actually be connected to the things that are happening right now. And to make all this even stranger, I found a cryptic account that predicted everything that happened in November, December, and in January up until now. But before we take a look into all of this, let's start with the basic. So let's take a look at this new 4chan leak about this retrieved UFO in Antarctica in 2022. I guess this is the video. So this is supposed to be a chopper retrieving an alien pod in Antarctica, and this video is quite similar to the one that was posted earlier this week on YouTube. Seems like someone inside of a chopper recording the screen of a thermal camera. Now this leaker promised pictures and more videos actually of the alien that they retrieved from this military base in Antarctica. These are, for example, some of the pictures that he posted just recently. The quality isn't that bad, is it? So today, these two pictures were also posted. This one and this one. He says this is supposed to be an alien pod. They don't know if there's anything inside. And it appears as if it has Egyptian hieroglyphs in it. There's even this post that was made on Reddit where a person compares the hieroglyphic symbols with the Egyptian. And it kind of matches, which is amazing. You have textures here, like this one, over here. The two pictures are consistent with one another. However, it seems that most of the Reddit community believes that this is fake because the original leaker said that there was nothing on the X, nothing written on it. So this led a lot of people to think that these two pictures were actually leaked by a fake hoaxer. It's possible that this is an attempt to discredit the original leaker, and I wouldn't be surprised. So I thought, why don't we just pinpoint current sightings of objects in Antarctica with this alien pod and where it was found, and Admiral Byrd's Operation High Jump. And what I found is quite amazing. So one of the most compelling sightings close to Antarctica comes from Javier Francisco Correa.
El día está precioso hoy día, precioso, ¿no? Sí, está al máximo.
I haven't seen this. What is this? Haven't I?
No se aprecia lo que es ya. No.
They're trying to understand what is it that they're looking at. They don't know how it showed up out of nowhere.
Looks like it might be kind of an illusion, maybe, like due to heat or. And I haven't seen this before. That's what I was gonna say, man.
They think it's a submarine, but it's just too big to be a sub. There's also this very bluish hue that you can see. So a few minutes later, it emerges once again, and they're still recording it. Now, when I saw this video, I immediately thought about these pictures that were taken by the USS, I don't know how to spell this, in March of 1971. To me, it looks exactly like one of these things that we're seeing in these pictures. Look at that.
Oh, brother.
It's massive. And it actually looks like the same thing that we saw in that
oh
video.
My God, those are.
Unfortunately, the video was very shaky. And
this wasn't this AI. These are AI photos.
Cam.
Yeah, they were debunked. Yeah.
This actually happened in the Strait of Magellan in 2002, and it was recorded by his uncle. So let's take a look at where the Strait of Magellan is. There you go. It's one of the closest points to Antarctica. So I guess.
Yeah, this is horseshit. This guy's behind the times here. We've already gone over this too. We've already gone over the fucking. Sorry, he's got Paul Hellier on there. We've already debunked the fucking 4chan posts for the most part. The only one is that first video. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. Yeah, he's fucking. Oh, he's into the pyramid stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. What did this guy just say? An egg is a symbol for the new beginnings, a resurrection, so to speak. It's a sign from Christ. Christ is coming back in an egg with Egyptian hieroglyphs on it. There's another video here. Another couple videos that were kind of interesting. Maybe we'll go over instead because we've kind of already been through that a little bit. Yeah, he's kind of behind the times a little bit. Yeah. Someone looks like a Fata Morgana kind of image, Ixie. Yeah, that first video did. Yeah, I'd never seen that before, but that's what it kind of. It does look. It did look like a mirage. Let me. What's this one here? That was another thing I had up. I got a couple things. Let's cover this. This is something I think Hendrix had posted here, but this is interesting. It's to do with the reshot structure. So if people don't know what the reshot structure is, there's a structure in northwestern Africa that some people, mainly Jimmy from Bright Insight, Jimmy's from Bright Insight YouTube channel, suggested that it might have something to do with Atlantis. It was mentioned by some ancient authors as potentially being involved with Atlantis in some way. It was a very wealthy area in times past. I think the wealthiest person to ever live technically came into Mauritania, which is where the reshot structure is located. A lot of gold there, but pretty contentious. I think it's a geologic formation, but there has been civilization there over the years. So evidence of a prehistoric city found in the reshot structure. So Jimmy thinks it's the site of Atlantis, but that doesn't line up with any of the anecdotes mentioned by Plato. So does that mean it's not true? I don't know. Maybe they found something here. This guy has some good videos. I've seen his stuff before, actually. Kind of interesting. Is that on? No.
Hey everyone, so today's a big day. I know a lot of my viewers have been waiting a long time for this video, where I finally show everything I found at the reshot structure during my most recent expedition there, which includes what I believe to be direct evidence of a prehistoric city there. At least that's what it looks like to me. I want to know your thoughts on it. A lot of you are probably wondering why it has taken me so long to release this video, and that's because for the last 3 years, I've been working on a book, and I needed to wait for the book to be finished and on Amazon before releasing any more videos. Not only is traveling around the world exploring humanity's ancient past expensive, I believe I've stumbled on something incredible, and I wanted to tie up all the loose ends with everything before releasing any more content. So, my book is finally finished, and it's available on Amazon now to purchase if you like my work and want to support me. I'm going to give it a quick plug, and then we're going to dive into the reshot structure. For the past 3 years, I've been traveling the world, visiting museums and ancient sites in search of statues and figurines with their hands around their navel. Researchers like Graham Hancock and Jimmy Corsetti have remarked on how Urfa Man of Göbekli Tepe has his hands in the same position as the Moai of Easter Island and Pelindo the Entertainer of Sulawesi, Indonesia. Well, folks, you have no idea just how deep this rabbit hole goes. I found them in Turkey, Kosovo, Bulgaria, Iraq, Iran, Israel, Palestine, Sardinia, Greece, Cyprus, Portugal, Mexico, Peru, Colombia, Easter Island, French Polynesia, India, China, Indonesia, England, France, Micronesia, and Northern Ireland. I've documented all my findings in my book, The Mystery of the Naval Idols, which you can get now on Amazon. In many cases, the idols emerge in the archaeological record at the same time people of a local region begin working with copper, and there is a mysterious commonality of V-neck garments and pegs noted on many of them. So if you're interested in learning about this symbol that pops up in the ancient art the world over, head over to Amazon and grab a copy of my book and help support my work. Okay, now let's get to the reshot structure. On my last trip to the reshot structure...
Again, big coincidence? Oh, was there a root civilization? Maybe. Welcome, More Drinker. Slippy, what's with the gray square posted in Discord, the drone circling it? When did you post that? There's been so much stuff lately. Oh, this. It's probably just a, it could be just an artifact, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Is that on Google Earth there? Yeah. Okay, I did see that. Yeah. Might just be an artifact. Yeah. Yeah. We need to see if Ted the Architect was wearing a necklace. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know what his, he was on, he's been all over the fucking world. He went to, he had a video on Easter Island. He was exploring, which I'd never seen before. He was this random like little nook, like this little cave, and he went inside of it, and he found all of this artwork up in the cave. Christ knows how old it is, but he was just missing data glitches, yeah. Which was insane. It was really cool to see. So I wish he'd make more content on YouTube. I know he's got his book out, but anyway, I'll see what he finds here. So he's in Mauritania, which if anybody watches Top Gear or the Grand Tour, I love those guys. They had a really awesome special they did a couple months ago, maybe 6 months ago, where they went to Mauritania and they drove around in the desert. They converted these luxury, like supercars, I guess, actually. Or, well, they weren't like supercars, but sports cars to be like desert faring vehicles. And they drove all around. It's a crazy spot. It's so cool. So, but it's fucking remote. It's unbelievably hot too. So it's no joke getting to some of these places.
I was mostly interested in confirming the existence of salt and trying to find shells of marine organisms. I did find salt. In fact, there's salt everywhere at the reshot structure. I also found shells of marine organisms, often at the same location as the salt deposits. But I was not expecting to find what I found next. After befriending a nomad in the desert, and you do see these desert nomads living out there at the reshot, they generally are very friendly and will pour you tea endlessly. So after befriending a nomad out there, he wanted to show me a place he believed the ocean used to be. He led me over sand dunes and down into a valley, and yes, there was salt down there. But there was also thousands upon thousands of stone tools, Acheulean bifaces to be exact. If I had to guess, I would say there is somewhere between 10,000 and 100,000 hand axes just littered about the ground. There could have been 1 million, though. I really just don't know. They were everywhere. I'm telling you, it's eerie. Most of the rocks larger than a pebble in this entire valley are hand axes. And sometimes the flakes that had been flaked off the hand axes were next to the hand axe. Now, I don't know what this place is, or was, or why there are so many hand axes down here. Was it a stone tool factory? Was it an ancient city? What is a city? How many people were here? Were they living here? Were they working here? I just have so many questions, and this place is so fascinating, but you can walk for miles in any direction and just find hand axe after hand axe after hand axe. And what are they all doing on the surface of the sand? So what are we looking at here? I believe these are Acheulean bifaces, also known as Acheulean hand axes, one of the first standardized traditions of tool making, according to Encyclopedia Britannica, often associated with Homo erectus, but also sometimes early Homo sapiens, and they date from anywhere between 1.7 million years ago to 200,000 years ago. So it's hard to know exactly the dating of these particular bifaces, but we're talking about very, very old. Now, I had known that these tools had been found here at the reshot structure, but what I didn't know was that in a single valley, you could find thousands, maybe tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, there could be a million of these tools down here. I really can't say just how many there are, but you could walk in any direction for an area of several square kilometers and just find them everywhere you look. And to me, that suggests, at least on the surface, a fairly dense population of Homo erectus or early Homo sapien living here. In other words, a prehistoric city, more or less. Not a city in the sense of, running water or structures or who knows what, but just in the most basic sense of a large population living in one place. That seems to be maybe what this is, what we're looking at. Why else would there be so many tools scattered about this particular valley? I mean, it's possible a fluvial event maybe deposited them. It's possible there was industry at work here. Could there have been a Homo erectus stone tool industry? I mean, the Acheulean tradition is referred to as an industry, but perhaps they were producing them industrially. I mean, I just have so many questions about this site, and it's so enigmatic. Just as an interesting side note, the first cities in human history are generally considered to be either Jericho or Çatalhöyük in Turkey, and we're talking about somewhere between 7, 8, 9,000 years BC. But, people don't tend to think of Homo erectus as ever living in permanent settlements. But what do you think? Does this suggest Homo erectus or early Homo sapien from 200,000 to maybe even 1 million years ago living in something that resembles a permanent settlement? All we have left are these tools, but it was a war fought here? What are we looking at? What are your thoughts? So it's all very fascinating. Thanks for listening to me. Thanks for watching my channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and do check out my book. The link's in the description below.
Brother, thank you for going there. Jesus Christ, it's no small feat.
This is all I found at the reshot structure. There's salt. There's marine organisms. Maybe y'all can debate in the comments questions.
Oops, I meant to let him zoom in on that area. So again, why people might be wondering is Jim, the salt, marine organisms, what's this about? So Atlantis was destroyed in a day and a night by a giant flood, right? So, sorry, I'll pull up on Google Earth here. Google Earth. Where's Google Earth? Here we are. Why this theory's gotten a bit of traction in the last... Oh, fuck, I got hot sauce all over my fucking face. Fuck, I hate eating stuff like that. It just turns into a goddamn mess. Unambiguously carved and not natural. Yeah, they looked interesting. Definitely. I mean, there was civilization in that area, though. I forget. Well, we can look up the guy's name here in a second. Let's see. Create new project. We're gonna go back. We're upside down. The globe's upside down. We're gonna start it right way up. Here we go. Okay. So you can see from a distance here, we got to go way up, that Northern Africa, obviously there's a lot of sand. Jimmy and others are looking at this now as potentially not being sand blown by winds, but that it may be some kind of fluvial deposits of sediment, which would be absolutely insane. At the very least, this area here, and actually this was taught, the entire of North Africa being washed over by water is not a theory. But this area is possibly, supposedly it's been out there before. There's a couple people who have proposed this. Now, where's the reshot structure? I don't like all these bubbles. Google, get rid of these fucking bubbles. Why are these bubbles here? Here's the reshot structure right here. So, again, why does Jimmy think this is Atlantis? Because Plato described... Okay, so this is where the logic kind of falls off a little bit. Plato described Atlantis as being a city made up by concentric rings. So there'd be like a ring and then interspaced by water. So there'd be like a ring of land, a ring of water, a ring of land, a ring of water. You know, everyone's probably seen these depictions in media or whatever. Now, this kind of looks like that from a distance, right? There's some other anecdotes as well about this being a wealthy area, and it kind of looks like it got washed over by water, maybe in the distant past, right? Could be fluvial deposits. There are people who study these areas that are looking at this now, who saw Jimmy's video, that think it's an interesting argument. Looks like a UFO. Can you go isometric and show us the bump mapping? Is this it? A giant snail trail. So I mean, it. I don't think so. This is almost certainly a geological formation. It's called the Eye of Africa, is what it's known as. You can see it from space, right? As you can see, all these bubbles would fuck off. Fuck. Can I shut it off? Anyway. No, my God. Anyway. So, but the problem with the logic for me is that Plato said it was made of concentric rings of land and water. Yes. Plato also said that it lies beyond the Straits of Gibraltar, right? Or the Pillars of Heracles, but it's known to us now as the Straits of Gibraltar, which are right here. Lying beyond would imply out in the Atlantic Ocean, right? Which is called the Atlantic Ocean, right? Atlantis, right? So, you know, so it would make more sense that it would probably have been here if there's truth to Plato's story, instead of it being down here, because that doesn't really line up with his history, right? Anyway, why is this still interesting? Well, it's interesting because if there's salt everywhere, right? And there's marine life, what does that mean? It means that there may have been a wave that washed over this area, right? Salt water, seawater, right? That's one possible explanation, I guess, right? You'd have to do more research into that, but that is another point that people have brought up, that not only has there been salt found in other areas of the desert, but some of the motion here that was going on, there was a good video, we watched this, and this guy's background was in the hydrology, something to do with that. But there's some suspicious looking dunes. That the dunes don't necessarily, they might not look like they're made by wind, which is fucking terrifying if that turns out to have any truth to it, because you can see the amount of desert here in northern Africa, and that is a big wave, right? Even if it's just right here, that's a big fucking wave. That is a monstrous wave. That's a cataclysmic wave. What if they encompasses? Is it possible Plato just couldn't map it in his head effectively? I guess they had the sun. Yes. I mean, Plato got that story from probably his ancestor Solon, which was like his great uncle, who got the information from Egyptian priests. He got more than that from them as well. He got what happened to the civilization, why it was destroyed. It was destroyed because the earth, according to the Egyptians, according to Solon, according to Plato, right? We're going back here quite a ways, but probably been a telephone game going on. The earth is periodically subjected to cataclysms by celestial phenomena. And there is a cycle also, supposedly, according to these people. So regularly, the earth, well, some kind of regularity to the cycles. A cataclysm occurs, whether by water or fire. So check this out. It's wild. Ark, this is on Google Earth, is it? Google Earth coordinates. Stephen Greer's house. Is he out sunbathing? Oh, that is cool, man. How did you find that? You just fucking around with it on here? Oh, wow, huh? What the fuck is that? Is it a temple? One Piece. Like the anime? Intriguing, huh? Some strange natural formation, yeah. Impact. Is it an impact? Interesting. That's really cool, man. Where the fuck is this? Somewhere in the north, huh? Man, there's a lot of shit up in here that we haven't even fucking explored. Undoubtedly. Algeria. Holy shit. Oh, right here. What's the explanation for it? How can I copy and paste the name? Atoll async branches. Where is our friend? Where is our friend ChatGPT? That's really cool, actually. Yeah. I used to love just fucking around, man, on Google Earth, just looking up shit like this. Like, Atoll async. Sync. A 5-pointed star, what about it? No. No, it's a geologic formation. Okay, so that's just a description of it. Intriguing. In Algeria. Funny there's no pictures, huh? Yeah. Valeris, thank you for that. Yeah, yeah. Big desert, those dunes look like fractals that Rivers made. Who knows, man? Could be. Who knows? These are mountain. This is mountainous terrain, I think. It's just kind of an illusion. Yeah, it is. But yeah, they do kind of look at it. Yeah, it could be. Again, this is a new thing that people are looking into. It's not entirely new. People have suggested this shit in the past, right? And that's why some people in academia get weary, because they're like, oh, and what caused it? A giant flood. But that's pretty ignorant of them to say now, because back in the day, yes, there were people who were like fundamentally religious and dogmatic and believed the flood myth narrative. But we know now that there are other stories of floods from other cultures. And we actually know now that the flood myth from the Bible with Noah actually is from Samaria, right? And Noah's real name was Untapishtim, probably. And no, it wasn't like some giant 6-story fucking boat. Irving Finkel made the fucking boat for people that are interested in this. So it's mentioned on a Sumerian clay tablet. I think it was Sumerian or Assyrian, Babylonian. I think it was Sumerian. Irving Finkel Ark. I love Irving. He's a very eccentric gentleman. He's one of the only Sumerologists on planet Earth. There it is right there. That is the clay tablet that they read the story off of that talks about Untapishtim and the flood. So again, another story that bastardized, telephone game through history, through different religious groups. But here it is right here. There's the ark right there. They literally give specifications on the tablet about how and what it looked like. Crazy, you don't hear this shit though in the media, do you? We watched this on stream, oh my God, months ago. But they use tar to seal it, because tar, there's a way you can create a waterproofing with tar. They didn't use tar, and unfortunately it started to sink. But there's a specific kind of tar that comes from Iraq. But they were able to somewhat waterproof it, but it floated. But this is the craft, likely, that this character in Untapishtim actually made, which implied that there was a flood. That he made a craft to survive. And how bad was it? And what caused it? And in that story, obviously, it's a cataclysmic flood. It's not like, in over 700 years, the waters rose as the glaciers melted and the ice, No, the ice sheets melted. No. It was like a fucking cataclysm happened. Yeah. Yeah. Is that the one of the Vatican is supposed to seek out? No, this is Rongo tablets. Did you? When you go there, take a fucking... Actually, try and take it. No, don't. I'm just joking, Twitch. Fucking Jesus. But seriously, though. The Rongo tablet is from Easter Island. Yeah. The Cycle of Cataclysm was research done by scientist Chan Thomas Calberon. Yes, the book was banned in the 60s. The CIA later declassified the book in 1993 due to Freedom of Information Act. They sanitized the book. It has omitted some parts of the book out. Yeah. So the Chan Thomas story, it's interesting. I'm a connoisseur of catastrophism, brother. So I know a little bit about it. Not a lot, but a little bit. Just enough to have a good time. I read it. I read the story. I read the document in its entirety. It's intriguing. Chan Thomas was an electrical engineer, I think. And he kind of collected a lot of these stories of cataclysms. And back in the 50s, there was a wave of books about cataclysms and destructions. And it's a study called catastrophism, which is in contrast in geology to gradualism, right? Which is the idea that changes happen slowly, gradually over time. Catastrophism suggested that there are periods of great change that happen on the planet. And there's like mountain building that happens in a day. It was popular back in the day by, again, kind of fundamentalists who took the Bible literally, and, you know, because it's like the birth was made in a day and a night, and that there were cataclysms happening in a day and a night, et cetera, et cetera. But they argued more seriously, well, there may have been cataclysms like that happened in the past, right? That shaped the earth in a couple days or something, or even in 24 hours. So Immanuel Velikovsky was kind of the father of modern catastrophism. And he wrote a book called Worlds in Collision back in 1950, I think. And it was very famous because after the fact, he was friends with Albert Einstein at the time, kind of. But after the fact, Einstein had worked with him on some of his theories because they didn't really add up, his physics. And I don't know, I think maybe afterwards he put a forward in either Worlds in Collision, or Einstein put a forward in Earth in Upheaval, which is another kind of catastrophist book that he wrote. And people say, this is a rumor, I don't know if there's any truth to it. There may be some, that when Einstein died, he had Worlds in Collision open on his desk. Because what's talked about is some kind of celestial phenomena causing a cataclysm in the past. And some of it got into like the electric universe theory, which is pretty contentious, I think, in like physics circles. And Velikovsky thought that through these ancient myths and legends, we could maybe learn shit about, you know, our past, and maybe even kind of orient us as to like, well, how does the universe work? Like, did something serious happen in the past that ancient people's remembered? It's a similar kind of line that Graham Hancock's brought up. But he was a smart guy. He was a Freudian trained psychoanalyst, and you know, and a philosopher of sorts as well. So, but yeah, it's intriguing shit. Yeah. Hey Jim, I think in about an hour, Matt Ford, a Good Trouble Show, is doing an interview with Lieutenant Colonel Dr. John Biltrix, PhD, one of the three guys who corroborated Jake Barber. Oh fuck. Oh yeah, man. Well, let's watch that. Fuck yeah, I'll be able to watch that. So like 9, just a second. Let me pull it up so I remember. Just a minute. Matt from the Good Trouble Show. Let's do it. Matt. Trouble Show. Here we go. Fuck yeah. Upcoming. There you go, 9 p.m. When it goes live, it'll fucking play. Nice. But yeah. So this is why this is interesting. I don't know. I could go on ad nauseum and put everybody to sleep here. So, yeah. Yeah. Were the OG copies out in the world still anywhere? Nowhere. I've searched for it and couldn't find it. You can find it, Calberon. Yes, you can. Yeah. It wasn't, so what happened to it, because I looked into this a little bit, was the CIA did keep a copy of it. And the copy they kept, they redacted shit on it when it went public. You can still access a copy of it publicly. You could still actually back in the day, but it is weird that they decided to redact bits and pieces of the book that they kept. It didn't really make a lot of sense. Some people had speculated that it might freak people out, but that it doesn't necessarily make sense. Because Immanuel Velikovsky's story is kind of much scarier than Chance Thomas's story, honestly, with what he suggests, because he argues with better sources. Like, I think did he cite his story properly? Did he use citations in this? This is it, I think. I'm pretty sure this is it. Also came across 120 PBS doc, which seems to be about ancient stuff. Oh, interesting. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah. There are 5 copies of the book in archive. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. This is the uncensored version of it. This is it in its entirety. Yeah. The next cataclysm, the Great Flood, is the story of the event Genesis. Cataclysm revisited. Conclusion, the author. So, actually, I show people right now what a well-researched document versus a document that's not as well-researched look like. So, does he have any citations in here whatsoever? He does not. India, Egypt. Okay, hold on. No, it's not really post-load. There he is there. Did he have a PhD in it? I guess he did. Just a second. Where was this? The sun goes out. Yeah. Where was that picture of him? His background. This is him. Here he is. Hunter Thomas attended Dartmouth College. Result of his research analysis in 1949, Dr. Thomas became recognized as the world's leading authority in cataclysmology. No. His cross-correlation research in cataclysmology, I've never heard of that, has demonstrated that the cataclysmological concepts are presented by DeLuca in 7074. No. Yeah. Maybe he's a little more schizo than I thought even. He was an electrical engineer. I've never heard of that before in my fucking life. Cataclysmology, Jesus Christ, brother. Here, I'll show you what an actual, here, like, how do you search on this, Hendrix? You just search in the top and you can find shit. Worlds in collision. This is how you know you're dealing with someone that knows what they're doing. And this is an example of it here with Emmanuel's text. And I'll show you a real document that, I mean, has the potential to keep you up at night. Some of his stories. I think it may have kept Einstein up at night. So, for good reason, because he collected a lot of really interesting shit in it. So, sorry, I'm just trying to, all that food I ate fucking up my voice. It's the fucking spice is nice and right. Yeah. Meanwhile, he's looking like Raymondo's dad. That's another red flag. Okay. Okay. So I'll show you here. All right. See, let's put this full screen. Okay. So if you're involved in academia and you write something, you write a paper, you write your dissertation, and you're citing things, you have to provide, you know, evidence. You have to cite things properly as well, right? So when you make a claim about a thing, so let me find an example of this on the page somewhere. There's different ways you could do it. Some people are more particular about this than others. But you see he made a claim here about Uranus. I can't really highlight with my fucking thing, can I? Oh, maybe I can. The fifth satellite of Uranus was discovered in 1948. Due to the great distance of Neptune and Pluto from the Earth, smaller satellites around these planets may have remained undiscovered. So, and then he says, note, well, this book was on press. Another satellite of Neptune was discovered by J.P. Kuiper. I believe he's the guy that founded the Kuiper Belt. And at the end of the book, right? So when a claim is made about a thing, he provides a reference point to an author that has made the claim that obviously in this instance he jives with and it's accredited. Yes, all the references. Yes, mukbang aftermath. Unfortunately, fucking too much hot sauce on the fucking pizzas. But Emmanuel was a proper academic and intellectual, and he did his due diligence, and that's why people still take it seriously today. Although his claims about how this occurred, about the object itself, he thought it was a satellite of Jupiter randomly escaped out of Jupiter's orbit and flew by the Earth. And I don't think that's what happened. Well, that's not what happened, because we know that's not what happened. Because we can tell those things. People in physics can tell those things. It did not happen 3,600 years ago. But you can see at the bottom, this is how this should look, right? If you're contending with, if you're looking through a document, the Chan Thomas book is, there are claims made. It's interesting, but it's not cited and referenced properly whatsoever. That's a plot for season 2 of The Expanse. Isn't actually? That's where they got it from. They got it from Emmanuel back in the day. Because the reason why is because some ancient peoples had noted it, and I think the Bible mentions this too, maybe, but that the morning star Venus had danced around like a drunkard, and it was perturbed in its orbit. And then he correlated that with this mention of this great winged being that he thought was a comet, right? This great winged disc appeared in the skies over most of the planet, it seems, at some point, because tons of people write about it. And now some people have, I think, misconstrued that as a sun disk, which I don't think that it was. I think it probably was a comet. Now, whether it was Venus, no. What it was specifically, who knows? But anyway, just to give people an idea. And then at the end, right, so you can go through these citations on this page, and at the very back, of the book. And some of the citations are very well written out. So this is another example here too. It gives you context for what you're reading, right? And then what you can do, and I'll show you in a second, is you can go back and you can go through his source material, which is what I was doing, what I have done. I guess I'm still kind of in the process of doing it. But you can go and you can check and you can say, does that still make sense? Did it ever make sense? Who said it? What are some of the counterpoints that they brought up about it, right? So, for instance, here's another one. That planets are able to change the path of a comet is not only known from observation, but has even been calculated in advance. In 1758, Clairaut predicted the retardation of Halley's Comet. There you go. The word that's not used a lot anymore. On its first return, foretold by Halley for a period of 618 days, because it had to pass near Jupiter and Saturn. So, very detailed explanation. And then at the back, which is page 13, at the back of the book, which they should have here, which they should have included. Maybe they didn't. Here they are. These are references here. Or this might be the index. Where's the fucking references in total? He should have a book. He should have a page on here. Maybe they should be in here somewhere. Anyway. 420. Oh, that's weird, huh? I had a copy of it. Anyway, you can go through and you can check the source material of the references as well, which is strange that it's not provided here. Anyway, maybe they didn't put that in. It's an important part. But anyway, you can also at the bottom too. Maybe in this edition they didn't do it, but usually he'll put here anyway. So for instance, you've got for this claim, you've got C-section, Mars moves the Earth from its pivot, note 6, R. Coldway, the excavations at Babylon, 1914. There's the name of the book, 1925, 4th edition. So even put in the edition of the book that he used. Okay, so that's what you want to see, right? So this book, so for people that know about Chan Thomas, I'd highly recommend you move on from that and go, listen, there's some very interesting points that he raised there, but he was kind of riding on the coattails of people like Velikovsky, honestly. So I would recommend Worlds in Collision and Earth in Upheaval are two good books by him. He was a proper academic and he cited things properly and people took his argument quite seriously. There was a lot of people that had contentions about some of his theories because his physics didn't really make a lot of sense. But over time, he kind of came around to that. Carl Sagan made his name, really, by putting him down publicly. Carl Sagan wasn't a very well-known astronomer at the time, but he debated Velikovsky and kind of poked holes in his theory about Venus causing a cataclysm on Earth in the past as a great comet. The problem is what happened was they tried to suppress his work too. So what happened was he had a lot of very interesting insights and he collected a lot of very interesting stories. This isn't the time before the internet too, right? So he had to go around and adventure around to all these different libraries over the fucking planet to get a hold of some of these documents. And he collected all this data, put it in the book, and then they disregarded the entire thing and threw it in the garbage because groups of physicists didn't like his explanation of like, well, where did the comet come from? So they essentially, because the physics didn't make a lot of sense, threw the whole thing out, right? They threw the baby out with the bathwater. But the bathwater was, well, the baby, sorry. The bathwater wasn't valuable. The baby, I'm getting mixed up here for a second, but the baby is valuable, right? So the baby here, the valuable part about this text are all of these interesting anecdotes and connections from ancient stories about some kind of global cataclysm. Now, there's a cyclical element to it too, which he did acknowledge, I think, in one of his later works. But very interesting stuff and something we might come back to someday. Who knows? So I'd highly recommend for anybody that wants to dig into this stuff any further. Check this out. Check Emanuel Velikovsky's works out. There's a great documentary if you don't want to read the whole book, which I think you should. I've read through this. I've read through all of his books. I read through a couple of them though. And this one was very good. Pretty crazy stories, honestly. Crazy shit. But there's a great documentary that the CBC did on him. What the fuck was it called? You can just look up Emanuel Velikovsky CBC documentary. We've watched it on stream here before, but very intriguing. There were tons of accredited people that still took him very seriously. There's a group of people at NASA who were diehard fans of his theory. They thought there was a cataclysm in the past, and they thought that great comet may have been responsible for it. And there was a study group that they feature in the documentary, 2 guys that were working with NASA at the time. And they were the guys that when they ended up going to the moon, they worked with Velikovsky, and they were going to check and see if there were any petrochemicals or well, not petrochemicals, not hydrocarbons. Anyway, the oxidized iron and the precursor to oil too, maybe hydrocarbons on the moon, because his theory was that the comet was so great that its tail kind of lashed the Earth and the moon, and that if this was true and this had happened, like the story stated that it did, there would be remnants of this on the moon now. And they did find there is moisture and shit and oxidized iron in the rocks and on the moon. And so that is either due to this happening or it's material that came from this comet. And it's a lost chapter of history, really, that isn't really talked about anymore anywhere, which is interesting, honestly. Anyway, just some fun reading. If you like this idea of catastrophism, if you humor these ideas as I have in the past of so many ancient authors talking about this, it gets a little bit unsettling, actually. Just a forewarning. I mean, Chan Thomas's book, Why They Redacted That, I don't know. If there was a book I was going to fucking classify and redact, honestly, it would be some of Velikovsky's stuff, because it definitely freaked some people out. It freaked a lot of people out at the time. So anyway. On this, I have up here some other stuff. I'm just going to see what else I pulled up in regards to this. Oh, this guy. I mean, this guy's all into the fucking... I don't follow him, do I? No. Oh, I do follow him. That's probably why I'm seeing it. He's been talking about this shit about the single most important engineering project of their time, one of the most impressive structures on the face of the earth, and yet they never wrote about building it, and they produced no artwork depictions of them building it, almost like they didn't build it. Yeah. Have you visited Cairo? He's traveled across Egypt, been inside the pyramids and many other sites across the region. I traveled the Grand Master and the Knights Templar Order and a group of esoteric researchers. Holy fuck, brother. Really? That's crazy. Is it that guy that's been all over YouTube recently that is super sus? Interesting, though. The Grand Master and the Knights Templar Order. I mean, undoubtedly those guys and the Freemasons probably know what actually fucking happened. Somebody has to. But yeah, look how big it is, man. People down in the bottom left-hand corner. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of people that are highly suspicious of the whole theory from Egyptology that, was it Khufu who supposedly built this site? There was a cartouche, which is like a mark that was left in one area, but it was the guy that documented that was highly suspect. And people think that maybe he put it there himself because he went down there on a very expensive expedition to find proof of who built it, and then at the end of the expedition conveniently found the proof, right? Conveniently, may not have actually, and they don't really challenge that. They just think that that's what it was. But and I guess undoubtedly there's been some reconstruction projects on it, but anyway, it's truly an anomalous place. I mean, I don't think anybody debates that it's a fucking feat, and it is true that there's no mention of them building it anywhere. There was nothing really found inside of it at all. It's an anomaly, like many other megaliths across the globe. Like, it's not Tiwanaku. Fuck, what is it again? The giant Teotihuacan in Mexico is another site that's extremely anomalous. That's fucking massive. And I mean, similar. Again, the pyramids all over the place. Is this something that's just like in our brains? This is something that's in our DNA? Or was there some other group? Kind of similar to what Buddy's talking about here a second ago. Did I close this video out? Oh, I didn't. Archaic Lens. Talking about the all the figures that had their hands enclosed around their waist, right? There were tons of stories from all these cultures about them interacting with gods. And the gods taught them about astronomy and mathematics and civilization, ethics, and what we're getting to here is that this isn't a coincidence, that this is all interrelated, and there is one group of people that may have been responsible for this. And they might unfortunately end up being very tall with blonde hair and blue eyes. What this fucking place needs? Giant fucking triangles, that's what? Yeah. A proper meme, huh? Thanks, man. Yeah. Yeah, these people may have found the triangles, or they were involved in the construction in times past, way in times past, maybe. But there were other people that were involved with the planning of them, right? And in understanding the construction method. I mean, there was some serious math employed there at a time when people weren't really supposed to know how to do that kind of math, right? So there's so many conundrums with it. It's just one of those things that stands out. Like, it's a very obvious, for most people, I think. Some people just don't really think about it, but for people that end up thinking about it, looking into it even a little bit, you're kind of like, oh, this doesn't make a lot of sense. And it doesn't make a lot of sense. So what does it represent? Maybe some lost relic of these civilizations. And that's where the argument, we're going to have it up here now, sorry. The argument that people like Graham has brought up, right, that Graham catches so much shit for, is there was this root race of people, or not even root race, but root civilization of people maybe. And the counterpoint is always like, well, where's their stuff? Where's their stuff? It's like, all around us. Guess what? We're too stupid to discern whether it's theirs or ours. Guess what? That's us. We're dumb. Right? And that's the tragedy of it all, is that might be the problem, really, where we don't have the context, or we aren't advanced enough to be able to actually look into the nitty-gritty of it all and see, oh shit, they didn't do this, and I'm sure that'll be coming with AI soon. We'll get that with AI. You bring the AI and get it to study Giza Plateau and say, with these tools and this knowledge base, did they do this? And I might look at it and say, oh fuck, no, absolutely not. No, this is extremely complex. And they employed like the geometry involved there. I'm not involved in mathematics, but even trigonometry, like you just needed some advanced mathematics. This is the other argument people have talked about. It's supposedly within numbers encoded like at the site, like dividing its base by its width. You get some weird numbers out of it too, where I think it's the circumference of planet Earth, supposedly you get out of the pyramid. And it was the location of it too. That equals pi. I don't know if anyone knows this. What's the theory about the Giza Plateau longitude in pi? 3.14. Let's see. No, that's not it. Oh, see, this is it where sometimes it hallucinates. It is down to like 6 or 7 decimal places. No, that's not it. That's not it. Isn't that funny? Sometimes it has a hard time with this shit. Giza Plateau. 3.14. Isn't this funny? Sometimes you have a hard time finding this, although it is fairly well known. You wonder sometimes, almost like people don't want you to find this stuff. You get a little suspicious. I'm like, pi, longitude, latitude, blah, 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 blah. I forget which one it is. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? It done this a couple times with things. What is it exactly? Yeah. Want to see more OOP arts? It's a life goal of mine. Hey man, fuck yeah, me too. Yeah. You went deep into math out of the pyramids. Billy Carlson. Did he actually? Randall Carlson has too, actually. Is a numerically symbolic way. The exact geographical longitude of the pyramid is 31.13. This number is often simplified. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's identically pi at like 6 or 7 decimal places. I'm not gonna argue with it. I wish I could find the actual number itself and what it corresponds to, if it's a longitude or latitude. It's one hell of a fucking coincidence. There's other coincidences as well. Additionally, they argue that this coincidence aligns with the pyramid's architectural proportions, which also encode pi to the following relations. No, it's you divide its height by its base or something, and you get the circumference of planet Earth as well. And this is something that someone may intentionally do in the construction, so that if people study it in the future, they would understand that someone who built it understands mathematics, right? So you've got a couple coincidences involved in the Giza Plateau that imply that the builders had somewhat of an advanced understanding of mathematics. And it coincides with a pretty precise construction, an unbelievably precise construction. So that's the argument for it, right? That and honestly, then you can get into, well, specifically who was involved with this. And then that's where things get a little bit more schizo, I guess. Mandela effect. Well, that censorship, but it's probably more likely that the search engines and AIs, it just is never searched for. So they probably wouldn't put it at the forefront. And the other thing too is that I don't know. What was I going to say? My brain. Is it true that if one divides the Great Pyramid's perimeter by its height, one indeed obtains a very good approximation of 2/8 pi? An equivalent statement is that the slope of each face of the Great Pyramid is very close to 4/8, 4/4 pi. This relation is accurate with 0.4% or better, depending on the data that one uses. The level of accuracy seems very impressive. This is certainly the reason that Taylor's ideas has been so widely promoted and believed. Could such an accurate and elegance? Oh, thanks, man. Interesting. Yeah. Terrible link. Sorry, this one's better. Ooh, interesting. Pi and the Great Pyramid. Thanks, man. John Taylor is the first to propose the idea the number of pi might have been intentionally incorporated in the design of the Great Pyramid of Khufu at Giza. Yeah, it's also with the longitude or latitude of its location on the globe. It turns out to be pi. And so there's that coincidence as well, where it's like where they fucking put it. Now, we discovered longitude, latitude, some of like the, you know, maybe someone else did before us, right? And then placed it there. I mean, that's beyond fucking coincidence. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, if true, yeah, there you go. The main point is that I'm making this essay is that when one takes into account that we know about ancient Egyptian mathematics, especially their ways of representing lakes and slopes, and the relationship between pi and the Great Pyramid no longer seems very remarkable. The essential point is that the measured system with the ancient Egyptians used will lead the architects to use certain slopes to design the pyramids. One of those slopes just happens to be an excellent approximation of 1/4 pi. And if the architect chooses the slope, then the pyramid would exhibit the famous pi relationship. From this point of view, the probability of the architect might choose a particular slope for at least one of the pyramids is actually rather high. So he's trying to argue that it makes sense, I guess. And then it becomes quite reasonable to believe that this relationship between pi and the Great Pyramid is just an accidental consequence of their mathematics. How can one calculate the probability that an architect building a pyramid would choose a slope which is so close to pi? This is actually a very tricky question. It is impossible to do such a calculation without making some assumptions. The answer will depend crucially on those assumptions. I will discuss a number of hypothetical sets of assumptions to illustrate this important point. Interesting. Yeah. So he's just, that's okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. What's he trying to argue ultimately here? I'm trying to see. I don't think maybe if I saw a picture of his face, I'm not familiar with him. Yeah. What's his TLDR on this? Legend of the architect who designed the Great Pyramid of Khufu intentionally incorporated the golden mean into the proportions of the structure. Seems to have its roots in misunderstanding or distortion of the writings of Herodotus. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Relationship is approximately true. Just this relationship involving pi corresponds to choosing a seat of 5 palms, 2 fingers of the pyramid. Okay. The particular choice is rather high. As with the relationship involving pi, the relationship is therefore much less remarkable than might seem at first glance. Actually, he says it's not that remarkable, but he does have all the math there. Well, that's intriguing. Okay. Interesting. Does he get into the divisions of the I'll have to read it later, man. Does he get into the divisions of the base by the heights and that I mean, again, there are some coincidences you can run into. Maybe it is a coincidence that it ends up being like the circumference of planet Earth or something along those lines. I mean, you know, there's a lot of these is the thing, I think that's intriguing, but he's got a set of assumptions we have to go through here first. You'd have to read through those and we'd have to see if we agree with those assumptions, I guess. And honestly, I would want to see somebody who maybe has a background in engineering look at this and see what they think of it as well. I'm assuming he has a background in this or something. So intriguing. For me, all of these things in concert with the level of precision employed is a red flag. But interesting though, nonetheless. Yeah. Ultimately, I want to know what the truth of it is. Yeah. From when you encounter democracy saying the pyramids aren't anything to do with pi, you throw that at them. Interesting. You've had these arguments before, Golf, have you? Okay. Yeah. Intriguing. Yeah, it'd be pretty hard to debunk the pyramid being an anomalous object. I know. There's been too many accredited people that have been involved looking at it who have backgrounds in engineering. I mean, again, it's like maybe there is some people, and that's the problem too, is that a lot of people who end up trying to debunk it really are people kind of from the scholarly community. And ultimately, although there may be mentions of one guy involved with it, there aren't a lot. And I would trust the eyes of some of these trained people over these sketchy references that these scholars have cooked up, you know. And the other thing too, is like these scholars in this area in Egyptology also don't want to rock the boat with the Egyptian government, or they're not going to ever be able to study the pyramid again. So maintaining this status quo that the Egyptians built the pyramids is in the interest of the Egyptian government for tourism purposes. And undoubtedly, they don't want to rock that boat one way or the other. So you got to take that into account as well, where, you know, some of these trained observers or engineers or machinists that Chris Dunn has brought in over the years, they don't have any of that on the line. They're just looking at it and you're getting their opinion on, is this strange for people that supposedly were in the copper tools, bronze tools? Like, yes, doesn't make any fucking sense, you know. And that's what's been interesting to me, is hearing those anecdotes from those people and reading them, that it's anomalous. So anyway, it's I want to get to the bottom of it, though. I also want to move beyond that conversation, and that there are other sites like this. And we need more accredited people involved in looking into this. Yeah. Then they will say, okay, well, there is a relationship to pi. Yeah, but if you agree with these assumptions, then maybe there's an explanation for it logically as to how it appears like that. I would say that's a problem still, that would appear there at that time period. That's a hell of a fucking coincidence for me, but I'm not going to pretend like I know everything about this, and I don't have a background in mathematics or engineering. So if there are other examples of this happening in older sites, then it would be interesting. You could try to ascribe that to, oh, well, people just found it out. Or if it's other megalithic sites, you can also ascribe that to, it could have been the same group of people that built all these fucking things, right? Which aligns with all the other anecdotes and the stories. So the one time attended professors stopped out of line and said they were much older than anyone else was saying. The other experts melted down. Who was that said that? I'm trying to say that. Robert Schoch. There's been a couple people I think I've known of over the years that have said that. Yeah. And whether it's the Giza Plateau or it's the Sphinx. Oh, Robert Schoch. Yeah. Yeah. There's many more people that hold that opinion too, depending on how vocal they are. But when you look into, which I did a little bit, I'm not an expert on this either, but you look into Egyptology and how Egyptology functions, and how it's dependent upon the Egyptian government really to function. And you understand like the tourism that comes through there and their alignment too with that site. And it's kind of like probably football, right? Like for a football team, you know, you're passionate about it. You bash somebody's head in for your football team, right? On the opposing team. It's just kind of tribalism. I think that's probably at play here a little bit too, where they just desperately want to still be associated with it. Undoubtedly, they were one way or the other. They grew up around there. The Egyptians did build pyramids. It just might not be the Giza Plateau, right? If it's an anomaly. And honestly, it's an anomaly that I think is important because it's exhibited in other places around the world. And that's what Graham's brought up. And just the arguments to me that have come up like against him just aren't that good time and again. Even Flint, like they're talking about, oh, well, we went through the ice core samples and there was no smelting of fucking any lead or anything. There's no lead in the atmosphere. It's like, we have no idea what they did. We have no idea who they are. We have no idea how prevalent they were. We have no idea what we were really dealing with. The anomaly that I would say is that, well, where was their stuff that they used? And they couldn't have even used slave labor to build some of these sites, combined with knowledge that maybe we don't have now, right? Who knows? Who knows how strange it gets? Huge ancient Inca underground labyrinth discovered beneath Cusco, starting at Sun Temple. You know, this is interesting because I remember reading about this years ago. This was like something they were beginning to research about. I think where I saw it was I was watching an Ancient Aliens episode, and they were talking about this rumor that there was a underground labyrinth, and then they actually have explored it. After centuries of rumors and speculation, there you go, archaeologists have finally confirmed the existence of a colossal underground tunnel system beneath the Peruvian city of Cusco. Built by the ancient Inca, the labyrinth, or Chincana, radiates outwards towards the Temple of the Sun, extending for more than a mile towards a fortress on the edge of the city. Interesting. Very cool. I'm just waiting for the day when they discover, we say this too, though. This is why I bring this shit up on here, right? And listen, I don't have a background in any of this stuff academically, right? I'm not going to pretend that I do, but I do have a background in asking questions. So I'm going to ask fucking questions. And the argument usually brought up by people against this theory that who was this ancient group of people that were doing this? So like, well, where are they? Where's their stuff? And the explanation of that might be, again, that we're all fucking stupid, right? Unfortunately, which is something that some people that make these kind of statements or, don't have anything to do with this argument, they have a hard time admitting to themselves. But that might be the problem here, where we've misattributed things, we've misinterpreted things. Many people have misinterpreted things, and maybe even destroyed things potentially, which is what's concerning to me when I get into the giant bodies. And it's strange. And the arguments that I've been able to read against this theory or to explain it is mismeasurements, right? And misidentifications with like mammoth bones and shit. And like, man, I have a hard time believing that these local newspapers who spoke to the anthropologists and archaeologists on site at some of these sites, these mounds, that found upwards of 80 bodies, misinterpreted and mismeasured them all. We had measuring tapes back in 1850 and 1900, right? Okay. We were able to discern between a human fucking femur and like that of a fucking giant ground sloth. I just have a hard time believing that, man. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me at all that would be the case. There were hundreds of these found. The bones, there are still bones around, I guess. I don't think there's any complete skeletons, but there's crazy stories. We just saw this. We heard this story. I watched this a little while ago with Hugh Newman, who did a lot of research into this. There was supposedly, it was in like New York in the early 1900s. There was a barber shop. Like somebody found one of these bodies. Like it must have been they were building their house and they found it underground in some cavern. But he was like fucking 7.5 feet tall. It's like red hair. And he was just sitting at this barber shop in a coffin on display, giant, for like fucking years, just sitting there. And, it's just like, where are the people? There, you fucking dinguses. I mean, again, I'm not involved in this. I don't have a lot at stake here either. But I'm just asking these questions because I'm seeing these stories, and I'm not even just stories, pretty serious anecdotes, right? News articles, for Christ's sake. Telephone game be doing that through history. That's the thing, though, man. That's exactly it. And I think it's scary when you think about it, that this has been telephone gamed out of existence. And it's like, that might be our key to what the fuck is going on here. And specifically who these people mentioned by some, like Plato, were. And they weren't us necessarily. Although the other thing too is they may have just amalgamated into us, kind of like Neanderthals or Homo florentes, where we were all humans, right? And we were all compatible here. And then over time, we all just kind of meshed to one, right? Which is why you see people walking around once in a while that are at those fucking heights. Maybe, right? And this is audacious shit to say, I guess, but I don't really give a fuck because, I mean, you can go back through the receipts, honestly, and you can point to all these anomalies. And they're not like schizo ones either, really. It's right there. It's there. You can go find it. And it's just suspicious to me why more people from these communities don't address this or dig further into it. And there probably are some people, but not enough, really. It's slightly suspicious, is my conclusion. Not that I'm an expert on every corner of it, but I begin to get slightly suspicious and worried that maybe there are people that do have the complete picture here. And who are they and why? Like, and how did they acquire it? Probably money. But like, are there groups of people that have acquired this knowledge? And that could be very concerning, where they know this. And again, some of those groups, we could throw out some names, right? Like the Vatican would be a big one. that would probably have acquired some of this shit. Because I would assume if this was a lost race of people, they weren't only found in the eastern U.S. And guess what? They weren't. Malta also supposedly is a place where a lot of these bodies have been found. Were found, I should say. Not anymore. But you know what the place is called? You know what Malta was referred to as by the people there? The Island of the Giants was one of the fucking names that was given, because a lot of the megaliths they ascribed to this lost race of giants who built them. And supposedly then they found, this is rumors, some bodies, some remains of them there. Not just some, actually quite a few, supposedly. Where did they go? Well, where do you think in that area? The Vatican. Now, where did the ones in the States go to, though? That's the big question. Who took them? Why? You know, with a lot of these questions, I get immediately suspicious when you ask one, and experts believers straight away dismiss it out of hand or call you a tinfoil wearer and no calm rational explaining. Oh yeah, man, it's just some form of like fucking tribalism though too, right? Where it's these people are the high priests. That's what's happened. That's why anyone, man, golf, especially people, anyone that's interested in these conversations, man, which you clearly know a lot about as well. There's a documentary of Velikovsky is great. And I kind of segue into this through it a little bit because he sustained this criticism. And that's the problem too, is like, we're not conscious necessarily all the time of all of our inadequacies as a species. And we've fallen into this terrible state where we do have these high priests that have kind of been established by academia, and they're revered and looked up to, and anyone that questions their narrative gets destroyed. And we shouldn't underestimate like how vicious some of these people can be. It's unacceptable. So just to give a bit more framework and background on what happened to Immanuel Velikovsky. So he proposed that this comet, which there was lots of anecdotes from history about, from a lot of different cultures, was Venus. It was his theory as to what the comet was. It didn't make a lot of sense at the time. It still doesn't really. But what they did, what this community did of scientists, physicists mainly, was they they boycotted his book. They don't want his book in any of the universities, right? And then they ended up harassing the publisher enough to where they pulled it off the shelves, right? And over time, it got reinstated, but there was this unbelievable backlash against it. And because this theory didn't align with their theories, because they did have theories at the time too, right? They didn't want anyone to read it and see any of the things that he talked about. Although there were tons of very interesting stories brought up, and the entire narrative is still objectively very interesting. It was a very well cited document. Very well referenced. I mean, unbelievably well referenced, actually, and unbelievably well researched. But they removed it. They wanted it suppressed and destroyed. They wanted to destroy him in the book because it didn't align with what they believed to be true, right? And some of it, yeah, was just obviously contradictory, but some of it not necessarily, right? In terms of the theories about like what he proposed here, this electric universe shit that happened where it got ejected from Jupiter's orbit. But they tried to destroy him and his credibility. And it wasn't in Carl Sagan, this is one of the things he said he regretted, I remember reading this, was how the scientific community handled this was terrible, right? And they didn't really shut the fuck up until Einstein, who he had met earlier on, because they set up the university in Jerusalem for the state of Israel. They set up the university, Velikovsky did. He was one of the guys who set the university up, and he worked with Einstein because he helped like set up the physics department and whatnot. And he kind of came to his aid a little bit after the fact. And, you know, instead of just completely shutting the whole thing down, said, okay, well, let's look at what he tried to steel man his argument instead of just destroying him. So unbelievable. Yeah. Show me the Vatican Secret Archives. Why it's so secret. Yeah, man. Exactly. Yeah. Have you seen what they did to the guy who suggested washing hands between surgeries? No. Why? What did they do to him? It's terrible, man. And I think it's really unfortunate because, again, all of these people associated with these academies, almost all of them are rooted in the foundations of them were built by Plato, right? I mean, that was the foundation of a lot of these academies. Plato had like made the first real university ever, really, right? Back, oh my God, 2,400 years ago. Something like that. They're all just footnotes to him, really. And that philosophy, right, is many of these people who become specialists become philosophers in their own respective disciplines. So they should understand to approach things with less hubris and to understand what critical thinking means. And critical thinking means that you can look at a thing objectively, right, without emotion, right? And you don't get into a tizzy and rile everybody else up into some fucking horde, some mob, and just go destroy people because you don't like what someone's talking about because it doesn't align with your theories. The problem was what it really did and what it revealed were these high priests, and that what's happened is these people, these new age high priests, these intellectuals, what he challenged was their power structure, their place at top of the pyramid, right? So in times past, these people maybe were high priests. Now they've established themselves as such. And what he was doing was he was threatening their position, is what they felt. And so they just destroyed him. That was their solution. Instead of working with him, they destroyed him. And it just digs deeper into humans, honestly. And it's very concerning that we would have people that are that intellectual that could be that nefarious. And honestly mentally ill, really, right? But, you know, unfortunate. Very, very, yeah. Strap in and prepare to question all medical science. Oh, God. Value-free analysis, some might call it. What's up, man? Yeah. There you go. That's exactly it, man. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. And we've gotten to a dangerous place now. And we're in a dangerous place where these people they're very well established, some of them. At the end of the day, it's just a really good example. I'd highly recommend it to anyone and everyone watch that documentary on him because that was very enlightening as well. And there were some university professors, some heads of some colleges that were just absolutely disgusted as to what happened in regards to Velikovsky and his book and how he was treated. And I mean, this guy in his own right, he's a fucking psychoanalyst. You know, he was a psychologist, I guess. He was a well-regarded guy. He was a well-established intellectual. You know, I know he didn't have a background in physics, but unbelievable. So what happened here? Despite his research, they conflicted with stab. Let's see here. He was a Hungarian physician and scientist of German descent who was an early pioneer of antiseptic procedures. Let's see. Discovered that the incidence of infection could be drastically reduced by requiring healthcare workers in obstetrical clinics to disinfect their hands. In 1847, he proposed hand washing with chlorinated lime solutions at Vienna General Hospitals, where doctors' ward had 3 times the mortality of midwives' wards. The maternal mortality rate dropped from 18% to less than 2%, and he published a book of his findings. Despite his research, Semmelweis' observations conflicted with the established scientific medical opinions of the time, and his ideas were rejected by the medical community. He could offer no theoretical explanation for his findings of reduced mortality due to hand washing, and some doctors were offended at the suggestion that they should wash their hands and mocked him for it. In 1865, the increasingly outspoken Semmelweis allegedly suffered a nervous breakdown and was committed to an asylum by his colleagues. And the asylum he was beaten by the guards. He died 14 days later from a gangrenous wound on his right hand that may have been caused by the beating. His findings earned widespread acceptance only years after his death when Louis Pasteur confirmed the germ theory, giving Semmelweis' observation a theoretical explanation, and Joseph Lister, according to Pasteur's research, practiced and operated using hygienic methods with great success. Oof. I never heard of this one before, man, but fuck, it boils my blood, I can tell you that much, yeah. Be me, invent easy and cheap way to prevent patients dying. Colleagues are what the fuck. Get sacked, have breakdown, get beaten to shit by guards in asylum. Man, my face went, this motherfucker. Hopefully they have an award named after him. It's a very stark reminder, I guess, as to how brutal people can be and ignorant, right? Trust the science. In some instances, yeah, you have to turn to people that know more than you do, but you should be suspicious of people, though, too, right? Regardless of what they've established themselves as. I mean, their behaviors, you know, their logic really is what you have to look at, too, right? But that means employing critical thinking, which a lot of people that are the general public don't like to do because it makes them uncomfortable. It causes and raises your anxiety level, really, is what it does. And that's uncomfortable, so people would rather kind of live in illusions, right? And that's why people like me and others encourage people like that to Get out of the cave, right? Leave the illusions. Go out into the sun. It's bright. It will blind you, but it's necessary. Because the more people we have in the cave, the more problems we're going to have, right? We got a lot of fucking problems. God fucking damn it, man. Yeah. Oh, it's a human condition, man. Holy shit. I didn't know. Thank you for sharing this, Golf. This is fucked. Yeah. It's a good example, though, man. Yeah, confirmation bias. Yeah, it's called. They said reflex. Huh? Is a metaphor for the reflex-like tendency to reject new evidence or new knowledge because it contradicts established norms, beliefs, or paradigms. The term derives from the name this guy, a Hungarian physician who was beaten to death because he suggested people wash their hands. Holy fuck. While there is uncertainty regarding its origin and generally accepted use, the expression semawise reflex had been used by the author Robert Anton Wilson in Wilson's book, The Game of Life, provided following the polemical definition of the semawise reflex, mob behavior found among primates and larval hominids on undeveloped planets in which a discovery of important scientific fact is punished. Fuck yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Yes. Monkeys being threatened. That's it. And power structures threatening. And it's the thing. It's like if you it's threatening people's like livelihood or reputations. There's going to be a violent reaction. It's a monkey brain reaction. Right? That makes sense to me, man. And you see that all the time in all these other academic disciplines, huh? Like, look what, if anyone wants an example of this too, go and watch, this is still on YouTube, but Robert Schoch showed up to, I think it was like 1995 or 1996, a meeting of Egyptologists in Chicago to present his findings on a redating of the Sphinx. And again, listen, I come from like a scholarly discipline, I guess my interest in philosophy, but these hard scientists, you know, they play hardball. Right? Like if they bring you a bunch of hard evidence or something, you better just sit the fuck down, shut your mouth and listen. Unfortunately, right? So he showed up there, pretty accredited, well-respected guy in his own right, and showed them pretty hard evidence that they got the dating on the Sphinx wrong. Now, the problem, and what Robert underestimated, was that people, not all people, are just after objective truths, right? They're after their truths, right? And so when he showed up there, he showed them all the data, and they laughed at him. They literally fucking laughed at him. And he was like, what? It's like, we know. It's like, you don't. It's right there. You don't know. You don't know how to look at fucking rocks either and tell the difference between water erosion and wind erosion. So I do. And that's an example of water erosion. And that has to be very old because there hasn't been any water in the Nile Valley due to other scientists for thousands of years. So therefore, you're fucking wrong. And they wouldn't even accept it. Right? Like, yeah, it's just, anyway, man, fucking, yeah. Where's this coming from? I think I might know where. Where's it coming from? Oh, it's right here. It's about to start. Okay, I was like, Jesus Christ, am I hallucinating? It's possible. It's always possible. Fuck, man, yeah. Even Fucktopedia admits this reflex came into play with COVID, yeah. On the reflex page a little further down. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, man, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Oh, did it actually? Let's say COVID, yeah. Has it talked about the solution at all and how that's also been involved with killing people, unfortunately, due to myocarditis? It's a dark thing, guys. We're in the midst of, I can't talk about this on here really, but we're in the midst of something very dark right now too. Anyway, yeah. Witness in his age of disclosure. Yes, it does. Jason, yeah. Clarifying perspective to take is indeed to pretend everyone is a monkey. Yeah. Fuck, there you go. Yeah. We still are, brother. Isn't it scary? That's the scary part, though. Didn't he estimate the actual age of the Sphinx between 6 to 9,000 years BC? Yes, Cap. Yeah. He did, and they laughed at him. But again, I don't like their opinion on that. Objectively, I don't know who seriously values it at this point. At least people with brain cells, because I mean, that is what we're really concerned with, is hard evidences like that. So yeah. Slippy. Oh yes, when it comes out, probably. Is it going to be a live thing, or are they just going to release it? I can't remember. Former Special Forces insider exposes UAP secrets. Okay. Premiere now. Matthew, let's see this.
Another
whistleblower
comes forward. Just days before Trump's inauguration,
right
Ross
off of that.
Coulthard reveals another UAP whistleblower on News Nation. Former airman Jake Barber goes public, revealing he worked under non-official cover as part of an elite team of special operators tasked with recovering crashed military aircraft and UFOs. Despite 3 other special operators coming forward to vouch for Jake Barber's claims, skeptics continue to question his story and military record. Dr. John Blitch, a former Green Beret and Special Mission Unit troop commander, joins us to discuss how he came to know Jake Barber and why he believes what Jake and his team have told him about their astounding crash retrieval activities. But is Jake Barber who he says he is? And are his allegations true?
You're goddamn right.
He kind of sounded like David Childress there. And his true.
Hi, I'm Matt Ford. Welcome to the Good Trouble Show. We have a very special guest today. Former Green Beret and Special Mission Unit Troop Commander Dr. John Blitch joins us on the Good Trouble Show for a 2-part exclusive interview to discuss UAP whistleblower Jake Barber. But first, please hit the subscribe and thumbs up buttons on YouTube. Leave a comment and let us know what you think about this episode. You can also find us on X at Good Trouble Show and everywhere else.
He loves to yell. I dig it though. I yell all the time.
Wherever you enjoy your podcasts, search for the Good Trouble Show with Matt Ford.
I vibe with it.
And if you would like to chip in to keep the lights on, you can become a Patreon member of the Good Trouble Show by going to www.patreon.com/The Good Trouble Show. Sign up to help us keep bringing you amazing shows like the one we have today. Now, with all of that out of the way, here is part 1 of our interview with Dr. John Blitch. Please welcome Dr. John Blitch. Dr. Blitch, how are you, sir?
I am loving life, Matt. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. Welcome to the Good Trouble Show. Your first time here. Hopefully, this is the first of many appearances that you'll have on our show. We of course have a lot of common friends. I met you through Lou Elizondo, and I have to say we really hit it off. But I actually never asked the story of how you connected with Lou, how you met him. Tell us about that.
Yeah. So, well, first of all, thank you for having me on. I'm a big fan of your show, and thanks for everything you're doing for the disclosure effort.
Thank you.
Yeah. Like many people, I started following Lou after his heroic disclosure effort in late 2017. I was a professor at the Air Force Academy and started following him then. And I ended up being very enthusiastic about his effort. I don't throw that word heroic around easily. I mean, he put it all on the line. So I was very impressed with that. And then kept following him after he ended up at TTSA. But what inspired me to actually track him down, and that's a challenging thing for anybody of his background, right? In the intelligence community. He knows how to disappear pretty well.
Right.
But I was able to track him down because I was
very interesting.
Very impressed with that TV series that TTSA put together, To the Stars Academy, called Unidentified. Watched every one of those episodes, several of them more than once. But the last episode, season 2, episode 8, which was the only one that covered or had any direct
thanks for the follow,
activity with regards to the abduction phenomenon, that kind of upset me. And so I tracked him down and just, did everything I could to put him on the pedestal that he so richly deserves for his selfless service and all the risk that he and his family have taken on behalf of our fellow humans and Americans. And so that's how I tracked him down.
Yeah, I think what a lot of people really have a difficult time wrapping their heads around is the fact that people, these folks that have come forward, such as Lou, such as David Grush, and of course we have Jake Barber now, this new whistleblower that was on Ross Coulthart's special. These folks are really putting themselves on the line, putting themselves at risk, their families at risk, all to really kind of call out this sort of tragedy of the American government not being straight with the American people about the UAP issue.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. And I think all of those folks would admit that they stand on the shoulder of so many others, many shoulders that are stacked up for the last 80 years or so. Sergeant Major Robert O'Dean, a personal hero of mine. But Kathy Martin, a lot of the researchers, Travis Walton, all these folks coming forward and taking huge risks to their career, to their families, their lives. And my hat is off to all of them.
Absolutely. You have quite an outstanding history of serving this country. If you don't mind, walk us through your military service before you began working in the Special Forces community.
Okay, well, let me see. So I'm class of 1981 from West Point, but do not be impressed. I was a lousy student.
Me
Graduated with a 2.41 GPA, and I set a record for demerits before Christmas, my plebe year. But
Wow.
2.41 GPA. With that background, then they put me in charge of nuclear weapons. Go figure, right?
Go figure.
Yeah. So ended up in Germany. Practicing launching nuclear projectiles from West Germany into East Germany. And I got to tell you, I had some misgivings about that. One night in particular, gorgeous blizzard, post-blizzard, full moon comes out. And I started really trying to come to grips with the fact that we were trying to kill people that never hurt me. And that far distant, right, in East Germany. And then it occurred to me that we're not just killing them, we're killing their kids, their grandkids for decades and centuries to go. So you're reaching not only into another country, but you're reaching into the future with those weapons. So had a difficult time with that. I always really wanted to be an astronaut, so applied. Couldn't become an Army aviator, helicopter pilot. So I submitted an inter-service transfer to the Navy, believe it or not, to be Goose, the backseater in Top Gun.
Wow.
And it was approved. I had orders. I was ready to go, but then they were revoked in 1986. And I was stuck at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, and was put in charge of a Pershing II missile battery. Now, I want to be very clear about that. It was a battery. It was not a battalion. I've never been a battalion commander. And it's a very significant distinction because a battery is only 120 people, 120 soldiers.
Okay.
A battalion is 500 soldiers. And that's commanded by a lieutenant colonel. So I was only a captain at the time. But it was significant in that I became intimately familiar with the Personnel Reliability Program, which basically prevents crazy people from getting access to nuclear weapons.
Okay.
So I had to sign 6 slips every single morning about whether or not, if this person was prescribed Motrin or acetaminophen or any number of other items, whether or not they were fit for nuclear duties. So it was a real pain in the neck, very tedious, but necessary, obviously. But then I got kind of sick and tired of that. In fact, the day of my outgoing change of command was the day that the INF Treaty was signed. The Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty was signed on December 10th, 1986, and they did away with all our missiles. So now what am I going to do?
Sure.
I remember going to a classified briefing about this hush-hush rumored hostage rescue organization, and we all had to show our credentials and be listed. It was only at a secret level, and they were recruiting, and so I signed up, but they turned me down. They said, well, you need to go into regular special forces first and then maybe reapply from there. So that's how I ended up in SF.
Got it. Okay. And I want to talk now, really dig into this, to the Special Forces. I recently referred to you as a Delta Force commander, and it turns out I was actually completely wrong. So first, I'd like to apologize for that. And I would love for you to correct what I said on the record. My understanding of the Special Forces community is obviously a little bit lacking. So why was I wrong in how I referred to you? Well, please educate me.
Well, don't worry about it, Matt. There's no reason to apologize. It actually is factual and accurate. I think I sent you a military document that says that I was assigned to that unit with that name, but none of us like that. Well, I shouldn't speak for everybody. I was only there for 3.5 years. But the vast majority of us abhor that name because it has this Hollywood flavor to it. With Chuck Norris, one of my childhood heroes, growing up learning karate and all that stuff, and books by that name and so forth. And we really don't like to have that limelight on us. We much prefer to operate behind the scenes. And it's really an operational necessity if you think about it, because if every time we go rescue American hostages in a foreign country, we beat our chests and say, America to the rescue, well, they're not going to invite us back. It's much more important for us to give the local country credit for that and keep our identity secret. And then everybody wins, right? We get our American citizens back. They get credit for handling their own crisis, and everybody wins. And we do the same thing with some of our conventional military units as well. We'll give them credit, and many times they deserve the vast majority of it. So it's a real important aspect to sort of suppress ourselves. And the other thing that is probably the most important of all is it keeps our egos under check, right? I mean, our hot washes used to be brutal. The after action, we are absolutely our worst critics, and so we're brutal within ourselves, and that's a really important aspect because you can't ever afford to think that you're a badass and that you're king of the pile. There's always somebody bigger, better, stronger, tougher, and so it's a very important aspect of that. So we typically refer to it as the unit. And then, of course, there was a TV show about the unit. So, we should have probably started referring to it as something else. Maybe the current guys do refer to it as something else, but that's what I refer to it. And again, I got to caveat all this, Matt. My time back there was I left there in 1993. So we're, 30, 40 years? So that's a long time ago. And a lot of my, background there is dated. So I really don't like to talk about that unit or any of that stuff because there's so many more people with way more experience than me, guys that have spent their entire life there and done truly heroic stuff. So I never did anything even remotely heroic in the slightest way. I kept my head on one time during one real world deployment. That's about it. So that's kind of that aspect of it. So we like to use the term, the technical term, Special Mission Unit. That's all we are, or a SMU. And so that's what I will acknowledge, that I was a true commander in a SMU, not the Delta Force commander like you call me. Okay, which is no big deal.
Got it.
But realize again, that is a full colonel. That's an 06. I was an 03. I wasn't even middle management. I was lower middle management.
Got it. So what sorts of things, just in a general way, Special Forces, not even specifically talking about the unit or your unit, but in a general way, folks that have no idea who Special Forces are, a lot of times you hear this term Tier 1 operator thrown around, and I think, including myself, a lot of us are not very clear on what that means. Give us like an overview of how that is organized, what are Tier 1 operators, and just consider that, assume that I know absolutely nothing, which is pretty close to being accurate about what sort of thing you guys did.
Well, you're very humble, Matt.
Yes, it's a premiere, I guess, Bones. It's a premiere. So he's exposing UAP secrets? Is that what he's doing? Interesting.
I think you know a lot more than you say, but I'm trying to put myself compassionately in your shoes and sort through all the misinformation and other information. It's the nature of the beast right now. So in general, when I went into Special Forces at first and commanded those two A teams, those detachments, our mission was to parachute or insert behind enemy lines, either parachutes or scuba dive or whatever it is to get in there, and then operate behind enemy lines. It was the Cold War. Enemy line was pretty much the Iron Curtain, Soviet Union. I was in 10th Group, so we were oriented on Europe. Each Army Special Forces group is geographically oriented. So 5th Group's Middle East, 7th Group is Central South America, 1st Group is Pacific. Everybody has their areas and we're language trained in those areas. And so that was the general idea. JFK deserves a lot of credit for that because he envisioned this, force multiplier that we would go in with culturally sensitive and language trained folks and organize them to rise up against their own tyrannical authoritarian government. And rather than having our conventional forces invade, have them rise up, and we would do all we can to assist. And so obviously we had a pretty intensive relationship with the intelligence services, right? Because they had to guide us, and a lot of times we would work with them in that role. In terms of the Tier 1 world, that all spun up pretty much in the aftermath of the 72 Munich massacre, where terrorists pretty much wiped out the Israeli Olympic team, track team, I think it was. And we started realizing, wow, this new form of warfare is rising up. And so Charlie Beckwith, who had done a lot of work with the SAS, the UK, the British SAS, Australia has SAS too, very good, very phenomenal, top level folks. But it's a little bit different mission because
I guess as
now instead of focusing on all this
or
cultural sensitive aspects of things, you really what you're really trying to do is surgically interdict and make sure that bullet goes this way instead of this way into a hostage. And that's very, very difficult, very time consuming. And I think it's pretty well known now. It wasn't back then, but back at the unit, we had a barrel that was full of cartridges, brass cartridges, a 55-gallon barrel. And that represented what one operator would shoot downrange. That's the amount of lead that a single person would put downrange in just 6 months of their initial operator training course, what we call it. Wow. That amount of lead downrange at that time was probably equal to what an entire company, like 120 troops, would get. So it was, we had more resources, but more was demanded of us. And so because of that demand, this tier structure was come up with. We don't like it. I don't like it because it has this, superiority flavor to it. We're not superior. It's different missions with different folks. And those of us that have served on both sides of that, not to mention the Ranger Regiment, probably the world's best infantry shock troops that you've ever seen. They have their mission as well. So it's just a different mission. So that's in a nutshell, I guess, my best shot at it from my perspective.
If you were to sort of characterize the people that are in the special operator community, how would you characterize them in terms of, just sort of anything, like personality type, what is important to them, anything of that nature?
Well, I think, this is just my personal opinion. And again, there are a lot of other people with a lot more experience than me. I spent 7 years of my my 24 years in command, and 4 of those 5 commands were in Special Forces. But there are a lot of people with way more time in this. So my perspective is that the single most distinguishing factor for Army Special Forces is not well recognized. And I think it boils down to a single word: maturity. Because the average Army Ranger, the average Navy SEAL, when they come in, they can be pretty much straight up the street. Of course, they go through intensive training, but you're 18, 20 years old, somewhere in that 1 to 2 year time frame. What makes Army Special Forces unique, or at least it did, and then they changed and then they kind of went back, it's a pendulum swing, was that we would not accept anybody until after they have already served their first tour. So if you're 18, you do 3 years in some other field, and then you can come apply to Special Forces, and then you go through your language training, and then you go through the SFQC, and then by then you're 22, right? And so you're starting to approach the maturity. So my background in cognitive neuroscience, my
I don't know where he's going with this.
Was using EEG.
So he's going to expose secrets. He's giving his background right now, I guess, as to like where he fit in the pyramid, and that he was only in Special Forces for a short amount of time. He wasn't a mature. Is he Ranger or Delta Force? I guess technically is where he was. I don't know.
On folks. So I dabbled
Move ahead
23 years at FEMA. And so we really get a much more mature force with all that additional training by the time you are awarded your Green Beret and you're wearing that. And then from there, the Tier 1 level
something along those lines.
Usually years beyond that. So
I wish I had a beer.
We have a much more mature force.
Soon,
never mind
Friday.
all the physical training and resilience and the cognition. Now, the second part is not well known either, and that is that over decades of analysis, our psychologists, which is a much higher density than the rest of the Army. The rest of the Army, you used to, again, all this data is dated, but back during the Cold War, you might have one psychologist or
it's wanted deeply in my soul,
assigned
man.
to like a brigade,
This is what
which is 1,500 troops.
It's wanted so badly.
We would have one per 60. So, So think about that. So there's a lot of cognitive assessment that goes on. And what's very important about that is that when they administer their assessments or their surveys or whatever you call it, we're exhausted. The average person that takes an IQ test or takes some sort of psychology test at 10 o'clock in the morning after you've had your donut and coffee.
Man. Try and keep it
so
the
you
weekends.
can kind of figure out whether or not they want me to answer B or C. There might be 1 or 2 fuzzies in there, but you can kind of figure it out, right? At 10 o'clock at night,
this guy's beating me around the bush a little bit too hard here. Yeah, we got to get to the alien asshole. Like, stop beating around the bush, brother. Come on now. Yeah. This guy's a fad. Yeah, I think so. I think it might be a psyop here. He's just trying not to talk about the alien stuff. Matt said he's gonna expose UAP secrets. Talk about esoteric or aliens, waste of time.
you're exhausted, you're bruised from falling down, the mountainside. You're going to answer that accurately, right? The way you really feel. And so our psychologists get a much more crisp perspective of what's going on up in here. So that's another advantage when you're dealing with very, very difficult decisions.
I'm just reading these synopses
point out
here.
this other aspect. Because even though I did command a recce troop, a reconnaissance troop, and they were comprised of snipers, I was never a sniper. Yes, I had a long gun, and I would train, and I would shoot downrange, but I never had to make that decision, Matt, where I'm looking through this scope, and there's somebody downrange, and I got to decide whether or not to pull the trigger. Now, of course, we get a dossier, but here's demanded of us. And so because of that demand, this tier structure was
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt it. Matt put kind of I thought this was a guide where what they're going to be talking about tonight. So I don't know if I see anything in here that importance of consistency, challenge faced by whistleblowers, not official cover explained, allegations of 80-year cover-up, media skepticism, moving towards he doesn't expose any secrets. I don't know. This is kind of misleading, I think, on Matt's part. There's nothing in here that says he's talking about. Okay, I don't know. This might be one of those ones that we watch after it all comes out, and we get to the important part. There seems to be a little bit of kind of run on. Yeah, the Canadian accent comes in full force. Occasionally it does. I don't have a super strong one. Yeah. It's only Americans that can tell that, Slippy, actually. I can tell I'm getting serious. Can tell I'm getting fed up, bored, yeah. Super chat downer. How many people are watching this right now? I can't even see live. I had other things to go over, I guess. But yeah. Wardringer just knows an accent now, yeah. Yeah, you can hear it. Oh, can you really? Yeah, from Texas. I could probably hear the Texas accent too, actually. I can. Although some people I can't. Who was S-Fan? I watch S-Fan on here sometimes, and he's grown up in Texas, and I cannot tell. Same with Asmongold from Texas too, isn't he? So, yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. I know people from the USA that sound Canadian too, not full blown South Park, but the classic, the traditional Canadian accent is actually a Western Canadian accent. Maritimers are a little bit different. I'm from New Brunswick, and kind of New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, PEI are all kind of lumped together. We're all similar accents. It's a different kind of vibe. Yeah. Well, I was gonna. Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah. I say a boot. It's a boot time. Jordan Peterson is like the classic fucking Canadian fucking accent. People meme on him. Holy fuck, yeah. We're Trailer Park Boys people. That's essentially what we sound. What we will sound like by fucking Trailer Park Boys. Bad. It's kind of it. That's kind of like New Brunswick, bad. Fucking, just I'm in the woods, bad. Fucking with the boys, fucking, just hanging out. Like that's kind of like the meme. Like you run into the boys. There's like it's usually kind of the Jim Bobs of any area have like the strongest accents, and that's kind of like the Jim Bob New Brunswicker kind of accent. It's a meme. I know. I'm sure War Drinker and everyone else here knows them as well, quite well. Bob and Doug, man, holy fuck, yeah. Take off, eh? Holy fuck, yeah. You're like inching to Newfie. By yeah, it's close. It's not quite to Newfie. Newfie's on another fucking. That's an island. I mean, Christ, they're more connected to Europe, for Christ's sake. Yeah, Canadian Maritimers definitely have an accent. Just listen to people interviewed on the radio from the Maritimes. Yeah, right there, over there, bud. Bud, right there, bud. Yeah, we're just like, we try to be as highbrow as we can. We just don't. But you get a couple drinks in us, and it's all gone. We're fucking robbing stores like fucking Ricky, Julian, fucking Bubbles. I don't know if probably everyone here knows what the Trailer Park Boys is, but they're from Nova Scotia, but close enough, yeah. You live with two Newfies and two New Brunswickers. You said that word, yeah, before. Fucking Newfies, Jesus Christ, yeah. Fucking wild people. It's wild over there, yeah. Yes, welcome, new viewers for Canadian chat. Well, let's, I was going to watch something more schizo. That's kind of interesting, and we're going to watch the whole thing or not, I don't know. This is the kind of shit that I love, though. This is the shit that I live for. You better watch yourself, bud, or I'll come up and punch you in the back of your cock there. Yeah. My heavens. That's that's the kind of talk right there. That's exactly it. Yeah. Fuck. This is remote viewing. I love remote viewing. I love this stuff. I love it. I love watching people remote view schizo things, which supposedly people that do remote viewing for a living don't like doing, because there's no way to actually ascertain whether they got on target or not. But I like it. And I like prophecies. I think prophecies are sick, you know. It's the Hopi prophecies about the blue and red Kachina. Let's see if I had this up here somewhere. Fuck, I've lost it. We're going to do this again, I guess. I'll use ChatGPT this time. Tell me about the Hopi prophecy about the fifth, it'll figure out the spelling, fifth world and the blue and red Kachina, please. Yeah. So for it, bud. Yeah. That's fucking literally it. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll reach. Thank you. Thank you. The Hopi prophecy of the fifth world and the blue and red Kachina is deeply tied to their worldview of cyclical creation and destruction. Here's the essence of it. The fifth world. The Hopi believe humanity is currently in the fourth world, having progressed through these prior worlds that were destroyed due to humanity's disconnection from spiritual principles and harmony with nature. The fifth world represents a coming era of renewal and balance. It's expected to begin after the current world faces a period of great purification, a necessary cleansing of corruption and disharmony. Oh my heavens. That's why you want to get into harmony with the universe, right? So when the cleansing comes, you don't get washed away. Blue and red Kachinas. The blue star Kachina is said to be a celestial sign signaling the arrival of the fifth world. It will appear in the sky as a blue star, marking a time when great change begins. Some interpretations link this to celestial events like comets, supernova, or planetary alignments. The red Kachina is often associated with further purification and chaos. It represents a purifier, or a force of reckoning that follows the blue Kachina. The red Kachina will strip away illusions and false systems, leaving only what is spiritually pure. People that may have hung around here for a while might kind of connect that to some other references around the world about red comets and destruction and chaos. There's a theme. Key prophetic elements: collapse of systems, return to simplicity, celestial event. The Hopi associate these changes with astronomical phenomena, including stars and planets. They're the signs. These signs, after they happen, this purification will proceed afterwards. It heralds a new age. Some connect the blue Kachina with the Hale-Bopp comet and other celestial events. The red Kachina is sometimes linked to destructive planetary or cosmic phenomena, such as a rogue planet or comet. It is. Nibiru is a popular modern equivalent, the red Kachina, that it's the comet planet or planet X or planet 9 even maybe. That's what it represents. But they weren't that specific, unfortunately. But there are other Native American tribes that speak of this object, right? There's the Ojibwa from northern Ontario that speak about the long-tailed heavenly climbing star, that it appeared in the sky and burnt everything to the ground. So there's other mentions of a large, very large comet appearing and its tail lashing the earth. Its tail, specifically in that story, is from Fred Pine, who was an Ojibwa elder that Thor Conway, an anthropologist, talked to. I first saw that and read that story in Graham Hancock's book, Magicians of the Gods. But I sought out the extended edition that I found. How did I find it? Well, I think I actually got a hold of Thor Conway's book where he mentioned it. But anyway, yeah. It burnt everything to the ground. The tail lashed the earth. It had radiation and heat in its tail. And its tail swept by the earth and caused a devastation. Killed all of the megafauna. Killed everyone who didn't listen to the elders and told them to go run in the swamp, the bog, and roll in the bog water and the peat and the moss, and that protected them from the firestorm. But everything else burned. Crazy fucking story. And there is a black mat layer all over the northern hemisphere. The prophecy warns against ignoring spiritual principles and calls for reconnecting with nature, each other, to ensure survival into the fifth world. It's often seen as a metaphor for the need to change humanity's destructive ways. Some take it literally. Got a specific angle you're curious about? Well, no, not right now. But what I wanted to watch was this. I want this to be kind of interesting. I love Ed's remote viewing. Ed is a part of the Future Forecasters. He's a remote viewer, and he kind of tells his story here about how he got onto this project. But So how this works, for people that don't know or have never seen someone actually go through a session, you need someone to task you on this stuff blind. And in some situations, ideally to be double blind. But one way of doing it, like they would do it in the Stargate program, is you would have your tasker. What you would do is you would, let's say, write what you want in the remote view. So you could say Mars 1 million years ago, or 1 million years BC. And you put that in an envelope and write a string of numbers on it. And the only thing you're going to give the remote viewer is that string of numbers. And then they're going to start remote viewing whatever comes to mind, right? And if they start getting this red place, there's like sand everywhere. It might be pyramids. It looks like it suffered a cataclysm. The sun seems kind of wrong. Like, you're like, oh, fuck. Did you just get Mars, right? That's crazy, right? And that's essentially how it's supposed to work. Or you can use the example of like a barn too, like I've used, where they'll be like, it's like describe this barn on this road, and the barn on the road happens to be red and it has like a black roof or something, and they'll be like, oh, I'm getting this like road, and there's stables and there's horses and there's this barn and it looks to be like red and it's got it's like brand new black roof, and that's essentially what they would do with it. And then that would give them the opportunity in that instance to actually go and be like, check their data and be like, oh my God, I got it. That's fucking insane, right? So that's how it works usually. It's some kind of weaponized, like, intuition's probably the wrong word, but something along those lines. So what somebody did was they gave Ed the Hopi prophecy. It's only part 1. I think it's only like 20 minutes long, but they gave him the Hopi prophecy and he went through it. It was kind of interesting what he got. But so he did this all blind. So I'll let him describe it.
Hey, my friends, it is January 21, 2025.
Yeah.
I'm going to start going through some sessions that I've just completed a few weeks ago with a quote-unquote target that I've been working with Dustin Newcomb. My buddy Dustin Newcomb set this up for me. This has been a very long, ongoing project with long breaks in between doing work on it, and that in itself is pretty interesting to me.
We've kind of just gone over the introduction here already. I kind of want to go to the data, but this essentially is just going over the actual prophecy itself. And that this one in particular he was looking at was the one they gave to the United Nations in 1992. But it's an old prophecy they've had for generations. And this one in particular, though, this is one. So we actually went through this recently here, which is why I also thought this was interesting. But this prophecy that they gave to the United Nations, I think it does go back to the 70s, though, I think. But it was about this man in a red hat. Which is, some people think, oh, Jesus Christ. There is a man in a red hat running the country right now that would rise up as this leader. And that's a part of it as well, which I thought was kind of a meme. I didn't believe that when someone told me that they actually had a fucking prophecy about this guy in the fucking red hat. I was like, it's kind of like the Trump fucking, the Barron Trump story. Where was it that he said that? They talk about the Kachinas. It is known that our true white brother, when he comes, will be all powerful and he will wear a red cap or red cloak. I don't know if he'd be considered their brother or not, but I mean, bring them great fortune. Yeah. Yeah. Now is the perfect time to point out how much Melina's wife looks like Carmen Sandiego on a black and white TV. Oh my fuck. Trump's wife. Yeah. Yeah, she actually does, doesn't she, recently? Yeah. God damn it. Yeah. Anyway, they have this prophecy about him, and he gets into the whole thing, so I just thought it'd be kind of interesting to go through some of the images that he wrote here. So here's the session right here.
An easy thing to do. I don't understand everything in this session. I'm not saying that I do. I'm going to go through it all. I'm not going to leave anything out because I don't know what is good, and I don't know what is not good. Meaning I don't know what's accurate and what is inaccurate, and I'm not going to leave anything out or try to overanalyze it myself. Keep it open. Okay, so this is, I started this session, started doing the project May 10th, 2024. Getting a structure here. It's coming in, and let's go into some of these playthings. This is a place here, there's some location. But what about it, though, I wondered? And there were people going in and out. It was an active facility, like a university or a place like that. A company or business that is looking at something over there, meaning over here. Are they spying, though, I wondered? What are they looking for, contemplating? It's like a radar or radar system, like a beam pointed at something. It was very interesting. Why a beam, though, I wondered? Is it shining a light? Is it cutting through something? You know, like a laser can cut through something? Is it detecting something? The beam itself is very interesting to me. That's why I did a rendering of it. It's like there are codes or messages in the beam being sent.
Looks like fucking that DMT guy's fucking shit he was saying. Now, this was done back, I think he said in May 2024.
What kind of messages, I wondered? Data being sent, basic stuff. From one data storage to another. Why? What's the big deal, I wondered? Something about it feels like a test run. Like running adjustment tests. Oh, that's interesting. There is still this lingering sense of spying on something. Why spying, though, I wondered? Just the secretive nature of it, I contemplated? An undetectable data transfer?
Yes, Will. Thank you. Yeah.
A type of
you saw this too in that, I guess.
System, I wonder? Going from host to satellite, out on some perimeter? I can perceive multiple of these beams being sent out in these directions, 4 directions. Very timed to a specific calendar. Well, what does that mean, I wonder? This group uses a different calendar. They operate on their own time scheduler, like a different calendar, which is very interesting to me because we're talking about a Hopi prophecy that includes 5 worlds, that we're at the end of the 4th world and moving into the 5th world. That is a calendar, a type of calendar, a time reference of going from one world to the next. So I wanted to go into that, like a different calendar. Not like months and weeks. It's a different construct. I'm getting a better understanding of that now. They operate on a different time model. For lack of a better phrase, it's like quantum time on a quantum calendar. But how does this even help them, I wondered? Understanding speeds, or the speeds of time. It can pinpoint specific points in time and space, like when we're moving from one world to the next, I imagine. This puts them there much faster, though the concept of quote-unquote faster doesn't seem to be in the vocabulary. Pinpointing time and space, that is the goal, and that was what I was trying to depict there. People on the edge of oblivion. That is very interesting, because that's what the prophecy says we're at here.
So again, I don't think Ed was just learning about what this target was, I think, right, Will? If I can remember correctly from the video. So he did this blind, and he's just learning now what he was tasked on. So, yeah.
That's where he is describing that we are. We are a people on the edge of oblivion. What are we going to do? Are we going to go into destruction, or are we going to go on a path of abundance and prosperity, I guess? But that is very interesting. A people on the edge of oblivion. What does that mean, though, I wondered? Pushing themselves further and further until they are at maximum capacity, before they implode and start over. That's the prophecy. Or time collapses around them. What is their perception of time, though, I wonder? Good question. Something representing the stars and planets, but there is an additional factor, an additional force. What pushes matter? And I was inspired to draw this idea here. If they could squeeze it in between their fingers, this would be the special force, maybe the The Great Spirit, maybe. It would still be based on movement, though, right? I question. Speeds and movement and counting, I contemplated. And I had this idea to draw this kind of calculation system here and here. Like they use some form of geometry for mapping time into some form of a calendar based on shapes, which is what they have here.
His name is Edward Reardon. He is a professional remote viewer, Galen TV. He's talking, they got him to remote view the Hopi prophecy of the end of the world. You can see here, actually, this was one of the prophecies here that they were going over, where they get some symbols on here as well, which I've gone over before, which is this Celtic cross, or I think it's Maltese cross in the way of looking at it, but I brought it up, which is the Hopi's symbol, which is this cross, and then there's 4 dots within it, within a circle. And they've got another symbol here of a sun, and there's like a swastika inside the sun, which is an interesting symbol in and of itself. The swastika is something that has been depicted all over the planet. It's thousands of years old. There's tons of depictions of it. It's not, the Nazis just adopted it, but does he get paid for this? He does get paid to do remote viewings. Yes. Yeah, he does. Yeah. He's a pro. Yeah. He makes a living doing remote viewing. That's what he does. They have a think tank. It's the Future Forecasting Group. People will pay them to remote view anything, really. They remote view crypto markets, they remote view schizo targets, they remote view all kinds of shit. So yeah, it's kind of like this. Transdimensional Systems was another popular one in the 2000s and 90s. And they supposedly did work for like a lot of big companies like Coca-Cola or Pepsi or Nike. And they would hire them like just to kind of spitball and be like, try and think up something that we can do to beat the competition and all this stuff. But anyway, yeah, that's an interesting. He'll get into this here in a second. It's not very long.
With certain shapes that they have, like this, the sun with the swastika in there, and the Celtic, what's considered the Celtic cross, and those things. And I'm wondering, even though they have a rattle that looks quite similar to this. In fact, this is kind of reminding me of the sun symbol. What about movement, though? I wondered. How does it interact with movement? I contemplated. How would they do that? I wondered. This calendar that they have. Balance? That's what I was perceiving here, which is what they're talking about here. Here. I'm trying to break it down into something simple, but that's not an easy thing to do. It's not easy to try to describe someone's prophecy, as there are elements of shape and weight involved that calculate some alternate math that is used to distinguish a place in time and space, a form of timekeeping and calendar, a place. To distinguish a place.
Go ahead a little bit.
What does that even mean in the moment? The whole prophecy is about their peak. Then they are at the edge of a cliff, looking down, the end of a civilization, the breakdown. A time when the scavengers roam the halls, picking at the bones, a sweeping chaos. Why, though, I wondered? Is it like counting 1 to 10, then start over, I wonder? Is it a rush to insanity, I contemplated? And here's the sun symbol here.
He does sound hypnotically boring. Yeah, pretty hard to listen to this guy. Maybe I'll talk about what he found. Essentially, he got blind. That there was some kind of a prophecy that they had. That there was something to it. That there was some kind of celestial phenomena that was tied to it. And he got that completely blind. Now, this is only the first part. He digs these 4 other parts he'll put into it. It's too late in the evening to fucking listen to this guy this time. I can maybe put it a little bit more entertainingly. But I thought it was very fucking interesting. Again, it's, and I don't know it personally. I mean, there's always a possibility, I guess, that they're just debating people, but I don't think so. It's just intriguing that he dug pretty deep into it blind, and it wasn't until after the fact that they realized that he realized that it was actually about the Hopi prophecy. But again, somehow they had some kind of foreknowledge that we're approaching some kind of precipice now. It's a strange thing. And, you know, they're not alone. And that's why I was listening to it. And I thought it was interesting when he posted it, because we were just talking about this earlier about these coincidences all over the planet, right? Whether they be statues or stories of giants or flood myths or creation myths or prophecies of some kind of destruction. It's this cyclical nature that they have as well that seems to be reiterated through all these different cultures. And what he was getting into a little bit is like where they got this from too. And it seemed to be some kind of strange place it had originated, this knowledge. And again, this gets into things like channeling, and I don't know. I mean, I think probably a lot of that phenomena is maybe people that are full of shit, but there's definitely some involved that I think have some kind of ability. And it's the same with remote viewing. There's something to the phenomena. And is there a way to access this knowledge, right? It's some kind of weird, it's some kind of epistemology, some way of accessing this knowledge from some higher place. And people have talked about this from other cultures. I think the Hindus talk about the Akashic records. What's the origin of that? But that's this place that people would access in these altered states of consciousness, and they'd be able to know anything, or not anything, almost anything, but it's this kind of repository of all knowledge that's ever existed. And you wonder, some of these people, some of these tribes who were experimenting with mind-altering substances, where these prophecies come from. And I find them to be interesting. I mean, obviously, you know, some of them are misleading and bullshit, but I got thinking about even the Trump book, man. It was such a weird coincidence, you know, and it's for me, some of it just seems beyond coincidence. Not that, well, what does it all mean, I guess, really, right? I mean, it's the Vedas. Thank you, Calbron. Yeah. Ramanujan, who was famous mathematician, said he used to get his knowledge from this realm, same as Tesla. Yeah, this place beyond, you know, our reality that we can still access somehow through altering our consciousness. What does ChatGPT say about it? Akashic record. Let's see. It's a metaphysical concept often described as a cosmic database universal library that contains a knowledge of all events, thoughts, emotions, and experiences across time, past, present, and future. It's commonly referenced in spiritual and esoteric traditions as a repository accessible through higher states of consciousness or spiritual practice. It comes from the Sanskrit word akasha, meaning either ether or sky, referring to a subtle, all-encompassing field. It's said to be a record of every soul's journey, often consulted for guidance, understanding karmic patterns, and spiritual growth. People claim to access the records via meditation, hypnosis, or certain intuitive abilities, or using certain substances as well. That's the other way that they supposedly have accessed it. Scientifically, there's no evidence for its existence. It's a belief tied to spiritual frameworks, not material reality. So the scientific method, cannot be employed to ascertain whether it's real or not. But it's still an interesting idea, I guess. How do people have foreknowledge of things? Is that such a thing? Is it a real phenomena? What are things like remote viewing? These prophecies, is there anything to it? How did that guy cook up the whole Trump story? Barron, is it just coincidence? And there are instances of crazy coincidences, undoubtedly, but is there something deeper at work? Maybe. Yeah. If quantum mechanics prove that the universe is non-local, so knowledge can also be non-local. Could very well be, man. Yeah. Yeah. Digging into these kind of metaphysical things and these different digging into epistemology in general, right? Like theories of knowledge and how to acquire knowledge and how do we acquire knowledge really, right? And are there these kind of metaphysical ways to acquire it? And I think it's something we should be ignorant to, honestly. The problem is how much confidence can you have in it if it's acquired in kind of the metaphysical way or, but I mean, ultimately you'll see what the knowledge is worth. If somebody has a dream, right? That the story of the myth of Troy is real. Right? It was a real city. I saw it, right? It's a real city. It existed. What was the guy's name that found Troy? Let's say that should be this. Who was the guy who found Troy? Heinrich Schliemann. He's a 19th century German archaeologist. Is credited with discovering the ancient city of Troy, using the Iliad by Homer as his guide. I love this one. I talked about this again just recently, but it's another example of people told him for years that this was just a myth. It was a fable, right, that Homer had crafted. It wasn't actually a real place that you could go to. And he was persistent that, no, he believed that it was real. Some intuition guided him here. He had some kind of something led him to believe that this was real, not just a story. So, but he followed that voice in his head and it led him to the real city, right? When if he tried to listen to people who said, well, where is this knowledge coming from that it's real? Like, where is your conviction coming from, right? Someplace inside. Well, it turned out that it was real. And this is what people have brought up too, and people who talk shit about Atlantis all the time, right? From Plato. And they say that, no, this is just a fiction that Plato made up. It's not real. He just used it to try and argue a point, right? Like he did in all of his dialogues. No. There's time. I'm in the boat too, that I would bet that it was, whether it was a real place or it was in reference to some real civilization at some point that was destroyed. And then, it's just finding it. And there's so many naysayers about this now. And no one remembers their names. No one remembers the names of the people who told Heinrich that Troy was just a fable. They remember Heinrich Schliemann's name because he fucking found it, right? Isn't that quote from Troy? What's that fucking, it's from that movie Troy, Brad Pitt. It's like the kid fucking says, I'd be so afraid to fight that giant fucking man. And he's like, that's why no one will remember your name. Just fucking roasts that kid right at the start of the movie, right? And then goes and fucks up that giant man easily. There you go. There's a fucking quote from the movie Troy. Fuck all the haters. Yeah. Jesus. Helena Troy stuffed her bra. The war was for nothing. Jesus Christ. What a tragedy. Yeah. Wow. Are you not entertained? Yeah, man. Fuck yeah. Yeah. I'm at least as pretty as Helen was, and I have started 0 wars. Oh my heavens. That's why no one will remember your name. Giga Chad. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. Brother. I saw the Giga Chad meme for the first time here, the emoji. It's funny as fuck. Oh. Goddamn. It is it is and was a great movie, actually. I did really enjoy that movie. I love the story of Troy too. But it's cool that it was a real place. Now, obviously, where they're in the actual stories from the Iliad, like supposedly there were like gods on the beach fighting as well, like that. But when you fucking think about that for a second, actually, I was just gonna say that no, the gods weren't on the beach fighting with all of the men. I was like, well, fucking were they maybe? Any giant people on the beach actually? Maybe they fucking were. Who knows? Yeah. I see where Brad Pitt gets woken up with a kid to settle the dispute between two nations, best warrior versus best. Man, yeah. It's just I've seen, last time I saw it was probably a couple years ago, but I really enjoyed that movie. It was great. Yeah. Yeah. Brad Pitt's physique in that too when I was younger inspired me to kind of go to the gym. That was one of my inspirations, like his build there. Like I thought he just looked so sick. He looked like ripped as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, fuck the haters. Fuck the haters. Oh God, what else do I have? I probably got a bunch of other shit up here, don't I? Oh, we already went over this. 18 plus. The fuck? I want to know more about the coordinates people used to remote view. What was this? Oh, what the I can't see it. Reddit. All right, because I'm on. My account got banned anyway, so I can't fucking. Oh my god, that's so stupid. Yeah, Brad Pitt said to tell you no beer till Friday, Jim. Brother. I gotta hold off. I only got 1 day left, so I think I'll make it. I've been pretty good. I've actually been really good. I only had. I was drinking wine. When was it Saturday? I had wine. Yeah, so I had 2 days of drinking, but. It's all right, you know. It's all right, yeah. Don't drink beer, drink hard liquor. Oh, is that better? Yeah. It's better for the calories, yeah. It's better to butt chug. Is that what he said? It's better to butt chug hard liquor. You're not actually consuming it, right? Is that how it works? I don't even know. Is that actually how it works? Yeah. You own that body. You want that body. Just gotta start drinking that horse milk too, man. That's a fucking thing. That's another interview. What else I got up here, for Christ's sake? I think, did we see this? Yeah, I think I saw this. Did we let me see.
Intelligence officer, government officers, someone inside the government commented something about.
Malva, what's up, man? I got any Thursday for cryptid dinosaur content? We'll see, man. I've got something else I was going to go over too that Digi had shared about. What's this dolphin cult? Did you fucking found?
About that?
Yes. Yes, they said it happened.
Holy shit, 10 pounds.
10
kg.
I'm in touch with, right now, 2 American witnesses that were involved in the flight, and I'll leave it at that. USAF, the United States Air Force plane that flew into Campinas on the 20th of January, and then back to the United States. If anyone has a photograph of the plane on the tarmac or any information at all, please contact Marco Leal and let us know. We want as much information as we can get because people in America are starting to come forward.
Intelligence officer, government officers.
That's pretty sick. That's the Virginia incident where the bodies supposedly were flown into the country, into the States. So it's pretty interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Better things are coming, bros. Man, it's coming all right. It's fucking... You know, dinosaurian cryptozoologist is tough to know for sure which with the better clicks might be. That's true, though. Campinas. Yes. That's where the aliens were. That's where they were keeping Skinny Bob for some time, yeah. What do I got here now? No, that's not it. Oh, that's where it went. What a clusterfuck. I was gonna read that article. Where the fuck did I put the dolphin people at, for Christ's sake? Oh, what a fucking disaster this is tonight. This fucking oh, this was a dolphin thing, I think, wasn't it? Hold on. Where did it go? Just a second. I thought this looked like a meme though. So did you message me this, or was this in the Discord you put this? Just a second here. I saw that as well. Just a second. The dolphin shit. Do you want some old school memory holding action regarding 9/11 and a successful court case against the BBC? That'd be fun too, man. What the fuck? Holy shit, yeah. They pick up the C-130 or C-17, whatever the plane it was, but can't see the tail numbers. If they had that, they could do some magic with the info. It's only a handful of planes. It could have been as only a few dozen were made at that time. Oh, fuck yeah, that's interesting, yeah. I just cast an absorption orb on a psionic who claimed responsibility for the LA fires. I thought it said abortion orb. Absorption orb. Holy shit, brother. Yeah. Yeah. God damn. 9/11 conspiracy is not something we usually get into here, actually. Holy shit. This is fucking spicy, isn't it? BBC foreknowledge of 9/11 collapse at WTC Building 7. British man won lawsuit against BBC for 9/11 cover-up. Jesus Christ. This article was first published on Global Research in March 2015. It is of crucial significance. It proves that the collapse of WTT7 Building 7 was a terrorist act. Both CNN and the BBC had foreknowledge of the collapse. A class action lawsuit against the BBC should be contemplated. The BBC had foreknowledge of a criminal act and failed to inform the public. Tony Rook is in an act of civil disobedience, refused to pay the mandatory $130 TV license fee, claiming it violates Section 15 of the Terrorism Act. Rook's accusation was seen to BBC, reported the collapse of WTT7 over 20 minutes before it actually fell. The judge accepted Rook's argument. While it was not a public inquiry into 9/11, the recognition of the BBC's actions of September 11th are considered a small victory, one that was never reported in the U.S. Today was a historic moment for 9/11 Truth Movement. Peter Dew of AE 9/11 Truth UK told Digital Journal, with over 100 members of the public attending, including numerous journalists around the UK, as well as from Europe and across parts of Europe. Sorry. Interesting. Essentially, they reported the fall of Building 7 while it was still standing. There's a broken video in the article because the BBC have memory hold. They removed it, huh? Holy shit, yeah. I've heard of this before. I think I've seen the report, if I recall correctly. God damn it. Is this did they show, can you see the clip still, man, or no? This is just the case here, I'm guessing.
And they went through the procedure. I got the court summons.
Interesting. Don't remember that 747. Thanks for the follow, dude. Fuck, where we can see, where we can find that somewhere. Yeah, isn't the strange one? Huh? What was it? Was it Jeff Epstein who had in one of his rooms? He had a painting of George Bush, like sitting on the ground playing with planes, and there was like 2 Jenga towers that he had knocked over or something. I think you can find the painting or some shit online. Epstein Bush painting. Yeah. Clinton an address too. That was another one. Was that it? Yeah, this is supposedly it. Sorry, it was paper planes. Yeah. I don't know if that's actually. Let me see what they say. There's no credible evidence that Jeffrey Epstein owned a painting of George W. Bush playing with paper airplanes in front of 2 collapsed Jenga towers, which is often associated. I'm just perpetuating this fucking rumor. The painting titled War Games was created by Australian artist Patrina Ryan Clade as part of her master's thesis at the New York Academy of Art in 2012. Holy shit, that's one way to do your master's thesis in something. Painting the president as a child, playing with fucking paper planes. Yeah. One of George Bush titled Parsing Bill. Holy fuck. Wow. With a paper airplane too. You never seen this before? Hold on, I'll go back to people can see it again. Yeah. That's it there. There's the complete one right there. Yeah. Supposedly, the rumor is that was hanging in Jeff Epstein's house. As well as, I don't think this is real. This original painting is by Australian-American artist Patrina Ryan Clyde. So another one of her arts. Okay, maybe it is. See, this would kind of make sense, though. Like, those are both artworks by her, and he had both artworks. Bill Clinton address. Yeah. 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 You'd heard this before, actually? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that vid. It's 100% true. Yeah. I'm not a robot. Yandex.
Now, more on the latest building.
Let's read this here. Should get that the fuck out of here. WTC 7 collapsed at 5:20 p.m. This report was 20 minutes earlier. How did the BBC know that it was going to collapse, and why did they report the collapse when it's clearly standing in the background? Maybe because of the fires that they had reported this to the media, the fire department, and they said that it was about to collapse when it actually didn't.
Collapse in New York.
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
A few moments ago,
yeah.
I was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing, and indeed it has. Apparently, that's only a few hundred yards away from where the World Trade Center towers were, and it seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attacks. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
Well, only really what you already know. Details are very, very sketchy. There's almost a sense downtown in New York behind me, down by the World Trade Centers, of just an area completely closed off as the rescue workers try to do their job. But this isn't the first building that has suffered.
Still standing in the background there.
Of the Marriott Hotel next to the World Trade Center also collapsed as a result of this huge amount of falling debris from 110 floors of the two twin towers of the World Trade Center.
She goes right through.
Because this whole
there it is in the background there, clearly. I wonder what the explanation is for this. Probably just none. Is that it? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, this is one of those pieces of evidence, I think, brought up by the 9/11 truth people that is very intriguing, where it clearly looks like a fucking controlled collapse and demolition. I mean, not that I'm an expert in it, but there have been tons of people that have commented that have the background to know who were completely convinced that it was. There's a lot of them. I think they had like 1,000 or 1,200 architects and engineers, maybe even more, maybe 2,000 now, that were involved, and they wanted another investigation into what had happened. So this repository is essential, has numerous archives and many of the TYV stations live broadcasts. Oh, thanks, Hendrix. Fuck yeah. Yes, a caveat, since you mentioned the Clintons, a story from 2012 about Hillary supporting Nazi collabing prime minister. Oh my God. Holy shit. Hillary sides with anti-Semitic Ukrainian opposition. Oh, Jesus. Hillary also was involved with a guy who used to be, I think, a grand wizard in the fucking KKK. I forget what his name is. I think he's dead now. But he was a sketchy motherfucker, man. Yeah. What an interesting meme. I don't know. Who the fuck knows what had happened, right? What a crazy understanding 9/11. Man. Holy shit. Crazy. I don't know what the going theory is. People think it was an intelligence operation, or people claim the Mossad, people claim the global elite, that Bush and Cheney and Rumsfeld were all in on it, and they used it as a pretext to go to war, right? So the war machine did it. The career fucking emoji. Fuck. Man, oh man. I just yeah. Crazy shit, though. Definitely. I think there's definitely more to it. I mean, than I think was admitted. I think there's, again, it's one of those things that there's a lot of holes in the theory, But, yeah. Templars build Israel and use banking to control countries is my current Reddit informed understanding. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is that what it is? Yeah. Yeah. The Templars were involved with the banking industry. I mean, whether the Templars still exist, I mean, that's one of those conspiracies. There's that fucking guy that was on, oh my God, what was it again? Was it Julian Dory or the other Concrete podcast? But they had this Templar Heimraking. I don't fucking think that guy's just fucking full of shit. Who knows if those orders, those groups of people still exist? I mean, there are, what's the highest, where is it here? What is the highest ranking Freemason? It's the 33rd degree, I think. But I'm pretty sure that there's more than that. The Blue Lodge Freemasonry Craft, the highest rank is Master 3rd degree. Scottish Rite, the highest degree is 33rd degree. York Rite, Grand Lodge, the Grand Master. These are guilds from the Elder Scrolls you can fucking join shit. But I mean, real life ones that you can get involved with and whatnot. So Skull and Bones was a Templar. Is what it became, you think? Yeah. Your great grandpa was a Master Mason. Want to see a photo of my grandpa Master Mason in 2030 sometime? Wants to see a photo of your grandmaster in 2020 to 2030? I will see it. You have one now? Yeah. 1920 to 1930? I want to see a picture of you having infiltrated the ranks en route to become a Grandmaster yourself. It's not the Grand Wizards we have a problem with. Grandmasters we might also have a problem with. Just because it's just very sketchy, honestly. It's male only. There's a lot of, I brought this up before, there's a lot of well-to-do people involved. Usually they're in every major city in the West, these lodges. I don't know. It's very strange. I'd love to go into one. You can't just walk in. I don't know if they have security there, though. I mean, could we just bring the stream in? The city, my city, that I don't live in anymore, but isn't that far away. We have a very old one, a very, very old lodge. One of the first lodges, I think, in North America, actually. One of them, at least one of the first ones in Canada, is in this city. And it's pretty crazy. I think I've shown pictures of it before, but I wonder if you can just walk through the fucking front door. Fucking witchers do magic. Some of them, yeah. Actually, I mean, this isn't really. I did have a I post. I'm not going to pull it up here, but it's a meme cancer. But I keep seeing it float around. These motherfuckers, It was like this wizard, like he said, turn on the orb, they hit the fucking spires. I was like, holy fuck. You know, it's a terrible thing. Tons of people died. Yeah. It's fucking, he's edgy, edgelord fucking memes. Yeah. Great grandpa helped open a lodge in BC. You like a good magic show. You really, is this him right here? This is him? This is from 1920, Squamch? Holy fuck. Oh my God. Your grandpa was a fucking pimp. So this is back in 1920 to 1930. Oh my, he looks like my grandfather, actually. He looks pretty similar. Have I shown a photo of him here? I don't know if I have, actually. Have I done that? I look quite similar to him, actually, too. He was my mom's father. Fuck. He looks so close. He looks like he did when he was older, though. Oh my God. Let me go see if I can grab a photo of him. Just give me a second here. Holy fuck, that's really close. People look similar back then, though. Like the glasses were similar, and the haircut was similar too, though. Holy fuck. Let me go grab one. It's literally upstairs. Give me 2 seconds. I'll go grab it. Oh. I got a fucking wire that's shorted out here. If I touch this, it dies. Fuck this mic, man. Yeah. Fuck. God damn. You have a song to show me later, man. Throw it on the disco. Yeah, fuck yeah. Fretless bass and Flux tunings and pinch and natural harmonics. Holy shit. Yeah, send it in there. I'll fucking check it out. What did your great grandpappy know? Sam? Here. Actually, yeah. Oh, see, there was an older photo of him that's not around. He looks similar to that now. Looked fairly similar to him. Here, see him put it up there. If you can get a photo of it. That was him. My grandfather. I look pretty close, actually. It does look pretty close. Holy fuck. Yeah. God damn. I don't know how old he would have been there. He would have been probably in his early 20s, something like that. So, yeah, show again here. There he is. Right there. His name was Tom. I don't know. Can I dox him? Probably. He'd probably be okay. Anyway, I'll just say his name's Tom. Yeah, that was him. Never met him. Yeah, and I never met me neither, man. Yeah, my other grandfather too. They both died when my parents were very young. He was a anesthesiologist. He was a specialist, he's a doctor, and he smoked like a motherfucker. He had 7 kids though, and he also went blind, and I don't think that helped. But he liked to drink, and he liked his drink, and he liked to smoke. And it killed him when he was only 58 or something, which is fucking crazy nowadays, man. That's like, it's pretty young. Yeah. Anesthesiology. Yeah. Speaking of wizards. Yeah. Yeah. That's a handsome grandpa. Yeah. Yeah. Jim Concern, fucking time traveler. Yeah, I do look a lot like him. He was a little bit taller than me. He was 6'2", I think. But yeah, I know I do. I look very similar to him. Yeah. I wish I knew him because I don't know if I'm similar to him at all because I never got to know him. But my other grandfather was a more humble guy. He was like a farmer, grew up as a farmer. I think he worked at my dad's dad worked at as a, where it was like a line work. He made like fire hydrants and shit like that. But he was like a hunter and like a farmer, kind of really down to earth guy. And he died of an aneurysm, and this guy Tom, my other grandfather, died of a heart attack. So, doctor died of a heart attack because he smoked too much. But back then, they fucking recommended people smoke and shit. Like, they had no fucking clue, man. It's ridiculous. But he was a specialist too. He probably should have fucking known anyway. It's a stressful job, man. Yeah. Fuck me. So you'd be in two minds, really. See, can you imagine, man? That's young nowadays, man. Even back then, I think it was kind of young too. Because my nanny, his wife, lived to almost 90. She's 89. So crazy, yeah. He looked better than you, and he's not looking that similar as you said. Oh fuck yeah, nice. He was a model. Yeah. He looks very dapper there. Yeah, he was a good looking guy. Yeah, he was a really good guy too, I guess too. He was a popular person. Yeah, but as doctors are, he managed a hospital in the city and stuff. When he became blind, he couldn't be a specialist anymore, so he managed a hospital. And no one else is funny. No one else became a doctor in our family. His father was a doctor as well, and there was a long line of them. And then no one else became doctors after that. I never had a fucking interest in medicine either. So, yeah. One of my great grandpa talk about at Masonic lodges I wish I knew. I was curious. Like, if he ever fucking whispered down the grapevine some of the secrets that he had heard. So, did you ever talk about the Giants? Did he ever, when you were a kid, Sam? Did your father ever make your father play with puzzles? Did he ever make your father play with puzzles? And did he ever play with number games? Yeah. This is a reference to the Da Vinci Code. In the Da Vinci Code, the main character, her grandfather was like this lodge master, and he made her play with puzzles and stuff, learn how to make secrets. And well, he was a part of some other order though, wasn't he? I can't fucking remember. Yeah. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah. My mom will be 97 end of March. Not sure if you met her at the wedding. I don't think I did, Hendrik. She's 97. I think I saw her from a distance, maybe. Holy fuck, isn't that? Well, you got pretty good genetics in for longevity. Holy Christ, man. God damn it. Yeah. No, my grandmother lived to 89, but I don't have a good track record so far, unfortunately, of longevity, because my dad passed away at 65, and his dad also passed away, I think, at 65. And this grandfather died at 57 or 58. So it's not a great track record for longevity of the men here. Although I think his father outlived him. His father lived until he was in his 80s, I think. But man, genetics plays a big role. Yeah. Do you think cure for blindness will happen due to AI during our lives? Yeah, you need to leave that area. Maybe the area is polluted. Oh, the area is definitely fucking polluted, brother. Let me tell you, there's quite a bit of pollution around here. I think it's genes as well. Unfortunately, some people just are more susceptible to things like heart attacks and aneurysms and shit. But I don't know. Thankfully, I don't have the gene. There are people that have the gene. My cousin got it. My aunt and my uncle has it, and another one of my cousins have it. I didn't get the gene, thankfully. I do have macular degeneration though, so which a lot of people have, but it's like going to be pretty bad. So it's like fucking glasses here, fucking waiting for I got a lot of floaters in my eyes. We don't have good eyes. Yeah, the people that I come from, not great seeing. Yeah. And there's a doc that recreated a piece of cartilage through 3D printing that can allow people to hear stuff now. I'm not sure if they refined it, but I think it's a pretty big breakthrough. That's fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Who the fuck knows? Yeah. You remember playing with puzzles and all that? I got pulled to some weird shit, bros, for real, but we were winning. We're going to keep winning. Oh, they gave you puzzles? Did they? Puzzle games, right? Did you ever see your grandfather involved in any kind of orgy-like activities, sex rituals, black sex magic, things of that nature? Yeah. You could be a part of the Illuminati, brother. I just gotta fucking watch your back. Like, who knows? Yeah. Yeah. What is this? Oh, is it here? Oh, God, that's quite disturbing, isn't it? How the fuck? Oh my God. Don't show that to Mike Tyson. Fucking eat them. That is very disturbing, isn't it? How the fuck would they even do that? Yeah. You're part of the Illuminati. You are part of the Illuminati, or else I would have died, but I'm a good egg. They left me with free will to decide. Oh my heavens. They didn't completely brainwash you. Yeah. He decided on us all. Yeah. Holy shit. Genes, man. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Yeah. God damn. The Vacanti mouse was a laboratory mouse in 1996. Looked like a human-grown ear on its back. The ear was actually an ear-shaped cartilage structure grown by seeding cow cartilage cells into biodegradable ear-shaped mold and then implanted into the skin of the mouse. Oh, poor mouse. The things we do for science. Poor little mousey. Yeah. Abused him. Abused that fucking guy. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah. Spooky shit, huh? We can only imagine what we're going to be doing soon with 3D printers. Once they turn on the meat printers, like the 3D printers that print meat, we're going to be in real fucking trouble. That's, and I don't even want to know. I mean, already the sex doll industry is like, I read an article actually. I saw it because I was on the Daily Mail reading I think it was a Graham Hancock article a little while ago. And of course, you see all the pollution to the right. It's just like fucking garbage news. But I did see an article here talking about this like epidemic of sex bots or dolls and shit that come out of China. And unbelievable, man. There's some companies in the States, I guess. Like, again, they're like, some of them are scary realistic. And it's like, it creeps me out so bad, man. Like, oh my God, it'd be like fucking a dead body. Like, and they're ridiculously expensive. And like, is that the future? We're going to have these fucking AI bots everywhere. Like, holy shit. Just unbelievable. Yeah. Would this help your vision? What is Illumigan used for? It's also it's a group of medicines called prostaglandin analogs. Is this for your eye or is this for another area of your body? Glaucoma or ocular hypertension of high intraocular pressure. Intraocular. Jesus, my fucking brain. Intraocular pressure or high pressure inside the eye. Having high IOP increases the risk for vision loss as well as damage to the optic nerve in the eye. Interesting. Side effects. The most common side effect of Lumigan is eye redness. Oh, okay. This is some pharmaceutical drug you found, Malibu? Fuck yeah. Interesting, yeah. Go print me a steak. Make it sexy. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, okay. I got that, yeah. Yeah. God damn it. We're back in Back to the Future, the microwave turkey dinner that took like 10 seconds. Isn't glaucoma pressure in the eye? Yeah. Glaucoma, yeah. No, it's I forget what it's called again. It's a gene for blind. If you have the gene, you're fucked. You're going to go blind. My cousin has it. I don't know. I didn't ask him. I saw him. That's obviously not something you ask people. You're like, how blind are you now? Like, how blind? How dark are things getting around you? It's like it'd be a horrible thing, man. It'd be a really horrible fucking thing to be afflicted with, honestly. Especially if you love games and stuff, or like visual arts. Like, to lose your eyesight would be fucking terrible. But I think, thankfully for him, I think during our playthrough here, I think we'll probably be able to fix it. So, some kind of an implant or who the fuck knows? Yeah. Eyebrow growth serum helps eyelashes and eyebrow growth if applied constantly for months. Oh my God. You get eyebrow growth serum. That's interesting. You're trying to grow your eyebrows out. I have too much on mine. I could donate some fucking eyebrow hair. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah. Intriguing. Fuck, I guess some other stuff up here too. I don't really want to watch. I was going to watch this earlier, but I don't know how this guy's making out now. Chris Leto, wasn't he a fighter pilot? What was his connection to the phenomena? Was he involved with the Tic Tac? Was he? I think he was, considering what he's got in the back of his thing there. He kind of went like banana balls, like lost his marbles. He started like using psychedelics, and he had like a fucking mental breakdown live on stream, like a couple months ago. he had been slowly entering into a place of mental instability for some time, and I'd seen the videos and I was like, oh fucking Jesus. Like, and he smashed a Stratocaster guitar. Fuck, man. Yeah. Goddamn, yeah. Long eyebrow hair indicates wisdom chips. That a fucking thing. It's like the wise man, like fucking, I gotta grow it out long, like I gotta grow it down. Like, it used to be this guy I hung out with, and he had this like chin beard. Ra's al Ghul Batman. I used to refer to it as Ra's al Ghul from Batman. It's like this like Batman movie. No, it was the real Ra's al Ghul, the guy. It's like some long like thing, like big long like pubis like coming down off the chin. So I could grow it long and stroke it and don't worry, Jim. I like big eyebrows. It gives me something to hang on to. You know what I'm saying? Holy fuck, brother. Fuck, you could just hang on to it. Get the chin going too, though. You fucking get 3 points of contact on the face. Like, you just wouldn't, you'd be locked on there. It'd be no way you're letting go. Real Ra's al Ghul Batman movie. He had this fuck, where is it? That's what's his name? That's not actually him. Oh fuck! Anyway, I can't find it. It was a guy in the movie. Maybe it was a pretend Ra's al Ghul. Anyway, I can't fucking remember. It's been a long time since I saw this. Yeah, he had a psychotic break on stream after solving the universe on mushrooms. Holy fuck, brother! There you go. you put the puzzle together. And all right, stroke eyebrows. Yeah, yeah. Fuck. Where? Not that I want to watch. I don't want to make fun of him. That's not why I'm doing this. I just thought, where was it again? What's his name again? Chris Leto. Chris Leto breakdown. I mean, I hope he's doing all right now. I'm assuming that he is, but I don't know, man. It's one of those things like, okay, yeah, all right, maybe he kind of cleared it off there. The thing, man, you just gotta watch yourself sometimes. Yeah, watch yourself. You go a little bit off the rails, you know, bring her back to a place of stability. Yeah, fucking right. Yeah. Oh, that's it right there, brother. That's exactly what I would. That's literally like the image I was thinking of when you said that. I was like, holy fuck, that's literally it. Like a wise master. You got to grow the goatee out too, to where it's like long and greasy, to where it retains like all of the oils from your face and stuff and everything that you eat. Jesus Christ. Fuck me. Yeah. Little files. Any new egg things released? No, Bones. Actually, I haven't checked on X. I could do that right now, but I got to do that off stream on the side because you never know what the fuck you're going to run into on there. Let me see if anything else has been posted. We're confident that it's a fucking LARP. Like an actual like LARP. Like, I'm fairly confident it's complete horseshit. These motherfuckers, man. There's another guy. Oh, they're just fucking. He's just fucking with people now. Where, hold on. This motherfucker, man. There's another one. Yeah, they're just cooking these things up now. Like, they're just cooking them up in fucking AI. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Lost him when he started pushing NFTs. To be honest, his Discord is a hustle. He's pushing NFTs? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, you don't think it's best intentions? Catching Jim, hidden Batman. Holy fuck, yeah. Man. Yeah, this looks like another fucking, I'm not even going to get into this. What the fuck did he say? He said, I was a member of UAP retrieval program back in 2019 working in Antarctica. While I was working on the project, we discovered something incredibly strange deep within a mountain range cave, an egg ship UAP like others posted here. Similarly, right next to the egg was a pod made out of unknown metal. And both the pod and the egg were completely sealed, impossible to open. We weren't sure what we were looking at, but it was unlike anything we'd ever seen before. I'll be posting what I can, but admittedly, I am not as knowledgeable as my peers. If I can, I'll be answering any questions. These motherfuckers. Well, hold on. This is just fucking, oh my fucking God. Is that another angle of it? It's the same fucking thing posted all over again, brother. Like zoomed in and shit. Dinosaurs evolved into bipedals. There were no dinosaurs. There were dragons up until a few hundred years ago, which were likely the sort of biotechnology that survived past the civilization that creates its collapse. Okay, I think we're done here now. It's just fucking, we're already done here. We just got here and we're already fucking done. I'm already done with this. Yeah. We're already done. Yeah. Holy fuck. I was just about to say that. Yeah. Let's go see who can make the best egg post on 4chan. Yeah, this guy lost. Can this theory be correct? Dinosaurs evolved into bipedals. Global cataclysm forced billions into mega bunkers underground. They lived there ever since 200,000 years ago. They send drones up to check on surface. They perhaps bioengineered us. So he was saying that dragons... Okay, yeah, we're done there. That's all right. I said I wasn't going to scroll here on fucking live on stream, but here we go. Cube and Antarctica. We have very little time. They will do anything to forget the incident with the drones. We worked in 2020 at stations in Antarctica. One day we were tasked to conduct geophysical exploration. We had several groups. Oh my fucking... These motherfuckers, man. I'm just fucking done with them now. I'm just so fucking done with them. Like, yeah. Egg is a LARP. I took off work for no reason. Yeah, Cap. Sorry, bro. Fucking... Sorry. Yeah. Fuck, the glowies would flood the content. Yeah, dragons are real, man. Yeah, holy fuck. I mean, this guy's all in on it. Yeah, you know, scrolling 4chan be safer than Twitter. Well, this is the safer part of 4chan to be fair. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. No, we're not playing this fucking game. We're not playing this fucking game. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Dark web stream when? I'm getting a little bit nervous now. Okay. All right. What does it mean to be a wizard? Anyway, I genuinely can't scroll on here. This is just dangerous fucking to do. Saver part immediately risky click. Holy fuck. They got the reptilians controlling the greys, controlling people. A popular meme on here that's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. You're 3 clicks away. Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, we're not taking that fucking risk. I'll take some risk, but we're not gonna take that kind of risk. Anyway, yeah, no, it's all a LARP. It was a LARP to begin with, unfortunately, so it will begin and end as a fucking LARP, tragically. Yes. As much as we'd like for it to be real, I got one more page. I'm just curious if that thread is still up here, though, because I'm curious, like... what the fuck? These fucking, holy fucking Christ, man. These fucking memes, man. It's just so... I would just, as much as this place is a cesspool fucking shithole, some of the memes, like, I would just come on here and just go through the memes and be like, holy fuck, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, yeah, I think that's all we're fucking gonna do there for today, yeah. Ugh, fucking Christ, yeah. Yeah. He has a sword. You got a samurai sword, yeah. Are you close to Lake Memphrey Magog? What is this? What is Lake Memphrey Magog? Is this some kind of occultic lake? Malibu? Something strange. It's in Quebec. I am not Quebecois. Unfortunately, no. I'm in New Brunswick. Where's the maps at? What is it? Is it a place of cryptids? Is it? Oh, that's fucking beautiful. What the hell? Oh, that's Vermont. Why did it pull up that? Hold on. No. There's a French lake. Interesting. I can't even discern where in Quebec that is. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Fuck me. Sorry, I missed somebody here. You guys seen the video of the girl on the plane that just had a breakdown and she thought someone wasn't a real human on the plane, Trizzy? Oh, yes, we have, yeah. She said he was a reptilian shapeshifter, I think, yeah. I think she has a massive OnlyFans now. We read that on stream, actually, and is making a bunch of money. She was like a realtor or something. We read through the Daily Mail article when it came out, and subsequently how she turned it around and made a buck off of it. So yeah. Oh yeah. No, yeah, I have seen it. Yeah, it's a fucking meme. Yeah, it borders the U.S. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I have noticed a certain trend with alien enthusiasts and katana swords too. Have you actually really? Is it a trend that follows? Yeah. Jim, have you ever heard of an alien yellow book that produces holograms and tells the story of Earth? No. Where can we find it though? Oh, is this a video here, Malibu? Second. Holy shit. It's loud.
A tall tale is what we call a story that is so exaggerated that it's impossible to believe.
Who's this guy? Sounds familiar.
What if a storyteller said that he'd seen a sea monster so huge that it was like something out of Jurassic Park?
Oh my heavens.
Those who have had a chance encounter with such a creature know that they are not telling a tall tale.
Oh my.
And their conviction often results in them bearing the brunt of sarcasm and ridicule.
Fucking katanas are sick. I love
One
cantos.
of these wondrous beasts exists in Quebec. Its name is Memphrey.
The Quebecois there, the Memphrey there, bud, down on the river there, bud. Yeah, bud, fucking the big sea lake monster there, huh? The Quebecois, huh? It reminds me of that story we fucking went over here a couple months ago. Oh my god, that one fucking kills me. It was a photo. Two Quebec guys are out on their fucking snowmobiles late one night, and they're in the woods, and they saw some alien frozen in like a ditch, and so they went over and took pictures of them. And they're like posing in front of him. I was like, holy fuck, man. It's like, you can't even make up that fucking story. Holy fucking Christ. Yeah. Holy shit. To a fence. Is a fence? Oh. Anyway, we'll watch this.
It was the morning of May 18th, 2003, and Lake Memphrey-Magog was practically deserted. Jean Grenier, a resident of the small town of Magog, which borders on the lake, was about to cast his line. Grenier noticed some unusual reflections, as if the water was being disturbed by something beneath the surface.
Oh my god. Hey, what that there, man? What that there under the water there, bud?
Suddenly, a dark object rose out of the water without a splash. Jean Grenier watched the animal for close to 3 minutes. He couldn't see the head or tail, but he could tell that it was large.
Fuck me. What would you do?
This fisherman from Magog would never forget his experience that morning.
Holy fuck, huh?
The day he saw Memphrey, the legendary monster of Lake Memphrey-Magog.
I've never heard of this before in my life. I've never heard of this before in my life. This is interesting, though. Yeah, there seems to be a trend here. All these lakes have monsters in them. Yeah. Man.
Located in Quebec's eastern townships, Lake Memphrey-Magog is 52 kilometers long, 22 of which belong to the American state of Vermont. For 2 centuries, tales have been told of a strange beast that lives in the lake. When colonists first arrived in America, natives claimed that they never swam in the lake because it was filled with anacondas, which means large snakes.
Memphrey's story is the story of Lake Memphrey-Magog. At school, the treatise on geography, published in 1871 by the Christian Brothers in Quebec, taught us that there are no dangerous animals in Canada, except for the monster that shows up every now and again for free in Lake Memphrey-Magog.
I've never heard of this. Jesus. I was talking to a buddy of mine today saying that on the Trump coin, he made fucking big bucks. Fucking, he blew some cash up. Fuck. Yeah, when are we going to blow that bitch up? And then we'll just cash out on it and disappear into the ether. Yeah. Just never to be seen or heard from again. No. I would still come on every night. I just wouldn't be poor anymore. That'd be the only difference. I'd have that. My smile be a little bit wider, be a little more tanned, you know, probably better outfit, better camera, better lighting, more flattering angle. Yeah. This is fucked. I've a little Hawk 2 investment hustle. Brother, why the fuck not?
Ever since I started studying this phenomenon, the number of sightings has averaged about 3 a year. But there have been as many as 14 appearances in 1 year. And we've had some very convincing ones. For example, in the morning it could show up in Newport in the United States, which is on the southern part of Lake Memphremagog, around, let's say, 10 a.m. And then in the evening, around 5 p.m., it'd be seen again about 10 miles away. The same phenomena have been observed by different people, which is quite convincing.
One such sighting was made by Adrien Romprey. On May 5th, 2000, the retired Montreal police officer happened to look out on the lake from his home and noticed something leaving a wake as it moved quickly along the surface of the water.
I thought it was my neighbor taking his boat out. That's what got my attention, because I never believed what Mr. Boisvert said when people told him they'd seen Memphrey as he's known. But I never believed it. But then when I saw this thing, this beast, I said to myself, that's him, that's Memphrey.
Hey, Claire. Claire, viens ici.
So of course I called my wife. I said, come see, there's something out there in the water. She came along with me, and then she saw, just like me, that there was something that we'd never seen in the lake before. It was a wave caused by that fish. No, not a fish, because it wasn't a fish. That beast that was coming towards us, that was snaking above and below the surface. The two of us watched for a good long while.
Le big poisson there, monsieur. Fucking big old fucking thing there, bud. Fucking, yeah, big poisson there, you know. Fucking Quebecers, Jesus Christ. Man. Oh, this is the alien thing, Metabunk. I can't see it. River Rouge, Quebec alien video. Yeah, boys are out in fucking Skidoo there. Oh, there are definitely possible explanations here. The skinny Bob up there in the woods there, fucking one too many wobble pop and fall off the Skidoo, alien Skidoo, and yeah, he fucking pops a coal up there, huh? Fuck, man. That's who I want to find. That's who I want to find the aliens. So I want the fucking Quebecers to be the ones to find them. No accident detect. Yeah. See, that's if you're Quebecer, you would just be, it'd be indiscernible. Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever seen Jason Voorhees thingy under some lake? No, what is that? Do these aliens piss out of their fingers like Scary Movie? Shower thought. Actually, you know what, Trizzy? They piss out of their skin. Actually. Yeah, all their skin. Yeah, this is a little tidbit for some people that don't know. There was a guy on Reddit who supposedly was a biologist that dissected one, and he said that the reason why in abductee accounts, they always smell like dirty diapers. So people who supposedly been abducted, some of the more legitimate reports, I guess, of this, it's usually accompanied by the smell of dirty diapers. And this is reported across the board. And then the CBO scientists supposedly dissected one of these things, says, well, they don't just piss. All of the excrement comes out through their skin, right? They don't have fucking a butt or a urethra or anything like, and so all of the waste gets excreted through their skin. So they shit and piss out of their skin. So under their suit, they're wearing effectively like a diaper. Yeah. Yeah, ammonia, not dirty diapers. Ammonia. Well, ammonia is one way of describing it, but dirty diapers with a hint of citrus is another description that people have had of them. Yeah. Believe it or not. Yeah. Same shit. Yeah, it is. So be careful. So if you're going to sleep and you feel your body going numb and then you smell dirty diapers, you might have just shit your pants. But if you didn't, then you might be about to get abducted. So just start screaming. That's probably the best way to avoid getting abduced. Become violent. Yeah. Sturgeon are pretty wild, but I don't doubt the Nessie sightings. Odd that a Plylosaur could survive. Like, yeah, I know it could have some, might be aliens, brother. Might be sea people. Right? Maybe there's aliens under the water fucking around people. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah. How do they jerk off though? There's got to be a way. You have to ask any Bob that. Go out on the lawn, do the CE5, and ask them these personal questions, and see what they respond to you. I've got a great meme actually in regards to that. One of my favorite alien memes of all time, actually. Asking aliens these fucking questions. It's this one right here. Actually, I love this one. Yeah, don't communicate telepathically with me or my ship ever again. That's a classic one right there. That's why they don't answer me anymore. Because of all the questions I was asking them all the time. They blocked me. A hard block, yeah. Fuck me, yeah. Yeah. I think that video of the dolphin fucking a fish, basically, that's how they do it. Oh my god, yeah, dolphins are quite rapey, I've heard. Yeah, quite disturbing behavior, yeah. Yeah. Shadow Man from Aliens. Yeah, and you can be too. You just have to practice CE5 irresponsibly. And then they will block you. So, yeah. Yeah. CNBC. They're biomechanical robots. It could be. Oh, this is a Shushwagi. I think you said this before, Mal, but I think I've seen this. This is a Shushwagi. They got, supposedly an encounter with it?
Now it's gone. I see something.
It's like some weird, some weird wake forms randomly.
A whale lifting out what, Loch Moss? That's fucking bizarre. What the heck is that now? I think I might have to put it on.
Could also be a UAP under the water. Could also be UAP, right? Who knows?
What I just saw. These men died for their country. Send flowers to their bitches and hoes.
Oh my god. This is where they piss out of their fingers, right? Yeah.
They must have some kind of weakness.
Man.
I found it! Without their heads, they're powerless!
Please, no. We mean you no harm. We traveled to your planet to find an evil little girl. We must destroy her before 7 days.
You mean, you watched the videotape?
Our satellite picked up what we thought was Pootie Tang. That was a week ago. And now our entire race will
This
die.
fucking movie,
unless
man.
the girl is destroyed.
Oh god.
See? They are.
Oh fuck.
They're so peaceful,
Oh, the
man.
meme. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I shouldn't have been paying attention. I left it. I do that all the time. Sorry. Here, fucking. We'll play back when he fucking hits here. This is where he hits his head off. Holy fuck. Overcome copyright, yeah.
I found it! Without
Thank
their
you,
heads,
guys.
they're powerless!
Please, no. We
There.
mean you no
There we
harm.
go.
We traveled to your planet to find an evil little girl. We must destroy her before 7 days.
You mean
I haven't seen this in.
Our satellite picked
Oh
up
my
what we thought
god.
was
Since it
Pootie
came
Tang.
out, I think.
That was a week ago. And now our entire race will die unless the girl is destroyed.
Oh, see? They are peaceful. Well, if they're so peaceful, man, why were they choking us a few minutes ago?
Oh, that's how we say hello.
Hello! Nice to see you. Hello!
Hello!
Hello! Well, how do you guys say goodbye?
If
fucking
you think that's strange, you should see how we pee.
Nice.
So we're not so different after all.
Holy fuck. Oh my god, wow. Fucking Jesus, yeah. Crazy. Charlie Sheen is smoking a big Atlantic crystal right now. Holy fuck. Yeah, absolutely. Fucking that he got from the king of Atlantis himself. Fuck. Absolutely. Holy shit. Yeah. Oh God. Are there plants in Antarctica and like places we haven't discovered? That's a great question, Trizzy. These are great questions. Probably. I would imagine. It's a pretty strange place. It's not very well explored. Maybe there's plants under the permafrost there. Who knows? Yeah, under the Arctic ice. There's a variety of plants, including mosses, lichens, algae, fungi, and 2 flowering plants. These plants are well adapted to survive in extreme cold, arid conditions, and lack of sunlight on the continent. There you go. I can go. Are there undiscovered plants still under the ice, maybe in caverns and whatnot? And are there giant spider-like creatures that also exist under the ice in Antarctica that when disturbed will encompass the planet once more, take it over and kill all of us? I hope not, but we'll just have to wait and find out, I guess. Hopefully they don't dig them out. That's a famous 4chan LARP, actually. Me and Galen, that was one of the first Schizo Sundays that me and Galen TV ever read on here, was the giant spiders in Antarctica. And this guy had like posted this elaborate thing about his dad had, I think, actually worked at McMurdo Station in Antarctica on some team. And he used that as a way to like kind of start the LARP. And then he posted this weird photo of this like giant spider looking thing in the distance. It said that in Antarctica, what had happened was they actually accidentally awakened some ancient creature that lived down there. The giant ice spiders come up from the pole to New Zealand sometimes to get his it goes far, Stewart Island sometimes, which is why the island has a wall around it. Holy fuck. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It's such a crazy story. It got a little bit schizo at the end because supposedly they discovered some high-speed rail the Chinese used to traffic children. I was like, wait, it went, they discovered all these like kids in cages. I was like, all right, bud, we fucking gone a little bit off the rails literally here with the fucking story now. Have you never read this? You ever seen this, Old Bones, the fucking story of the McMurdo Station? Like giant crabs or spiders, where you could probably find a recollection of it. Arctica story 4chan. People still talk about it. There'd be videos that people made on it. Yeah. Anyone curious about let's see here. Where's the fucking photos from it though? That's the fucking meme. They got it on Reddit maybe. Anyone curious about High Level Mason Insider? No, that's not it. Fucking Galen TV I think still has the actual like thread post. Oh, that's too bad. This stuff is so hard to search on Google now. Before I'd look this up, it would come right up. But he had photos and everything. He had like, I think his dad must have actually worked at McMurdo and he just used it as an excuse because it was a real mission patch that he posted with his number and shit too, I think, which is fucking crazy. But yeah, fuck yeah. I never heard of it. It's literally the crabs you find in Skyrim. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I could find the actual fucking post itself, but I can't. Anyway, it'd be on there. But it was a crazy tale. It was one of the many crazy tales we've read on Sundays here over the years, but probably giant spider cryptid
Have you heard
explained.
about this guy online who basically claims Antarctica has a giant prehistoric spider monster problem? So I'm not saying any of this is true, but there was this online forum that found a Google Earth picture of Antarctica that looks like there's a giant spider monster creature roaming around. And after much debate in this forum, this guy came out claiming that he knew what this creature was and that his dad worked in Antarctica and that these things were like a huge problem there. He goes on with this elaborate story about how this is why people basically aren't allowed to go around Antarctica without government supervision, and that the world governments found these spider monster things frozen in the ice thinking they were dead, and after thawing them accidentally released a prehistoric apex predator. And this guy explains how it's like a huge secret and that some world governments, which I will not name, have been genetically altering these things to use as weapons in war. Anyways, it's a really crazy story and a lot of people think that
There's
it's
the
real
post. That's the post there. That's an actual picture. So I mean, and maybe he photoshopped it. I don't think he did. People dug into this because they were all about it years ago.
The guy provided pictures of plaques and proof of stuff of his dad working there. Again, I'm not saying any of this is true, but what do you guys think about it?
I think it's probably a very elaborate LARP. Let me rephrase that. I hope it's a very elaborate LARP. Jesus Christ, yeah. There's an ancient pyramid, yeah, that one of the 3 NHIs living on the planet is hiding out in. They're unfriendly. Oh my god, yeah. I don't even know. He covered the Antarctic stuff, did he actually? Very cool Polish days ago. Irish lake monsters. Oh, thank you, man. Cool. Yeah, how long is it? 33 minutes. Very cool. I'll keep it up here though. Maybe for tomorrow. Holy fuck. Yeah, I don't, yeah. There's so many of those stories on the chans of people doing shit. Honestly, the most compelling stories that we've read some disturbing ones on here, and there's still a couple that for people who don't know, on Sunday, typically on the last couple Sundays we've been covering like memes, like the egg video and stuff. Me and Galen TV will read schizo stories from like 4chan that people post. Some of them are quite fun. Like we did one recently where these 2 guys supposedly went hunting, and then this like cult drove in to this remote area where they were in the middle of the night. And the first night they were camping, they just heard these screams because they were sacrificing people. And the second night they approached them, got in a firefight with them, killed a bunch of them. But probably the most disturbing one we read, I remember, was this family. This guy went to some relative's house with his family out in the middle of like the sticks, like in Alabama or somewhere. And their child had died. I think it bit by a dog or something, and they just buried him in the backyard because they didn't know what to do because they were out in such a remote area. And in the middle of the night, the boy woke up, like telling the story, and he looked out his window, and this like centaur-looking thing grabs the child's dead body out of the grave and runs away with it. And he said his other family members had saw it, and he drew a depiction of the thing, like a very, very detailed drawing of the cryptid, and it freaked him out. He's telling the whole story. I was like, holy fuck, man. That was one of those ones they still scarred in my brain. I mean, but it just goes to show, I think, hopefully, the storytelling abilities that some people have. Like, this tracks with a story from a long time ago where a military person was talking about going down to the pyramids and encountering weird tech drones that kept people out. Security system or something like that. I'm all for the woo. Fuck yeah, UAP eggs. Centaurs is where I'm okay at tuning back in. Yeah. Horse people. Yeah. Yeah, it was, I still remember the depiction actually, a very detailed cock and balls on the guy. I remember thinking like, holy shit, like how long were you looking at this guy for out the window? But that was one of those crazy stories. Yeah, the other one too, I always remember, is another story some guy told who he had to go through like, therapy about, because he didn't remember what happened, but like he was out with his sister in the snow at this cabin his parents owned, and these 2 creatures approached them, and they had like a mouthful of teeth, and they were like pale white, and they were chasing them, and they ran into the cabin, and supposedly they entered the cabin somehow, and they were like holding them hostage, and they ended up getting away. But some terribly traumatic incident, and you never know with these green tech stories on these boards, like whether they're real or not. I'd say 99% are probably fake, but so 1%, who knows? Maybe some of them are just strange encounters people have had. There's tons of missing persons out there in national parks and remote areas, and I mean, there's some weird shit that's happened. I love the missing 411 documentaries. I'd love to be able to watch them on here, but I can't because they're copyrighted. But crazy shit. I mean, some of the accounts Dave Politis documented of people just disappearing like mid-trail. Their scent, their footprints, everything. It's like, man, fuck. Spooky shit. Yeah. I can't beat them when, yeah. Be you. Yeah, it's just fucking, just truly schizo stories. But anyway, yeah. Yeah. NHI Twitch monitor trying to help disclose truth. Yeah. Fuck. Streamer won't read the stories because paragraphs. We wait. Oh, the actual story? I'd have to go dig them up. I'd have to go find them. Yeah, I don't even know where the fuck we get that. Galen TV has them all, for Christ's sake. Yeah. So whether it's a pole shift or tectonic plate shifts within the ice cores, there's evidence of tropical plants in Antarctica. Oh, fuck yeah. That's cool, man. Yeah. Oh, talking about the architect. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Well, right now, I think I'm going to pack it in, guys. I've been on here for 6 hours. My brain. I'll be back in tomorrow night, though. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow night. Maybe I'll go through some of the shit again if I run into things to talk about. There's always something to talk about here, though. That's the thing. It's never a dull moment, right? The Jim Russell Show. Just always fucking memeing constantly. But yeah. Anyway, guys. Yeah. Fuck me. Well, so I guess egg video bullshit. TLDR. What else did I talk about here this evening? I talked about, the JFK files. Yeah, hopefully they release those. I would love to cover that. That'd be fucking incredible if they did that. So, yeah, Flat Earth stream tomorrow. We'll get all the flat earthers in here. Yeah. We'll try and prove that it actually is flat. How's that? Yeah. That'll last all 5 seconds, but we'll extend it out, right? That's what we do. So, yeah. Enjoy a beer on Thirsty Thursday. Holy fuck. Yeah. There's going to be a Fried Friday, I think. That's going to be the main Saturday movie. Everybody, listen. Take care. Sweet dreams. We'll see you later.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights. And he parts in the breaking dawn.